and this tank always have tens of potential enemies, etc. But in this case, we know who the enemy is. We know what sort of strength it has. We know that it is here now, but if it breaks, it won't be here tomorrow. So if the Ukrainian can break the front line once, then they can almost abandon those tanks once they're broken, because the point is to break the front line. And the exploitation can be done with something else.
In other words, you want to flood the market. Send them enough where it doesn't matter if they break. When they break, we drag it back and they go forward with another one. But that tank should be able to last 3 days on a battlefield. And we wouldn't worry about it so much if they can get all the way to the border of Russia, into Luhansk, into Donetsk, wherever they decide to, wherever Russia decides they want to make a stop, we keep pushing. And if the tank goes down, we keep pushing. And that is why what you are getting at, and I understand it perfectly. If somebody else is listening, maybe we can. We wouldn't want to. We still want the leopards, but if Germany is not there when they really, really need this now, then I would advocate for what you are saying. Flood the market with the M1 so that the mechanical issue doesn't really matter because they got enough to prosecute the situation.
Oh, damn it. I was expecting you to say no. The problem is that if there is a counterattack, or if they manage to set up a second line, then you're screwed. But if the whole thing is to, as you say, flood the market, then it's becoming interesting. It's potentially even more interesting if they have access to a number, maybe a company or two or three, of tanks which, while being quite good and being said also as is famous for breaking quite often, wouldn't you know a country that has, let's say, 186 of those tanks lying around? I don't know, which country is this? It's a famous country with cheese and baguette, but I can't remember which one.
Wait a minute. You guys have them too? Oh no. Oh no, don't tell me that, Ben. Folks, if you don't understand what we're saying, is that in light of Germany, they are just totally, you know, standing by watching this happen. What Ben has set in is promoting, well, not promoting, but he is just mentioning here is to say, okay, sideline the leopard for a second here, and let's just get Ukraine across the finish line. Um, it will undoubtedly tell Germany that we are serious about this, which they know it, but this will actually do a little bit more than that because they said they won't send any more than the US will send. Well, if we do this, then Schultz has no other say in the matter as to what we will send because we will have sent everything that would be needed on that battlefield to win this. It's just a matter if they wish to participate at this point. So, Ben, that's a good idea. I wonder if anybody's listening to it though. That'll be the key.
Yeah. Mode, are you listening? Mode. Sorry. Mode is the name of my MP. She's a nice girl. Woman. But she's and she brought the question of the tanks to the Ministry of Defense during a question to Parliament. So kudos to her for that. But she hasn't been able to push them sufficiently yet to convince them to send those famous tanks that break often but can shoot while driving. Which, Daryl, I should have checked that beforehand. Can Abrams shoot while driving?
That's a kind of crazy question because yes, they can shoot while driving. Actually, they have a stabilizer. So if they lays onto a target, the barrel will stay on target until they select the next target. Unlike that video that you see of and I believe it was the Georgian Legion with a German tank with a Russian tank. As they were going along the battlefield, the barrel was shaking up and down like crazy. I wouldn't want to be in there with that thing doing that. And the barrel was moving wildly. With the Abrams, that barrel will stay focused where it needs to be. It has a laser rangefinder on it, and if it's lased on, it stays on. You do not run away from it. If that commander has you targeted, you are good as dead, even if he's doing 45 miles an hour across the field.
Wait, I thought the military were using the metric system.
You're in the metric system. Okay, let's go 60 km. But yeah, if they're doing that across an open field and moving and gunning and shooting, you're not getting away. Unless they have a misfire in that tank, you're good as dead, and you and two other buddies are going to be dead within seconds. So that's how fast and accurate that thing can be.
Hey, wait. When in this scenario are you in the tank and I am constantly outside of the tank? I'm not liking this at all.
Oh, no. Don't take me wrong, Ben. Don't take me wrong. You want to drive? It's fun to drive. You lay down and drive. You got two motorcycle handle type things to rev the motor. It's pretty fun. But you you just don't want to be outside of it. Not at least on the let's say the business end of the barrel. You don't want to be on that side of it.
And I don't. Not least because if I'm on the business end of that barrel, that means that I've angered the US of A. And for all their faults, they have several. At the moment, they're supporting freedom. So if I'm being targeted by this big gun, that means that I've done something very, very wrong that my soul will never recover from. But I think I'm saying a lot of nonsense, and Wendy wants to interject.
No, let's just go ahead. Wendy, you want to say something? Let's go to see what Fleshman and Hendrick have to say.
Sure, Daryl. Yeah. I was just going to ask whether you could tell us about the Battle of 73 Easting.
Me? Was nowhere near it.
I know, but flatlands, M1s.
I'm sorry to say, Wendy, that was beyond my time. I was somewhere overseas, at the time, or I was going down a railroad track somewhere. So that was beyond me on that one.
Understood, sir. Thanks, Daryl.
No. Wait, that battle took place in what, 92?
91.
Then I was loading I was loading the tanks when that was going on. I was loading them on ships, moving them, getting them overseas. My days were spent up and down, putting equipment on ships. I didn't get a chance to see very much of what was happening on the battlefront at the time. I was working with the Prepo forces, getting things over.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna dox you a little bit, but based on what you told me, in '92 you were 8.
Oh no 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 no! I was already out the service by then.
So you are older. All right.
Put it this way: I was old enough to watch the first moon mission go up. Apollo 13. Apollo, what was it? Apollo 13. I saw Apollo 13 when it launched from Cape Canaveral.
Damn, you're older than my dad. All right, that explains a few things.
Now you have to behave.
Yeah, no, exactly. But the other day I was like, yeah, little Daryl, it's your time to speak. Go ahead, go ahead, my boy. You're such a nice boy. And I was like, no, that felt very wrong, and now I know why. So, sir, deepest apologies, sir. Uh, all right. Maybe Hendrik has a fantastic question to ask and save me from this lackluster moment in my life.
Well, absolutely. Now, according to a lot of the videos I've seen, Ukraine has the best or the world's largest tank recovery service. And not only that, they're not really biased. They'll take Russian tanks, they'll take any type of tank, and they'll tow it to get restored. So, what about the idea if they do bring let's say, 500 Abrams over, so long as they have 500 tractors standing by, they don't really need to be rehabbed in Ukraine. They could just be rehabbed in Poland. I don't think it's really a bad idea, so long as the logistic is there to be able to take the tank from the battlefield and just take it to a repair facility.
We need to make sure that they can get them over the. I mean, we need to make sure they can get them there safely. They're going to have to offload them at a rail site and then get them transported to the battlefront. You don't want them to be targets because there are satellites that they can be seen by. But yes, what you're saying would be a very good thing if it could happen. Because taking them across to Poland, and Poland has the ability to take care of this.
Do you have, or does anybody have an idea of what the average time on the battlefield is before they have to be repaired? I imagine someone must have those numbers. And that would really be a logical decision that someone could make and say, you know what, this would be worthwhile doing.
All right. Let's see. Oh, did we miss? Oh, there you go, Flashman. Go for
it. Hi. Yes. Since the conversation turned to tanks, again, this probably has been answered ad nauseum on this space, but never when I was listening. And it's been on my mind, and I was just, and it's probably maybe better, maybe you, Daryl, or perhaps Axel can answer it in relation to the Leopards and the German government's reluctance to supply them to the Ukrainians. How much of that is a product of German domestic politics, and how much of it is based on a unwillingness to put German military hardware in the fray against the Russians, given the historical, the historical background? I mean, it'd be kind of like if a Japanese battleship showed up in the East China Sea in the mouth of the Huangpo outside of Shanghai. No matter who was manning it, the opportunity for propagandizing and would be incredible for for the Russians, right? To say, here you go, here there. This is a German tank, just like I told you. Here they come. The Germans, their tanks are killing our boys. And
Good.
yeah,
It's not the Germans, but it is the Ukrainians with the German tanks. Good.
Sure.
That's
No,
perfect. That's how it should be.
but it does
Ukrainians should kill Russian invaders who are raping and pillaging and looting under the aegis of this midget. They should kill them. Absolutely. Bloody hell. And if the Germans can deliver the tanks for it, fantastic. If the French can do it, or the Brits can do it, or you're a good American countryman, we'd be delighted. Trust me, all my Ukrainian friends will be bloody delighted.
I
And they
agree.
couldn't care less what Putin or the fucking orcs think about it. Apologies for swearing. The bloody orcs.
No, my point is, I agree with you 100%, but does that play into the thinking or the rationale, do you think, of the German government or NATO?
Care? No,
Well,
sure. Do we care? It's the thinking of one small elite around our friend Olaf. You know, Olaf needs a little shake of his head, or as our Scottish friends would say, give his head a little wobble. That's all there is to it.
okay, I was just curious. I like to think that does play into their thinking, but I mean,
is that really thinking?
well, a German tank aimed at Russian soldiers, regardless.
So what?
So what? History's history.
History means that the Soviets and Nazi Germany were fighting heavily. There were German soldiers and Russian soldiers, and out of the 196 different populations subjugated by Soviet Russia and Russian imperialism over hundreds of years, they were all thrown into this battle. Fascism versus Soviet communism. Absolutely terrifying. Does that make a modern post-World War II, created by democratic society and the manufacturing prowess of Germany, tank? Therefore, the wrong tool? No, there's no such thing. This imagery is bullshit. That's what I call bullshit on this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, I'm all for it. I'm all for the leopards. I'm just trying to get behind the rationale. I mean, I don't know the German domestic politics like you do, or Olaf Scholz's political pedigree and his point of view, this, that, and the other. But I mean, I think that I just try to wrap my hand around that reluctance, and I can't but help but think that could play into the equation, and it could just be a matter of time before that kind of hesitancy fades away, and then Germany steps up and plays its proper part in European defense. I mean, as it should have for probably at least a decade or two ago. And it's time, and what a way to deliver, and helping the Ukrainians, throw off the Russians. So, yeah, it's one of those things that's just been in the back of my mind, and I knew you'd have a good perspective on it, so I thank you.
But Axel, I think that there's a point to it, because pussyfooting would be a great thing to do, because you know who pussyfoots very, very well? Kitty, 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 kitty. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Roland. You saved the joke. Meanwhile, I think Prince was next.
You are so lucky, Ben. You are so lucky, because I wanted to hear it from you.
Axel, you're a monster. Once in a while, save one of my jokes. Just save one. Once every month. Once every month, you need to save one of my jokes.
Wendy, please make a note and a timestamp. Monday, 24th of October, Kiev time, 2:28. I have to save one joke of Ben from now until the next month. One.
Noted.
Yeah, and don't worry, you'll have the opportunity. A lot of them fall flat. I provide abundance of targets. That being said, Prince, please go ahead.
Yeah, we're all about accuracy on this space. So Daryl, my dear friend Daryl, are you there?
Yes.
You just said Apollo 13 landed on the moon. Apollo 13 didn't land. Apollo 13 intended to land on the moon, but had an accident along the way. 'Twas Apollo 11 that landed on the moon. And I both you and I'm not 100% sure. I know I was alive for that. But anyway, it's
Yes, I was around for both of them. I went down to see both of them go up.
Yeah, okay. I know, but it's just it's the crazy little details. And now, this also leads me to say things like every time somebody mentions Olaf Schultz, and I know I've said this before, and I don't think you were on the space when I said it, Daryl, because I think you will remember from Hogan's Heroes, the TV show Hogan's Heroes. Do you remember Schultz from the Hogan's Heroes?
I know nothing. I know nothing.
I had to cough. I was laughing so hard. Exactly. I know nothing. So yes. Anyway, that's my random accuracy check for the day. It's a crazy random accuracy check for the day. But yeah, it was Apollo 11 that landed on the moon for the first time. Apollo 13 intended to land on the moon, but had a boo-boo and did not quite make it. And there's a wonderful movie about it. So there you go.
All right. So after this Remembrance Day, remembrance moment of TV series long time gone, Erland, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, about the leopards and everything. Lately, the last few days, I've been really depressed about this because I've seen some stuff that makes me, understand that Ukrainians lost their lives because they didn't get Western tanks and Western armored personnel carriers enough. I'm, damn that Schultz, I just hope that Biden goes through and gives them some Abrams, because I'm losing faith that we will ever see the leopards run free until maybe the US does something. And I'm also very, very sad that it doesn't seem like the Scandinavian and the Finns are gonna give the CV90s. I really hope we do. We should have done it long time ago. If we gave them in a total effort 50 CV90s, it would have been a huge difference on the Kherson front. It would have saved a lot of lives, and it would have made the Ukrainian advances a lot easier. And I really hope something will happen there, because it doesn't seem like the German chancellor is going to understand that he is standing on the his position is really difficult to explain. But I just want to say that something that's been mentioned here before. It's a semi-quote by Orwell, that in the battle against these authoritarian Russo-fascists, in this case, there is no room for pacifists. And I'll drop down and listen further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. we've lost Urza. Katir, please go ahead.
Regarding mic check, by the way.
Yep, loud and
Okay.
clear.
So regarding Daryl's age, I think Eben is confused because black don't crack. But on a serious note, I had a question yesterday for Jingu, but I'm wondering maybe if any of you can answer it. It's regarding China and Taiwan. Is that okay?
As a rule, we try to focus on Ukraine. If there is a way for you to phrase it in a way that could include Ukraine, we would be happy to oblige. Otherwise, maybe you can just ask the question, and if someone has an answer for you, he can send it to you by DM.
I don't want to clog the space, so I'm going to save that question for when Jingu gets back sometime. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Katja. Thanks a lot. Thank
No
you for your
problem.
consideration as well. Peter, the drinking fella.
Hey, good evening, everybody from Massachusetts. I just want to say thank you for the wonderful lineup of guests you had today. It was absolutely spectacular. Wow, what a day. Couldn't stop listening. Literally didn't. Great job. Just a great job. And to reiterate something Yehuda said earlier tonight, right now we all have the chance, especially if you're participating in this space, to tip your hand, to balance the scales, to make sure Ukraine wins, because they fight for democracy, they fight for sovereignty, and they fight against genocide. They do that now. And I know, and it has been reiterated since the earliest time of this space by everyone who is participating now still, that we wanted so much more for Ukraine as far as weapons, because the longer this engagement persists, the longer this holy genocide, this invasion of Ukraine persists, the worse it is for Ukraine. The more Ukrainian lives are lost. And we have had 8 months of looking at this, and I can, as Erlen, he was getting depressed, and I just want you to know, brother, no matter where you are, it's not in your control. You can only do what you can do, and that is to reach out and touch someone, change another mind out there, because that is what is best for Ukraine. And especially, I'm not going to advocate for what Malcolm Nance has done. It's incredible what he has done. But it is, unless you want to go over there, like, you have to pound away every single day at every detractor you see, in no matter what forum. You have to question them. You have to get your point across. You have to see if you can change your mind. You have to see if you can get someone else on Team Ukraine to make sure that they are the world record holders in dead Russian scum. Anyways, sorry for my little diatribe. Thank you so much for being here. I love you all. Go Team Ukraine. Bye.
Thank you, Peter. You never have to apologize here. Well, I mean, unless you say something really outrageous, but or a grammatical mistake. Yeah, grammar mistake, definitely apologies. But other than that, you never have to apologize with us. All right. So, you guys might know the podcast Eastern Border. Crystal, who's often coming to the MriyaReport to tell us about what he's doing, when there's a new podcast out, etc., has posted something on his Twitter account which is quite amusing. Turns out that he follows this Gherkin fellow quite closely, has been for a while. Always talks about him, comments and criticize and enlightens us about this this character, which in many ways may appear amusing, but he's an absolute genocidal maniac. But this guy just made a mistake. He actually published his phone number on the internet while looking for new lorry drivers, I think, something like that. And so he's looking for new recruits, and he puts his phone number online. And now our friend from Eastern Border has it and has published it on Twitter for everyone to call and send him a message if you want to. So I won't retweet it. Don't do it if you don't feel perfectly safe with the telephone you're using. If it's not a burner, if it's not something you have a perfect control over, don't get involved. The man is truly, truly dangerous. But there's quite a large number of people who know what to do with phones and who are probably right now sending him the most hilarious jokes that this poor sod has ever heard. So that's one for the ages, especially the first time he picked up the phone when someone was calling, and he realized it was some hacker from I don't know, Cairo. Let's say Cairo. I don't know why I want to say Cairo. So some hacker from Cairo who was telling him, "Hello, Mr. Gherkin, how do you do?" And then making him lose first his time and second his mind. So yeah, their incompetence is like their villainy; it knows no bound. Other than that, what can I tell you about? Well, I'm thinking carefully about another subject to deal with. It's always time to go to MriyaReport and send them some love in the form of some money. If you cannot send the money, we understand perfectly. We're getting close to the end of the month. In Europe here, things are getting difficult. On top of everything, sending them dollars, sending dollars is becoming a bit more expensive, a bit more complicated. But if you cannot participate directly, don't hesitate to send a message, make a tweet about it, talk about them to your friends and colleagues. If you don't have friends like me, then you need to tweet about it. Send some love to MriyaReport, either through information or in the form of money. They're doing fantastic work. They're sending non-lethal aid to Ukraine, to the Ukrainian armed forces, in many shapes, including the now famous Fury 2 drones, which apparently is doing some fantastic reconnaissance work for the Ukrainian forces. But someone who we consider as our reconnaissance specialist, the scout of the MriyaReport, the one and only Mr. Augers.
I'm not much of a mister, but yeah, I just thought I would come up and suggest some trends that I've been noticing. Obviously, we can't talk about what's exactly happening on the battlefield, so I've not had a lot of news to report, but it seems that Russia have been running out of tanks because they're obviously stealing them from Belarus. And they're obviously running out of missiles because they want to buy some from Iran. And they're obviously running out of airframes because they're falling out of the sky, which is bonkers. But also they've been pulling out old airframes, maybe to cannibalize them for parts or something. And today I saw a video of a very wonky, very amusing 1943, I think, howitzer gun being towed behind a van with wrecked wheels, let's put it that way. And it looked very sorry indeed. And well, I just I couldn't believe it. I laughed, and then I was like, really? They're actually serious? And I think they are.
Yeah, you're perfectly correct. It's a howitzer, actually a fairly good gun by the time it was designed, and it was designed in the middle of World War II. In fairness, I think it was produced up until the 70s. So while the original design is from 1943, this one particular gun could be from 1971. But yeah, by then it's it's older than Darrell, which is very old. No, but yeah, you're perfectly right. They're really scrapping the barrel. That being said, we need to be again respecting the advice that Oscar Domesticated gave us today. Let's while we can laugh at them, while we can take solace in the fact that they have to scrap the barrel, we shouldn't be fooled by our own pleasure at seeing their problem. They are still a very, very dangerous beast. I'm not up to date on the artillery side, but if you take the tanks, it's true that they had to bring up not only T-62s, so tanks designed in the 60s, early 60s, but also early versions of the T-62s. So tanks that really, really were designed in the 60s. So while they've had to do this, they also have been able to bring to the fore T90s. So relatively performant, the top of their line, sort of tanks, and so it's not because that we've seen those very, very old guns that all their guns are old. It's not because we see very, very old tanks that all their tanks are old. We can laugh at it. We can take. We can be hopeful, but this may not be sufficient, and we should be. We should be careful not to fall into the in the same way as we were really, really afraid of the Russians up until February 23rd, we should be careful not to suddenly consider them as a spent force, only using World War II level material. They're not it. They're still dangerous. They're still killing people. They're still proving a very difficult adversary for the Ukrainians. They're not all armed with Nagant single shotguns. Some of their forces have thermal vision and modern weapons. But yeah, the video marker that you were showing was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that any of these things can still be used to kill, but it seems to me that there comes a time when you've got to say, is this all we've got left? And I see them pulling these things out in desperation. And, well, it just seems to me that at some point there's got to be someone turning round to a warehouse and finding nothing. And I can't wait until that happens.
Yeah, I mean, me too, but I'm afraid by the time it happens, the Ukrainians will be at the Russian border. In most cases, we're not going to see Ilyushin 2s flying over the sky of Ukraine. It is not going to happen. They still have a lot of modern weaponry. It's just poorly organized, so it's difficult for them to access it. But remember that they have something like 4,000 modern battle tanks. They've lost 2,000. They probably have 1,000 engaged, but that means they still have 1,000 lying around. I'm pulling those numbers out of my head, so don't take them for granted. But sometimes those tanks are being used elsewhere. Sometimes those tanks are being stored in a way that is not very easy to access. But they will arrive in another 2 weeks or another 3 weeks. T-62s began to arrive in Kherson. I don't know. I think back in June, and then we saw the third corps that was built from scratch, receiving T-90s. So things are not as simple as they appear, and the Russians are not a spent force, and we should not think that they are. And we're never safe from the fact that they may break a deal with, I don't know, the Atlantis and gets a number of new T somethings. And the Ukrainians need everything they can to fight. And once in a while, those and the Europeans and the Americans need to send them the most modern and the most top of the line things that they can muster. And if we concentrate on the old kit that the Russians have, suddenly it looks like the Ukrainians are not in need for as strong a support as we can provide them. And this might be self-defeating. That's what I'm trying to say. That being said, we can always laugh at the Russians. Doesn't hurt. Prince, please go ahead.
Oh, I always love it when Mockers comes up. So I thought I'd come up and say hi to Mockers. And she has been working very, very hard and very diligently and very leopard printy to free the leopards.
Yes, more leopard prints.
Yeah, and she's got some nice leopard prints, I have to say. Anyway, now I saw it on my Twitter feed, and I can't find it right now. But was it the Russian propagandist who went somewhere today and stepped on a mine and blew a few toes off? Do you remember what that was there? Mockers, did you see that?
War Gonzo.
Yes, yes. Unfortunately, he's only lost a few toes, but apparently he stepped on a petal mine. That's awfully silly of him.
Yes, and and everything you said, Ben, is absolutely right. I did not hear Oscar talking about that earlier today. I was probably asleep, but we do need to realize that. But I think for our own sanity, when we see things like Wargonzo stepping on a mine, we do have to take a little bit of a giggle at it, because some of this stuff you just can't make up. I mean, let's fly a couple of jets into some buildings too. It's yeah, it all goes a little bit sideways sometimes. And there was something else I was gonna say, but I can't remember now. So give me a minute. I'll see if I can figure it out.
Yeah, regarding the Wargonda thing, there have been those people who've been saying, and usually I would not report hearsay, but in this case it doesn't really matter, so I'm just amusing, that a mine, whatever mine, would probably not do sort of damage that he received, and that it's a lot more likely that he didn't see a way out of where he was, and he voluntarily stepped on a nail or something, the sort of injury that gets you out of the front line rapidly, but at the same time doesn't endanger your life or leaves lasting problems. So
we call that a blighty wound. Ben, it's probably got its own name in each respective country that is involved in war, but in the UK it's a blighty wound. It's one that gets one home to Blighty.
He is British, right?
No, not this particular gentleman, but it is ironic that people who self-describe themselves as journalists and choose to put themselves into war zones and on the side of the invader and an aggressor end up getting injured. One can't help but note the irony of this. It is, of course, a trade, a risk of the trade that they ply for all of them, without mentioning names.
Yeah, hopefully got nailed. I like the idea of him getting nailed. Okay, 2 things to do. First one is to send a massive hug to Mockers. She knows why. And from Sugar. And the other one is to give Prince an occasion to share with us the third point that she wanted to share with us.
Yeah, and this is actually related to somebody who's been on the space a little bit, and I also think maybe it's the right time because Ben is on, and he's brought us such interesting tidbits as the stripper index. There was a tweet a few hours ago by our friend Ryan O'Leary, the master drone maker, and he tweeted out a really nice model that he's working on for the Dill drone. And if those, Ben, do you remember the conversations about the Dill drone?
Not at all. I will let you explain it to this to this audience, while remembering that we have a number of underage listeners, as well as 3 nuns that I would like to salute. Hello, sisters. Prince, please go ahead. Tell us about the Dill drones.
Oh, thank you, sisters. Yeah, it was suggested at one point that Ryan create a drone, and I think he ran with it a little bit, and he is creating a drone to project an object into a place where the sun don't shine. The projectile would be something that you would get from, as Ben likes to call, a naughty shop. So it is officially called the Dild drone. So maybe people can pick it up from that. So he will be. I know that he likes to test his things first, and I hope that he finds something appropriate to test it on. And I cannot wait to see the full model in works. I see a camera attached to the model of the Dill drone that he is working on at the moment. So I know that he is going to work on getting a full picture and full video of the event as it happens, and I'm just looking forward to it. I will forward you the tweet there. I think I tweeted it out, but yes. Ryan O'Leary, I haven't heard from him for a while, but he has been on the space quite a bit, and this specific model was something that was quite enjoyed when we talked about it. It's going to be a fabulous item.
Please, could you send me that as well, please, Prince?
You betcha, Mockers. I'm surprised you haven't seen it.
All right. We have a number of new speakers on the panel who may not know that if you are on the panel and you've successfully requested, the last thing you need to do is to do exactly like Henrik did, is to raise your hand. To raise your hand, nothing easier. You just need to press on the heart-shaped button at the bottom of your button at the bottom of your screen. You press on it, and on the far right of the new screen that has opened, the new window that opens, you will find a raised hand. If you press on this button, we will go to you. If you don't, we won't. Exactly, Nibbles. That's exactly it. So, since you were there for a long time without being able to request, I'll give you the the mic, and then we'll go to Hendrik. Nibbles, the floor is yours.
Okay, hello. Do you understand me?
Yeah, we can read you.
Oh, nice. Just about the war gonzo case. I saw this today and I really wondered. It was a surprise to me that a soldier on the front line or whatever got wounded and treated in a hospital and everything will be okay. That was read over the tweets. And the guy is related with propaganda, I think. And I just thought, is there maybe some reason to believe that this was a made-up thing to show other soldiers or Russia that there's still a working medicine care? Sorry, yeah, that was the question.
All right, I'm going to be very, very explicit with you. I have not seen this video you're talking about, so I don't know. If anyone on the panel has, they're welcome to intervene. Apparently no one has. Maybe you can DM it to me. I'll have a quick look and opine. That being said, it is true that somebody has stopped annoying Mr. Gherkin and is coming to answer your question. If it doesn't get caught in the limbos of space. No, he is not in the limbos. Here is Mr. Gherkin's secret caller. Please go ahead.
All right, good morning from Cairo, everyone. It's 2 a.m. here. No, it wasn't planned or anything to show that Russian soldiers can receive medical treatment on the front lines. He just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time and probably injured by a Russian mine. And he lost a couple of toes, as far as I know. If I understood and heard the question correctly, nope, this is not related to showing Russian soldiers that there is still medical care to tend to their wounds when they get injured or if they get injured on the battlefield. Nope, that's not the case. It's just one event that happened to a camera guy with his camera crew around. So, and they tried to milk it for what it is. That's my assessment.
Okay, thank you.
That sounds smart. Did you manage to call Mr. Gherkin?
Maybe someone listened to some of his comms. You never know. You never know.
Yeah, that's the problem. I never know. And I'm very jealous because you do. Anyway, such is my life. Hendrik, thank you for your patience. Oh, by the way, hello. Good evening, night. I don't know. I never know with you. And hello, bloke, as well. Welcome on board.
I just want to pass on to Princess. The device she was talking about, from what I understand, is very similar to what they use for a colonoscopy with sandpaper around the edges. From what I hear, the unit can be used very quickly and efficiently for removing hemorrhoids also.
I seem to have missed something earlier.
Oh my goodness, yes, I'm dying laughing. Oh, thank you, Henrik.
Henrik, I think that's the perfect time for a co-host swap on that particular tone. Thank you.
I'm going to have difficulty getting the entire context of that conversation, but perhaps that's for the best.
I'll DM it to you, bloke.
All right. By the way, since you're
No,
here,
no pictures, please.
If you're still here, if you heard anything regarding the attacks in Crimea, or the attacks, the strike in Crimea against the Iranian drone guys, anything else than it happened by someone to some result?
Well, it did happen. I don't have any details, but it's been confirmed by multiple sources. But I really want to know how it happened. And just to be more specific, these are Iranian military personnel entering the war on the side of Russia, right? So absolute combatants, fair target, and I hope they got smoked. But don't have a lot of the details. I'm absolutely fascinated to understand how it was done.
Do you have any further information or a question regarding this?
As to how it was done, that is still not released yet. I can confirm that they lost 10 instructors. Now, there's a twist. The Islamic Revolution Guard Corps is a parallel structure. So, technically speaking, it is not the Iranian military. Some people are still working on the international law ramifications of that. The most apparent of which is that this represents the full backing of the current administration of the Iranian government for the Russian government, right? But the fact that the IRGC is a parallel structure, it's a paramilitary organization, right? So it's not really the Iranian military. There's a distinct line here. And
Oh yeah, thank you for clarifying that. That's a very good point. That's how they're trying to wiggle out of responsibility, I guess. Eh?
and some people are working against that. So there's wiggle space here that some people are closing, basically. But that discussion has been raging for a couple of days now in certain circles, right? It's just to update our listeners, to let them know that there is this thing. So it's not really a clear statement or a 100% statement that no, this is not the Iranian army. Well, it is the Iranian army, it is the Iranian armed forces. But the fact that because they are organized differently, because the master stroke of the whole Iranian Islamic Revolution was to make sure that they have as many parallel structures as they can in order to function within the international system, but then again have their own system that is shielded from everything. So they have elections and they have democracy, but they have a president and they have a prime minister, but they have a supreme leader, right? They have the armed forces, they have the normal branches, they have navy, they have army, they have air force, they have air defense, but they also have, a whole paramilitary organization called the, Islamic Revolution Guard Corps. And they have the Pasij militia, which is being used as a John Army, or just like a military police force that supports the civilian police when it comes to standing up to riots and demonstrations and whatnot, and other activities, and that were born out of the first Gulf War, the Iran-Iraq War. So it's a bit murky, but to inform our listeners, a lot of people are working on closing those gaps.
And since we have you here, sorry, bloke. The new strike that happened in Syria, do you think that regards some of the drones that are attacking Ukraine at the moment, or is it wholly unrelated?
What's happening in Syria? I fell asleep for 4 hours.
Oh, if you give me a quarter of a second, I will read it to you, so I don't say anything stupid. Well, more stupid than usual. According to the Jerusalem Post, Israel officials claims to have struck 90% of Iranian military operation in Syria. Israel.
That's like in the past 4 hours, or in general?
In the past 24 hours.
So in the past 4 hours, the IDF is claiming to have
in the
destroyed
past
90%?
24 hours. In the past 24 hours. So there was a strike by the IDF on a facility, and a lot of people are saying that this facility was tied to the production of the Shahed drones. But Ben is about to read the exact details.
Okay, go ahead, please, Ben.
The drones are not manufactured in Syria.
Yeah, sure, but that's what I know, and that's why I got so taken aback. But Ben, what does the statement say?
All right, it says missiles destroyed drone manufacturing equipment of Iranian-backed militia in Damas airport area in Western Rif, Dimashq.
Who made the statement?
Good question. I did not save this.
Good. So let's have the source first. There's no IDF source, no Israeli source, nothing to corroborate this.
Yeah, but there is a key word here: drone manufacturing equipment. So someone might have been moving equipment through Syria to Crimea, for instance. I mean, it's a possibility. I don't know, but
Good
Ben,
point.
if you can find the sourcing on that, that would be great.
There's nothing on Maharav.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, there was a similar, really vaguely worded IDF strike several months ago. So I'll go digging on this and see if I can get more information. But do you recall the IDF strike a couple of months ago? Allegedly, it was again tied somehow to drones. Do you recall any information about that?
Yes, those were parts and equipment in transit. Actually, it's being reported by artists now. Israeli strike targeted Iranian drone assembly site near Damascus. So there's a possibility here that they kind of established a makeshift assembly uh, truss or something where they were assembling drones to send to Russia or something, or assembling drones to build up their stocks and keep them there. So it is being reported by artists now.
Yeah, thank you, David Farrell. Yeah, I got another source for that. Now, I'm curious. Would that make sense to you? Would they be using Syria for manufacturing? I guess so, right? Because I guess they could ship the components to Syria, they could assemble them there, and then they could, Russian logistics, such as they are, would be then taking them to Crimea. So does that sound logical to you?
It does, but there's a different scenario here. It could be that they already had the parts there, and they were keeping them to manufacture them later on to supply Hezbollah, for instance, or supply other Syrian factions that could target Israel. And now that they are being pressured by Russia or reached an agreement with Russia to supply more, that they have to assemble them there because the parts are there, right? I wouldn't know. I'm speculating here. So either they had stocks of parts and an assembly facility already in place, or they have the parts there and it was cheaper and faster to assemble or to build up or to work out a makeshift assembly site that would be vulnerable to Israeli intelligence collections operations if it's done in a hastily fashion, right, or manner, and it would be exposed, and then they will bomb it. So I don't know. Either they have the stocks of parts there, or they are. Well, why would they assemble them there and expose the final product to airstrikes? Right? It's probably because they had the parts there. That makes more sense.
Hey, let me ask you: is Syria under the same embargo restrictions as Iran?
Does it matter?
Well, I mean, if the reason I'm asking is if the parts are in Syria, which may not be under the same restrictions, because we know that some of these parts are coming in from Europe, the motors and things like that.
No, but it's not that Syria imported those parts and they were there. It's probably because Iran was keeping a stock of those parts that they have already acquired after circumventing the sanctions. Syria is sanctioned, and their sanctions are as equally tough as sanctions being imposed on Iran. The scenario I'm trying to imagine here is that the Iranian regime had moved those parts to Syria in the first place, or there was a stock of those parts in Syria in the first place, to be assembled later, to be supplied to whoever, be it Hezbollah or Syrian factions, most probably to target Israel, right? So they had the parts there that they had already smuggled, that they had already acquired after circumventing the sanctions, and they received more orders from Russia, and therefore it was more feasible to build a makeshift assembly facility there rather than move those parts all the way back to Iran, assemble them in Iran, and then ship them to Russia. They thought maybe they could assemble them in Syria and then ship them from Syria to Crimea, for instance, or whatever. I don't know. We don't know. I'm speculating here. 100% speculation.
Okay, we know they have the logistics coming out of Syria heading back to Russia, because that's where they've been getting all the S-400s and everything else. So we know that that was a easy logistics run.
But that's Russian forces in retrograde being pulled out of Syria. That's Russian forces being pulled out of Syria, not Iranian parts being shipped back to Iran to be assembled in Iran and then shipped to Russia.
Okay, then there's a matter of if any Iranians were killed in those strikes in Ukraine or Belgrade, wherever it was. Maybe those people were someone that they should have been. They may have been part of that team that did this type of work, and the only other team was in Syria at this point. Possible.
The assembly team would be engineers. The team that was killed in Crimea were operators, were instructors. It's a different ball game.
Okay, we're just tossing balls around here.
All right. Now we've got a couple of fellows who may have something to share on this subject, and we're going to start with Recon.
Hey, so I was reading a number of articles on this, and from what it sounded like that these drones were being manufactured for Hezbollah themselves and for whatever Syrian factions. But that being said, it just, it's good in a number of ways, because it just puts a strain on their ability to produce drones. And if they're going to produce drones, they're going to probably want to produce drones to either target Israel or for them, if Iran themselves for their own stock first. And that could just slow down deliveries to Russia. So, but I don't believe that the stuff here in Syria had necessarily anything to do with stuff that was going to Russia. It just happened to be that, if they destroy one drone factory, that's one less place where they can make them. That's a lot less drones that they can make.
Timing would be the only factor in this, though. In timing.
Oh, I'm sure that they, that this was kind of discussed, that it would be, it would be helpful if there could be something that they could do to slow things down. And there's also the New York Times report. I think it was today or the other day, that Israel sent to Iran countermeasure stuff for Iranian drones also. So, but we'll see. We'll see what comes of it.
All right, Bloke, you don't need to raise your hand.
Well, I'm not co-host yet, right? We're having people work the background and to swap you out. Thank you, Wendy and Ben, and so that Daryl and I can take over. But I did want to ask M a couple of questions about Iranian drones, and diplomatic pressure. Ben, if that's okay with you, Ben, and if you're not too tired and it's not too late.
I'm here. Shoot.
So I could only imagine that the European Union and the US are quite annoyed with Iran at the moment. They've already sort of made noises that any deal with Iran is sort of off the table, like the nuclear deal. But what typically happens? I mean, you've been an observer of these sorts of politics for many, many years. What typically happens? How does this diplomacy work? Are they meeting in back doors somewhere? Are ambassadors meeting each other? Are diplomats meeting? And how is the EU and the US signaling to Iran that they're not happy? And how long does this process usually take? Like, I mean, can we expect action from the EU and the US swiftly on this? Do you think the Iranians have got the message that they're going to face consequences? What's your take on this?
All right, so negotiations with Iran have been very overt. So they have been out there in the open. The diplomatic channels are diplomatic, so the governments aren't saying everything that they are sharing on diplomatic channels, but when it comes to publicity and when it comes to telling the populations what they are working on, well, they're doing that. Forget about what Iran is telling its own population domestically, because it's all BS. They're telling them that we are forcing the great Satan and greater Satan and the greatest Satan, whatever, how many devils they have, I don't know, to submit to the will of our people. We're the axis of the resistance, we're the axis of the rejection, etc., etc. And we are winning, and we are winning the due to the sheer will of our people. That's what they are telling their people domestically. Park that to the side. Diplomatically, they are trying to bring them into the fold. The problem right now is that I'm afraid that we're seeing countries organize along ideological lines, right? So everyone thinks that the window is closing. The window is closing for change. The window is closing for fighting, quote unquote, Western imperialism. The window is closing for fighting, quote unquote, the telecom communication, social media, people receiving more information, understanding more about the world around them, demanding more say when it comes to governance, and so on and so forth. So the fact that this window is closing for the autocrats is making them organize around those ideological lines where they resist what they perceive as Western hegemony over running the world. That's what they think. So diplomatically, everyone is telling them, we need to get the deal. You need to show up on time. Tell us about your nuclear activities. Make sure that the CCTV cameras for the International Atomic Energy Agency are on. Allow inspectors into your nuclear sites. Abandon your ambitions of manufacturing a nuclear device, and so on and so forth. So on and so forth. That's what's being discussed in diplomatic channels or on diplomatic channels, right? On the backside, or behind the curtains, it's a spy versus spy war. And it's been raging for more than, what, 15, maybe 16, 18 years now, if not more. What do I know about it? We all know about Stuxnet. That's about it. What do we know about it? We know that Mossad has been very successful inside of Iran. There has been a series of assassinations. They managed to target prominent scientists who contribute to Iran's nuclear program. Probably other Western operations are being conducted. I don't know. We only know what we see out in the open. We know that a top Al Qaeda operative was assassinated with his daughter in Tehran, in an upscale neighborhood in Tehran, for instance. He was Egyptian, as far as I know. And so that's happening behind the scenes. Now, is The world letting Iran know that they have been giving Russia drones and weapons? Yes, they are publicly calling them out. There is photographic, video, component evidence to show that Iranian drones are being supplied to the Russian forces to target Ukrainian civilians. Actually, to be used specifically, and I'm not exaggerating here, to be used in a campaign of aerial terror that targets civilian targets and civil infrastructure to try and break the will of the Ukrainian population and demoralize the Ukrainian armed forces. Call a spade a spade. This is what they have been doing. This is what they have been abetting. This is what they have been helping with. They have been giving the Russian Federation the weapons to carry out a campaign of aerial terrorism, of of aerial war crimes that target civilians and target civil infrastructure to try to break the will of the Ukrainian people and try to demoralize the Ukrainian armed forces. This is what they have been doing. Everyone is trying to engage them so far. Everyone wants them to abandon their nuclear ambitions so far, but they will reach a point where they will have to make a decision. And I'm afraid that the Iranian leadership has already made its decision that it will continue to support Russia for whatever it takes, because they cannot lose Russia in their perceived jihad that they need to wage against the entire world to convince everyone with the brilliance and the benevolence of the Iranian Islamic Revolution. And this comes from a Muslim, by the way, who has no problem with other sects. So I don't have any problem with the other three schools of Sunni jurisprudence, and I don't have a problem with the sects of all of Shia Islam. But basically, this is a regime that has weaponized one sect of Islam against its own people first, and now it is weaponizing it against the whole world. And for them, they think they have the right to do this. So this is, for them, it's ideological. That's the problem, right? They are rational actors within their own understanding of their own power and their own potential. And that's why they have been using two things against the Western system. They have been using proxy warfare, so find, recruit similarly aligned ideological people to carry out your missions. Hezbollah in Lebanon, Houthis in Yemen, and other factions in Syria, and other factions in Iraq as well. That has been a nightmare. So they use proxy warfare as a tool of statecraft to make sure to let everyone that they can send as much chaos to as distant corners of their near abroad to destabilize neighboring countries, especially the Arab Gulf countries, and therefore affect the global oil markets and therefore cause instability in the West. So proxy warfare has been their number one tool of statecraft. Iran is hosting Al Qaeda. Everyone knows that. So that makes them a supporter of terrorism. That makes them a terrorist state that supports terrorism. And then they weaponize misinformation and disinformation and all this ideological talk as well. So they are playing they are playing the information game as well. So they weaponize that against Western governments. And they have people to denounce Western imperialism and say that we should give Iran a chance, we should do this, we should do that. They have weaponized proxy warfare, they have weaponized terrorism, they have weaponized misinformation and disinformation, they have weaponized sabotage against all operations in the Persian/Arab Gulf, and they have weaponized recently supplying Russia with weapons against Ukraine to say that they have a say in the international arena, to prove that they can wreak as much havoc as they can, and therefore they need to be appeased. It's like a crybaby who is refusing to eat your healthy food and wants the worst junk food that you as a parent could give your child to shut them up, and they won't shut
Oh,
up.
I wouldn't know about that.
Oh no, no, sorry. It's just a metaphor that came to my mind right now. But to take that out of my answer, apologies. It's appeasement, and appeasement never works. They are using all those criminal tools of statecraft to cause as much damage and as much chaos as possible in the near abroad, and now in the not so near abroad, because they brought this into the heart of Europe or on Europe's borders or on NATO's borders to prove that they are capable. It's basically like someone yelling, "Respect me! I'm respectful! I'm respectable! You have to give me a seat at the table, otherwise I'll do this, I'll do that," and they are doing that. So this is how I see it. I hope this answers your question.
It does. I'm just trying to think. I'm thinking to myself that this might have been a major miscalculation, but I guess time will tell. And it looks like the other point I picked up of what you said is the window is closing to resolve these things peacefully. So both those two things I think are worrisome and important. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Yeah, it's a crisis, and the main reason it's a crisis is that there are so many unknown parameters, and no one can calculate the outcome. Any stray missile can start a chain reaction. Any stupid decision by Putin can start a chain reaction. Right? It is a crisis, and sadly, we're seeing certain factions organize along those ideological lines. What happened in China is just it, it sends all the wrong messages, and again it means that we're probably entering into an age of great power competition. Everyone knows that we're in great power competition, but now it's official, and people need to realize that.
Oh, thank you. Hey, question: could this be a method of which the BRICS countries are finally trying to set the table for basically them actually making themselves a power center with Russia? But the fact is, with Russia going down, they can't let Russia go down in this. And that's the reason why Iran is actually trying to boost that whole situation up. Um, just a thought.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've just said. They made the decision that they will stand behind Russia for, better or worse. They cannot lose them. They need them to remain where they are. There's the sense of denial in Iran, in India, not so much in China, that Russia. Oh my God! Now we thought Russia was stronger than this. Okay, Russia is stronger than this. They're just going through this challenge because they're not alone. They're all alone, and they're fighting against all those NATO countries. I was like, bitches, NATO hasn't even entered the fight yet. NATO's not in the chat. NATO doesn't give 2 cents about what you think of them. They are conducting their training exercises, and they are supporting in certain operations, but they are not on the ground. They are not fighting. They haven't even done anything. All they did as NATO countries in independent capacities was to vote and decide to support Ukraine defend its sovereignty, because this is a fight on their border. So there is this denial in India and Iran. India is more or less, focused on its economic interests. Can they get cheaper oil? Can they do this? Can they do that? Can they prop up Russia economically? Because they can't lose them as a buffer against China. Everyone knows that. But for Iran, because they are ideological and because they mean war and they want war and they have been out seeking war, for them, the only solution in order to prop up Russia is to support their military effort. It's clear as day, and it's happening in front of everyone. I mean, you don't need to try to paint it with a different brush or see it in a different light or interpret it differently. That's what they went for. They decided that they will stand behind Russia, continue to support them because they cannot afford to lose them right now, because otherwise their own plans, their own machinations would suffer from a setback, and they want to accelerate that timeline as quickly as possible. So, yeah, exactly, Daryl, 100%.
So, and this ties into the statements that Jingu was speaking about last night with China actually thumping their chest as well.
China doing what?
With China thumping their chest as well. Jingu mentioned last night that the situation that happened on camera where the guy was taken off the stage or whatever, and he mentioned how in the speech, um, Xi was letting the world know that they are going to stand up, and it was not for them, it was not a coy way of saying it. It was a very blatant way of saying that they're ready to, defend their position in the Western Pacific.
It was a hostile takeover of the Chinese Communist Party. It was sending a clear message to the proteges of the former president. I don't know how to pronounce that. I always forget. So to step aside, to know that they won't be promoted, to know that they don't have a say, and then they change the constitution and they want to take back Taiwan. Again, they are organizing along ideological lines right now, and they seem to have no place whatsoever for any voices within the Communist Party that would urge restraint and try to find a way forward that doesn't go through ideological hardliners. That's what I meant earlier by the window closing. It is closing.
Now, let me ask: do you think that looking at Iran, the IRCG or IRGC, whatever, do you think it is separate from the government, or do you think it's one and the same? When I'm asking
What
this,
happened in
it's
the
the
party? I mean, Congress?
No, I'm just asking if it's a. Do you think they are two separate entities in a sense in which the one is basically wagging the tail on the other, where the official government is being somewhat held hostage by the IRGC or whatever you want to call it, and
no, absolutely not. The Islamic Republic Guard Corps (IRGC) works perfectly fine with the government, with the prime minister, with the ministers, with the presidency, and they work perfect. But their allegiance is to the supreme leader, right? And they work well with the army as well. You will have some elements within the Iranian army, within the Iranian navy, within the Iranian air force, even some of their ministers, who, especially the ones who received Western education, who are playing the role of the loyal believer, but they are political operatives. And they want to remain in their positions, hoping that they could change Iran to the better, but not, that better, their better is not really void of, or that future, that vision is not really devoid of a supreme leader or anything. It's more of the supreme leader listening more to us and taking us more into consideration rather than completely getting rid of the whole supreme guide and the IRGC as parallel structures, because you have a supreme guide and then you have a president. What does the president do? He goes and kisses the ring of the supreme guide and asks him for guidance. Well, F me. How the fuck can a man do this to another man? It's either you're the president or not. But they have been this for decades now. This is the ideological reality there. So no, the IRGC works completely uh, with the Iranian government, but they are competing. They are competing for influence. They are competing for economic interests. They are competing for security interests. They are competing. They are spying on one another. But I wouldn't say that the IRGC is not working in accordance with the government. Absolutely not.
All right. Thank you very much. Hey, I know just we got Peter down there. Let's bring him up and see. He kind of waved his hand a bit. Let's see what he's got to add.
Just,
go ahead, Wendy.
just to interject, mate. Yeah, I'm just going to say my Dobranics and good nights to you all. And we're going to do a swap fairly soon, I think. So Night all. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Wendy. Have a wonderful evening. Good night. And
Heroam
you too,
Slava.
Ben.
Rome Slava.
Heroam
Thank you, Wendy.
Slava.
Thank you, Wendy. Ben, appreciate it. Good night. Bonsoir.
Go ahead, Peter. We're having some technical issues in the background, so Daryl and I are waiting to do the host swap, but go ahead.
I just want to thank him for his geostrategic take there on a lot of things. I really am interested in Turkish shell companies, border stability between Syria and Turkey, and the path of least resistance to where you would send those drones. I think it's a very interesting conversation. Just because, like, if you see grain ships going back and forth, not even having to cross the Bosphorus, very interesting conversation right there in and of itself. Never mind everything else. Thank you so much, Em. That was fantastic.
Thank you, Peter. So basically, your question: how you would send the assembled drones from Syria to Russia?
Yeah, actually, the path of least resistance. Not Azerbaijan, not Armenia. Where else?
Good question, but they would have to go through the Bosporus.
But if it's a land route through Turkey to a Turkish port north of the Bosphorus.
Depends on which MIT officer you're bribing, more or less.
Thank you. Thank you. You have a wonderful night.
That was the
Are
answer you wanted
these
to hear, Peter.
are these any are these people who are resistant to money?
MIT?
Yeah, we call them meaty, but it's okay.
Okay, well, meaty, I call them MIT, but meaty, no, they would sell their fucking grandmother for money.
Ah.
No, seriously,
Pity.
some of them were basically arrested doing their own trades by their own police, and they tried to pull out their cards out of their wallet and say, "This, look, this, leave me, da 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 da," and they just basically got slapped on the back of the head. They're fucking idiots.
Well, this segues really nicely into the the latest tweet I saw about the FSB seems to have discovered that where the 1.5 million winter uniforms went missing, and it looks like Shoigu was involved. I don't know how to seriously to take these things, but would not surprise me at all.
There are reports of some of them being sold in Moscow for the mobilized troops. Like, some of them have to pay for them to take them. They are being sold. Some of them is being sold in Moscow on the Russian market, basically.
Oh, that's brilliant. It's doubled the profit then, right? You get the profit for the scheme where apparently they just move stuff around and claim that as incremental additions to inventory. And then to top it all off, there's a mobilization and you sell them a second time. Oh my God.
So Putin making money on his own troops, because we know that his hand is in all of it. There's a kickback to him, so he actually is getting extra money through his own system.
But you do not know whether these uniforms have ever been produced, at least in that number.
Exactly. That's a very good point, Axel.
We made enough. Yes, we fulfilled the order. It goes out, maybe one box.
Axel, could you do the co-host swap for us? We have some.
Of course. Sure. No, of course. How can I help you?
So there are no co-hosts right now. Could you beam Daryl and I up?
Yes, with pleasure, of course.
I got my phases set to stun.
5 co-hosts and no co-hosts, people. That's the beauty of it.
How many Maria Report co-hosts does it take to screw in a light bulb, eh?
Definitely two, as we can see. Daryl and Bloke.
10. 1 to hold the bulb, 9 to rotate the roof.
All right, folks. Welcome to Maria Report this evening. Thank you, Em. By the way, that was absolutely brilliant. I think I might have some follow-up questions if you're not too tired. I don't know how much more time you have.
I'm here until 4 a.m. my time, so I'm here for 90 more, not 90, 75 more minutes.
Oh, wow. Folks, this is the Maria Report, 24/7 since the war began. And this is about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If you want to ask a question, please click on the microphone button on the lower left-hand side of your screen. And you can come up and ask a question. We have a great panel tonight, people who really know what they're talking about. And if you are so inclined, please visit MriyaAid.org, which is a separate organization, also run by volunteers. No one gets paid. We do this to support Ukraine, and Maria Aid donates non-lethal aid to Ukraine, which is sorely needed, as I'm sure you're all aware. And with that, Daryl, I'm going to look something up for NDMU, and maybe you could drive for a moment while I go get that.
Surely. Everybody, if you missed today, at any point in time, we had Malcolm Nance on. He was very generous with his time. He also had to go and deal with some movements with his troops. But he stopped by with us to talk. And I just want to say, if you guys missed any of the segments that have, we've had people come in and talk to us, please, if you go to Spotify, it is on our Spotify. They will, if it's not currently, they will be on our Spotify account where these interviews and this is all of them. When we have special guests, these are available on our Spotify account. And so don't think just because you weren't here I missed a moment to hear it. You can go there and take it with you. You're on a plane, train, boat, whatever. You can take these things and listen to them offline, wherever you may be. Offline here, that is, because we would rather you be here with us rather than going offline. So when you're offline from us, there you go. You got somewhere else to take a listen. But yes, we had Malcolm Nance on. We had the John Culp. These are from the organization. They go in and they demine a lot of these locations that have been liberated. They have a fantastic organization going around. They are really doing God's work. When you talk about taking mines out and removing mines from fields and homes, what have you, and it's just very special. It takes a very special person and people to go out and do this work, and they're doing a lot of training with the Ukrainians so that their country can return back to normal. There are thousands and thousands of mines out there, and these people are helping do the work to get them out of the country. So take time, go listen to that segment, and then also too, and that was Bomb Text Without Borders is what that organization was. So please take time and listen to these. We did it because a lot of people were asking about, being able to hear these segments. So we did this, and that's something that we're very proud of. Then there's a lot of other things that are coming up: the interviews, the videos that are going to be coming up on the space as well. So please stay tuned. and we're gonna start go into some hands. Somebody was, yeah. Go ahead, Bloke.
Yeah, actually, Daryl, I'm having trouble. I see 2 requests coming in, and I can't bring them up. Could you do? Can you see them and can you bring them up?
I can see them, but I cannot bring them up. And we only have M as a speaker. So, do you want to close out and then come back and then I do the same after?
Okay, I'll bounce my phone and come right back, and then you do it, and then hopefully everything will work again. Okay, I'll be right back. Speakers, we see your requests. We are having trouble bringing you up. The usual solution to that is to bounce the phone. So that's what we're going to do now. And we'll do that one at a time. So we're not left without a co-host. Be right back. Thank you, Daryl.
All right. So, M, it's been you, the only one I got here I can talk to. And Axel, of course. Are you seeing happen in the Northern Africa, Middle East regions as far as support for Ukraine? What are you seeing yourself there?
Right now, the political leaderships of those countries are so fixated on the economic crises that they have to navigate. For instance, Egypt has started a quote-unquote economic conference today, probably for the next 2 or 3 days, and then we're hosting the environment summit in Sharm el-Sheikh. So that's what's happening here. Libya, probably there's a situation where the East and West will go to war again. Hopefully not. Everyone's trying to stop it before it happens. So Libya is not really paying attention to what's happening, and especially with everything in Russia and the Wagner presence there. Tunisia is going through its own economic and political crisis. Algeria is going through an economic crisis and a political crisis with Morocco. And Morocco seems to be completely stable and more or less openly supporting Ukraine. They were about to receive a shipment of artillery units from some country. I don't recall now. They were supposed to receive 12 pieces. I don't know if it's towed or self-propelled. I can't remember. But basically, the Moroccan government agreed the European origin nation to ship those to Ukraine and then make new ones and send them to Morocco. And they agreed to taking a late delivery and agreed to having those guns be delivered to Ukraine to go into service with the Ukrainian armed forces as soon as possible to respond to the challenges they are facing on the battlefield, right? So that's North Africa in a nutshell. Morocco supports what the Ukrainian government is doing, and they supported them in action by accepting a late delivery of a weapon system that they purchased by a European country for that to be delivered to Ukraine. Egypt did the same. I think it was the air defense system that has just been fielded in Ukraine. Keep forgetting its name. Istar, TSIR. Axel, help me out here if you're still here.
I'm here. I'm sorry. You were listening for. So you were looking for what air defense system?
The German one that was delivered to Ukraine.
IRIS-T.
Yeah, basically those were 4 platforms that were making their way to Egypt, and the Egyptian government agreed to take a late delivery and have those 4 units delivered to Ukraine as a matter of priority. So that's between Egypt and Morocco. That's what's happening in North Africa right now. There.
All right, appreciate that. Now, just one question on Saudi. After the announcement was made, I can't remember what it was, about Saudi. Have they made any adjustments or movements in Saudi yet? Since we have, I can't remember what that piece of news was the other day, but about, I think it was us maybe moving our equipment out of Saudi, I believe it was.
I haven't seen anything about that.
Okay, maybe that was the thought that maybe we should move it out of there. Maybe that's what it was. Okay, so I'm just going to hold fire on Saudi.
Some American politicians are calling for reviewing defense contracts with Saudi Arabia after their OPEC Plus position. Well, why the Saudis are acting this this way, I think they want to pressure the Democratic administration, and they are too sadly organizing along ideological lines while trying to project an image of acceptance and diversity and wise governance, as they call it. So instead of saying democracy, they like to consider their model a wise governance model, right? It's not a dictatorship. It's not an absolute monarchy. It's just wise governance, whatever that is. As for the response from the American politicians and American parties, well, it will be decided over the next few weeks. Wish everyone good luck, and I wish the United States have to prevail. All decent people in the world rely on the United States to have a better hope in a better future, right? So the United States will eventually triumph over its own domestic challenges, find its way forward, and make it right for for her people and the people of the world. So why the Saudis are acting their way? Well, MBS. Mohammed ibn Salman has his own vision of controlling the throne for years to come. I think he's 4 years younger than I am. Maybe he's 34 or 35 now. And if he becomes king, given his father's health conditions, and given the fact that he has managed to completely neutralize the wing within the Saudi royal family that is against him and that is more pro-United States than him and his aides, well, there will be so many years of so many drama episodes of drama that the world will have to deal with when it comes to working diplomatically with Saudi Arabia. But let's not get there. It's a bridge too far. That's the current situation when it comes to Saudi.
All right, thanks, Sam. I know sometimes we all ask questions because to a certain extent, certain areas of the world can be blind to a lot of folks, and appreciate you being able to give some insight on those. We have Bloke back. I'm gonna drop down here now and see if I can help bring folks up as well.
Yeah, everything's working, so I can finally bring up speakers. Apologies to the audience. We had some technical difficulties, but it looks now that things are back to working. Just a reminder, we have some new speakers. When you do come up to speak, mute your mic, raise your hand. That's how we know what order to get to you in, because sometimes there's a conversation. We don't know if you have something to say, and if you raise your hand, it lets us know that you have something to say. You can raise your hand by clicking on the heart-shaped icon, and on the right-hand side, there will be a hand. I know, there we go, perfect. And I know Jerome had been requesting earlier, you can come right back up again. Ukraine will win. I know you were requesting earlier, feel free. Let's go with Eve of Grace. Go ahead, Eve of Grace. If you want to speak, you can unmute your microphone on the left.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So you can hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
All right. I wanted to ask, I saw this video Friday night, North American time. It was posted by Chechen Center. It made me so sick. I had to just check out for a while, but it was supposedly 3 Ukrainian POWs that were being gifted to Kadyrov. Is that his name? The guy that ran the head of Chechen.
Yeah, I saw that myself. It's disgusting, isn't it?
Oh my God, yeah, it made me ill. And I don't know if that's real, and if it is, like, what can we do about it?
There's only one thing we can do about it, and that's arm Ukraine to the teeth so they can liberate their country from these I'm trying not to swear on air because we're not supposed to do that. We're trying to get a Spotify rating. But I promise you, what I'm thinking is not printable or playable on the air. But
Oh, I understand. Me either.
yeah, no, the only way for this to end is for Russia and Putin's gang of henchmen, including Lukashenko and Kadyrov, all these people, is for them to be thoroughly defeated. That's the only way forward. They have to be defeated because giving them any sort of negotiation or victory will just empower them to continue thinking that they can act like this without consequences. So that's really why we're here, right? Promoting the cause of Ukraine, explaining to the world what they're up against, and you can see what we're up against. These people, they don't follow any law whatsoever. No Geneva Conventions, no laws of armed conflict, no laws, period, nothing. The only thing they understand is consequences. The only thing they'll ever understand is force. And so that's why we're here, to promote the cause of Ukraine and to help arm Ukraine, and to support Ukraine as best we can. And also for people here, when they're so angry, like I was, or when the war started, I was very angry, livid, and I was looking for something to do, to make a contribution, to try to tip the scale somehow, however I could. And one of the ways I could do that was by donating, time, energy, whatever it is. And one of the organizations we support is MriyaAid.org. But write your elected official, take all that anger and all that energy, put it into a letter to your elected official. I don't know where you live, but write to your MP, congressperson, senator, whatever it is, and tell them that this has to stop and that Ukraine must be armed to the teeth so that they can basically stick it to these people and tell them, no, we say no, you can't get away with this. You're not allowed to do that. And if you act like that, we are going to either kill you or put you in jail in The Hague. And that's the only way out from my point of view. I'm sure other panelists have more to add, but I saw the video. It's absolutely disgusting. But please, they've done even worse than that, if you can imagine. They're just like, as I said, they're animals. They've just got to be stopped.
Disgusting. Yes, I agree. All right. Well, thank you all for all you do. I really appreciate it. And I don't know how to drop down.
So the way you do that is you just click on your own little icon in the space, and there'll be a menu that'll come up, and it'll say switch to listening. That's actually better because if we have to remove you from speaker, it makes it harder for you to find the place the second time or something like that. So there we go. It worked perfectly. Excellent. George.
Hey, how's it going?
I am bungling along through Twitter, and Daryl and I are gradually bringing Twitter under control. Well, at least our little space of it.
Gotcha. What the Russian Bakhmut offensive doing?
They're getting their ass. They're encountering difficulties.
You check yourself there, yeah.
So well put, Blow.
Yeah, they're experiencing technical difficulties. Remember that?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Actually, last I saw was that, okay, I mean, everyone's seen this. I mean, Daryl, Axel, you guys have all seen me asking you guys through DMs, why why are the Russians still attacking Bakhmut? This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I mean, Liman is gone. The P-66 is just about gone. What are they doing? This is crazy. And so the general conclusion, and I'd love to hear from Daryl, M, and Axel, is that they were just told to do it. And so they've been banging their heads against this wall. They finally made some progress and managed to get this asphalt factory after like over a month and a half of losing like tens and tens of troops per day, like hundreds, like maybe even thousands. At one point, they were just slaughtered. So they finally get this asphalt plant, and then they've been trying to bang their heads against this wall more. And guess what? Today the Ukrainians took it back. Like in 2 to 3 days, the Ukrainians took back what they had fought. Wagner especially had fought over 40 days for, and spend all that blood and treasure. I'm going to try to get more news on this. That's the latest I've heard. Daryl, have you heard anything lately, or M?
No, I'm going back to see what that map with the arrows, what everybody's talking about with the arrows. Let me take a spot at that real quick.
Yeah, and we've got to get you a pet co-host again. So I don't know. I'll see if I can get that to work. Okay.
They lost everything they've gained the last 6 weeks in like less than 72 hours.
Yeah, and to top it all off, okay, like there's no point to it, right? Like it makes no sense. I mean, I can't figure out a reason to do it. Maybe earlier in the war, Bakhmut was a road junction, sort of made sense because it was a road junction you could take in several different directions. So yeah, I guess. But if you've just got pushed back, oh, you know, you know, and the rest of the oblast, what are you doing? And that's what I can't figure out. M, what am I missing? I've been asking this question for months. I must be missing something. Why are they doing it? Oh, I guess M's disconnected. Oh, Daryl, you're back. Things seem to be working. Okay, finally, I think we've got the technical difficulties sorted out. Yeah, so to respond to your question, George, absolutely no idea. And yes, effectively, they've lost all of the gains that they have literally sent thousands of troops to die for. And they've lost it over the past 2 or 3 days. It makes utterly no sense. I have no explanation as to why. But you know what? If they want to continue to bang their heads against this wall, what's the old expression? And never interfere with the enemy when they're screwing up. Words to that effect. I'm probably misquoting Sun
Well,
Tzu.
you're pretty accurate. Yeah, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. That's it. But this battle for Bakhmut, it's turned into the graveyard of the Wagner group. They've lost like so many Wagner guys trying to take this thing. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, couldn't have happened to nicer guys, eh?
Yeah, it's literally a meat grinder. I mean, literally, they're just getting chopped the hell to pieces there, and they've lost like serious like equipment. The Wagner guys usually get the better equipment. They're the highest paid guys, or they're mercenaries. They're making like whatever four to $6,000 a month, and they have the best equipment, the best personal equipment, and things of that nature, and they're just getting absolutely obliterated there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I have no explanation. We'll try to get you more news. We just had a speaker come up. Maybe So Metal K wants to talk about that.
So what I heard, and it kind of jives with what everybody's saying, is that Wagner gets paid on finishing the mission, which was to take that cement plant was the mission. Then they go off to their next mission, whatever's going to pay them the most.
Oh my God. Really?
Yeah, they did have a bounty on whatever job that they were put on. That was true.
I just don't know what to say. I'm like really
It's not
speechless.
yeah.
Yeah, whatever the mission that they were given, yeah, they got paid according to the missions that they were given. If they completed it, yeah, they get paid. If they don't complete it and die in place, well, of course, they're not getting paid. But yes, that's the way they operate.
Yeah, I'm looking through the emoticons and I can't find the appropriate one for this. But yeah, thank you for that information, So Metal K. I had heard that they were supposed to get prestige or were jockeying for power, but I'd never thought of that. They're just not going to get paid until they do it. Yikes. But yeah, thank you for coming up with that information.
Well, just think about this, bloke. When your manpower is obliterated, your payroll goes down. So, hey, yeah.
So I just had a listener say, are there valuable natural resources that they may want? Just to specify, they're fighting for an asphalt plant, so I doubt it. And yeah, even if they were, even if that was true, they're not going to get it by banging their heads against the wall like that. So it still wouldn't make any sense. So that barely works either. That doesn't make any sense because let's suppose
your client is the what is Putin, whatever his title is. That's your main client, and if that's what he tells you, bloke, that's all you can do. If he gives you like two objectives, and those two objectives are what your money is based on, that's all you can do. They don't have the ability to go fight for a different one and get paid for it, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm getting a flurry of DMs from the audience. And by the way, folks, if you're shy and you don't want to come up to speak, feel free to DM. It's nice to have people come up to the panel so we can have a conversation. But feel free to DM. But I'm getting a flurry of DMs saying that there, might be certain natural resources underneath that area. So getting back to you on that, but that wouldn't matter, right? Because in order to be successful, you have to you have to win the war, right? And this is not a way that you're going to win the war, right? In fact, it makes no sense. So even that doesn't make sense. I just give up trying to explain this behavior. All interesting hypotheses, right? Like but knowing Wagner, what that one listener just popped up to say, that's starting to make more sense now. They're not going to get paid unless they take it. Suddenly, it's suddenly making more sense. That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I'm just checking. Go ahead.
Yeah, bloke. One of the other things was the note from the Georgia Legion when they ran into Wagner folks is that they have a no surrender, fight to the last on their as their orders.
Wagner?
So, yes,
That's
Wagner.
outstanding. Excellent. Good. I'm glad to hear it.
So,
Fantastic.
So if they are trying to take it, they must take it, and if even down to the last man, they have to, whatever they get, they have to defend it.
Yeah, like for the audience, let's make it clear who we're talking about. These mercenaries, I can't use the language I'd like to use. They are not nice people, to say the least. This is this this is a horde of of you know rapists, murderers, looters, and pedophiles. Like these guys are absolute um, bottom of humanity. Like they literally go to prisons to recruit these people. So the fact that Wagner has a no surrender policy, I find actually sort of heartwarming, to be honest, because that just means that the quotient of good people in the world has a possibility of increasing. So, these are really not good people. But yeah,
Yep. Yeah, go ahead, Bloke. I was just wanting to say
no,
something when you were
you go
done.
ahead. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say, one thing I hope that comes out of this is that countries in Africa that have been plagued with Wagner people showing up and creating discord amongst peoples. Yes, there's natural discord amongst certain groups there, but the fact that when these folks come in, it usually gets a lot worse and a lot bloodier and a lot nastier. And I'm just hoping that at the end of all this, in places where they were heavily, and that their numbers dwindle, and that the ability for them to go into these places and do their dirty work goes down, because the fact that Russia will no longer be that shining beacon of hope for these sick folks. I hope that dissipates a little bit. Um, they're always going to be with us, but I just hope for some of these countries where they've been operating that they actually are able to come to get some peace. There'll never be total peace, but let's hope that they can find some. Um, that's my my Miss America speech for the night, world peace, that type of thing. But that's my hope. I want peace. I want them not to exist in some of these countries.
Yeah, no, Wagner has been sowing nothing but death and destruction wherever they roam. And that's another reason that Ukraine must win, because just the consequences of letting this aggression stand are just so absolutely appalling. And that this absolutely cannot continue. Russia and this thuggish state that engages with these mercenaries and commits all these war crimes. I mean, what more can I say? I don't think I need to preach to the audience. You all get it. But that's why we're here. That's why we volunteer our time. And that's why we recommend that you donate what you can. It's easy to get angry and feel despair, but you can just go over to MriyaAid.org, or earlier today, and Daryl, maybe you want to talk about that. We had Malcolm Nance up here. There's another organization that Malcolm Nance supports, and of course we do too. And Ripley's Heroes. I wasn't able to listen to the whole thing because I had some family stuff to get to, but I would love to hear about that interview. And the only other thing I wanted to point out to our audience is that you might want to give the ISW a follow. They have some pretty good maps to explain the situation on the ground. And Also, maybe Language Learner, who's a regular contributor to the show. He is able to, he has some pretty good maps and does some really great updates. And this is where you can get plugged in to hear the latest of what's happening on the ground.
And that group, that Malcolm Nance's group, that's terror asymmetrics. That's the group that he is. I mean, that's the fund for his group and what they are trying to get kits for first aid, first aid kits and all of that kind of stuff, because his guys are really on the front of this, and they were needing specific kit for their guys to stay alive, first aid kits and the like. But yeah, he came in earlier today and he spoke about how, we had a couple of trolls that time of the day. We had couple of trolls coming in, and they were dispatched. One guy asked him the question, "Why should we be in Ukraine? And what's the end state?" Well, I think that's what it was. What's the end game for why we are there? And Malcolm went through and really went into how what the Ukrainians are doing in securing their freedom has a lot to do with why our troops may not never have to go into Ukraine or anywhere and go against Russia for this to our kids never have to see the battlefront because Ukraine is actually prosecuting this war. And he really laid it out for the guy. And there's some people you can't change their minds, but he really gave the guy a real earful on why we are doing the right thing. And so it was really good to hear. I would, ask everyone, when that segment is posted on Spotify, to go there and listen to it. He did have to cut it short because his guys were at the front. They had a issue at the time, and so he had to go off. He came back in, but he really couldn't stay. So he will be back with us. He'll be going on vacation here very shortly. So hopefully, while he's off, he'll come in and talk to us a bit. But again, please go to the Spotify and listen in to it.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. And is he going to come back? Is he coming back to the space soon?
He's possibly going to be back on Monday. I think he said tomorrow, Monday or Tuesday. But that it really depends. He will announce. He will let Yehuda or Axel know ahead of time, so that we can get a card up and let everybody know what time he's going to be here. He is going to let us know ahead of time. But it may be a same day type of situation. So just ask everybody to look out for it. But I believe he did say it will be Monday. So that's today for some of you. It'll be tomorrow for the rest of us.
Outstanding. That's great news. So I've just been having a look at the Kherson front to see. Well, there's an immediate blackout, so we're not going to be talking very much about it, I guess. But just based on the Russian chatter, it looks fairly clear that the Russians are going to be driven out. That's only a question of time. They're losing. So it's really just a matter of time before Kherson is liberated. Folks, if you have a question about the day's developments, there have been a bunch of them. The U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has, for example, announced that she will attend a Ukraine forum in Croatia. That's just been announced. there has been a reiteration of support for Ukraine from the U.S. Congress. Doesn't look like there is any issue there. And if you have questions about the latest developments, please, by all means, request the mic. Come up and speak, raise your hand, and we'll get to you. And we'd be happy to hear from you because, you know, we do this for you. So if you can participate, ask questions, that would be really, really great. Great, there we go. We have a speaker coming up. Gary. Perfect. You're the only one up there, so away you go.
Yes, earlier
Mr.
today they were talking about some dam that Russians are trying to blow up. They tried one time and they were unsuccessful in doing it. Are they still trying to blow up that dam so they can flood Ukraine and killing thousands of people? Are they still planning on doing that, or are they protecting that
That's a
dam, or what?
really good question. That's a really good question. So the dam in question is the hydroelectric dam around Novakhovka, and if that dam were blown, there would be a lot of flooding. It would cause a lot of trouble. But the thing is, it would also cause a lot of trouble for the Russians. So we're not sure whether that would make any military sense whatsoever, right? So it's probably not likely that they're going to blow the dam because it's going to cut off their water supply. It would probably flood more areas on the left bank rather than the right bank. So improbable that they'll do it, but they've done quite a few improbable things so far. Like number one, just invading in the first place was crazy and made no sense. So who knows? We can't predict the future, but it's really unlikely. That's the latest take we have on that.
Well, every time anything that Russia does not make sense at all. Nothing. The invasion, I mean, everything they have done so far does not make one. It just don't make sense. You know, they should have never gone into Ukraine. It's just unreal. This sort of reminds me of Vietnam. Same old bull. You know, it's just.
I couldn't agree. This is well. I mean, let's put this in perspective. Putin wants to conquer not only Ukraine but a lot of other countries as well, right? So from that point of view, it makes no sense. But I mean, it makes sense, I guess, in the mind of a dictator, in a mind of an imperialist dictator who wants to take over other countries and subjugate them to his will. I guess that makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to us at all. Yeah, so I couldn't agree with you more there.
Well, there's another thing too. I had an earlier report today that the Russians are dropping their guns, taking their military clothes off, and stealing civilian clothes, and they're trying to get over across into Poland. I think that's what they all should do. Drop their guns, take off the military, and get into civilian clothes and just get the heck out of Ukraine. That's I mean, don't just stop at a few people. I like to see them all do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, let's make it really simple. The war ends when Russia goes home. Russia could end this war tomorrow. They could simply go home and the war's over.
Yeah, but it's not going to make no sense. I mean, will Putin still stand for trial for humanity? I mean, for what he's done, I mean, he can't be walking off scot free. Even if he does send the troops back home, what's going to happen to
Mr. G,
Putin?
that's Mr. G, that's going to be the unknown, because even after this war is over, and if once the trials go forward, it will be a matter of how he gets transferred into custody. As long as he probably remains within Russia, he will probably remain a free man. However, he steps outside the country, that can be a totally different story. Even as a leader, quote unquote, of a sovereign nation, if he is convicted of war crimes, I think that there will be there may be other ways of going about. I mean, his freedom will severely be limited in that situation. Let's go that route. But
I'd like to see the Navy SEALs or Special Forces get into Russia and try to get a hold of Putin. That's probably about the only way to get it.
Well, let's hope without the loss of American life, we can put the sanctions on Russia so hard that they willingly turn him over because of what the populace does not believe that he's worth it. Or maybe he just falls out of a window. That would be probably the best case.
All right. Thank you, Gary. I think Jacob, you were up next, but you didn't put your hand up. So if you have a question or comment, please put your hand up so that we know you want to speak. Otherwise, we'll move on.
I appreciate you letting me talk, bro. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Jacob, yes, you're next. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Book. Yeah. Sorry I didn't put my hand up. I wasn't really thinking. I kind of just wanted to, it's kind of random, and I've just been thinking about it for the last week or so, listening to you guys, and I've thought about asking it or bringing it up. But everyone talks about the nuclear capabilities of Russia, and while I don't personally believe that it's that realistic of it happening, I guess I'm just curious as to how you guys feel, like what their nuclear capabilities actually are, because it seems that everything we've thought we knew about, or at least me thought I knew about the Russian military, kind of seemed to be overplayed or overhyped, and unless all of the money that they've been putting into their military went directly to nuclear capabilities, which is possible, it kind of would seem that it would kind of be in line with the rest of the military and not be as great as it's played out to be.
Well, look, that may be true. There's endemic corruption in the Russian military. I mean, they stole 1.5 million uniforms from their own people,
Sure.
right? Like, I mean, it's an absolute shoot show. But the thing is, when we talk about anything to do with WMD, you have to take it seriously. So you don't play games with that stuff. So so the answer to your question would be, it doesn't matter. You still have to take it seriously, and you still have to treat it as a serious threat. And we have been for over 60, 70 years, right? Me personally, I was really hopeful in the early 90s that things would get better, that Russia would democratize, and that we would all enjoy a peace dividend, and the world would be a better place. And there were brief moments when it looked that way, right? But then we saw this mafia boss take over the largest nation on earth and start plundering it and putting his people in charge, his henchmen in charge. And so now we're back to the way it was before, when what we had to do was we had to explain the consequences. Because ultimately, bullies like Putin, they only understand consequences. They only understand force and consequences. You can't reason with them. You can't appeal to their humanity. You can't try to tell them that the world would be a better place if they didn't plunder their own people. You can't tell them that they would make their own citizens' lives better because they just don't care. You can't even tell them that you'll lose your worldwide reputation because they don't care about that either. They only care about themselves. And so the only way to effectively deter bullies like Putin is to confront them and say, look, buddy, don't even think about this, because if you even try that, it's over for you. You can't appeal to their humanity. You have to appeal to their self-interest. And the only thing that Putin understands is consequences. So to answer your question, Jacob, probably their equipment is not as well maintained. Maybe some of the, tritium hasn't been replaced. Maybe I think this has to be done every 10 to 12 years. You have to perform some maintenance. Maybe none of that was done. Maybe they said they did and didn't do it. Maybe a large number of them are duds, but it doesn't matter. You have to take it seriously, because the consequences of not taking this stuff seriously are just too grave. So we can't just rely on their incompetence, no matter how much they've demonstrated of it so far.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. It's kind of what I just kind of had been thinking about, and I don't know. Obviously, we hear it a lot, and people really worried about it. And I like I said, like, I don't really believe it's necessarily that realistic of it happening. Like, yeah, I agree that, I mean, taking it seriously is, it's better safe than sorry, I suppose, right? But I just wanted to see if you had any insight, or what you what you potentially believed was the state of their nuclear arsenal, in reality.
Yeah, I can tell you that we just assume that it all works and act accordingly, right? And do our deterrence and our due diligence, and that's the way we deal with it. And that's the only way you can deal with it. And the only other thing you say is, if you do this, it's not in your interest. And
It's not in anyone's interest. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just bad news all around.
Yeah, exactly. And so that usually works because, of course, they want to stay wealthy and rich and powerful. And if they do something stupid, that will be the end of them. And then the second thing is that I think the odds of Putin being launched out of an 11-story window are higher than anyone launching nukes by an order of magnitude.
Can that be televised on live TV if that happens? If he is launched out of
I'd buy
11
tickets. They could sell tickets for that one.
Somebody more than likely will have a camera on that window.
Just keep me apprised. If you hear of this show coming out, you let us know.
We won't be the first. It'll be worldwide before we get it. Good evening, Catherine.
Right. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, Jacob.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for hosting this space. It's just fabulous. I've learned so much. I think we all have. My question is, what role are the Russian separatists playing in the Donbass area? Because they've had so much experience fighting Ukraine for the last several years, have they been catapulted into more prominent positions in the Russian army. I'm just curious, where are they in this whole strategy of Russian invasion? Thank you.
They tend to be Russian FSB officers and military officers designated and dedicated to go there. That's how it came up. There is no Russian separatists. That's the whole point. This is a chimera which has been taken up in the West quite easily because it was a Russian narrative prepared from 2011 onwards and then taken full hold in 2014. And that you are still talking about Russian separatists just means that the US media, as well as the rest of the Western media, has taken out it so neatly. That's fine. There's no separatism there. There's about 72,000 Russian soldiers of different grades which have been identified, including a couple of agents of the GRU, that's the military intelligence agency, who've infiltrated Crimea and the currently occupied territories. So what you've been told or what you'd like to tell further onwards, or what you've just presented here, is utter tosh.
Wait, I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
So there's no separatists, darling. There's no separatists.
So
there's
So I
infiltrating.
can help
There's
clarify.
the green man, if that tells you anything.
Okay. So at one point, early on, wasn't that a thing?
No, the Russians made it a thing.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I can try to.
I
explain
hear
a little
these
bit
words
more.
and
Yeah.
well,
No, I understand. And there's a lot of information out of there that just gets repeated, like Axel says, and the media and stuff like that. And so so basically there was never a serious separatist movement ever.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
What happened is the Russians wanted to make it appear that way, so they sent what we refer to as little green men, to these areas that basically Putin just wanted to subjugate, right?
I see.
And
Okay.
so so the thugs, and I mean, you saw the latest, these sham referendums, right?
Sure.
Where I mean, you saw how ridiculous and how stupid and how little sense that makes, right? Like, I mean, it's clearly illegal.
Yeah.
It's like me, I don't know where you live, but it's like me saying, oh, I'm going to say that I own your city, and I'll do a referendum and you'll have no say with it, and I'll send some of my thugs there with guns to make sure you vote the way I want to. I mean, it's not a thing, right?
Yep.
Well, they did that back then, right?
Okay.
They hired
Yeah.
a bunch of thugs, sent them in. They did that, and that's what became this notion of quote unquote separatists, right? But it's not really separatist. Separatist is something like up here, where I live, where people vote if they want to separate from a country democratically, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and that never, ever, ever happened in Ukraine. It was Putin sending his thugs over. Do you see what I mean?
Yep. Just a story. It's just a silly
Exactly.
story. Got it.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And the people he was sending over to do a lot of this stuff, and Axel, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe NM, you can chime in, but a lot of these were Wagner mercenaries, probably, those same people.
Well, Wagner didn't have an impact at that point in time yet. This is preceding it. This is at a point in time when the GRU, the FSB, and regular Russian troops were designated for it.
Yeah. So, okay. So sorry about that. I was wrong about. To answer your question about where are these people, what are they doing? Well, they're invading the rest of Ukraine right now, and conducting more sham referendums to try to pretend to the world that this is somehow. Well, no one's having it. Like, no one's having it. We're just, they're thoroughly being ignored. No one takes it seriously. No one takes the Russians seriously anymore. Well, we take them seriously. We don't take anything they say in terms of legality seriously, because they're so clearly thugs and criminals, right? And so as to what happened to them, well, they're trying to take over the rest of Ukraine. I'm sure a lot have enriched themselves. I'm sure a lot got promotions. But I'm also sure, equally sure, that many of them were sent to the front where they died. And I think a lot of them have died in the recent offensive. So that's probably what's going on right now. Em or Axel could add more, but that's all I know.
Thank you so much. And Axel, your knowledge is stunning. All of you. But I don't know, you're on this site so much of the time. I worry that you don't get enough sleep. But thank you all.
Axel absolutely doesn't get enough sleep, but we love you for it. We love his dedication. Same with Em. Em is up quite late too, but you know.
Em is in Cairo. Come on.
All right.
Yeah, he's in Cairo right now. There's only an hour difference between you two, though.
All right, Daryl, can you give me a moment? I've got a few kid things to do, and I'll be right back in 5 minutes.
Surely. All right, folks. I will ask that you know, when someone's speaking, please keep your mics muted. It helps because it gets to be a lot of noise when more than one person is trying to speak. So I am going to ask, make sure you do that. Okay. Enough said. Richard, good evening, good afternoon, good morning.
I think it's both good night and good morning where we are. 2:45 a.m. in London. You know, I just.
What are you doing up there? What are you doing?
I'm following the MriyaReport. Well, do you know actually?
Okay. Good excuse. Come on.
Well, actually, I'm doing a little bit of work on the side, but I was just actually sitting here thinking, you know, overthinking, playing through in my head some of the stuff I did show you today, because I've been trying to wrestle with what's going on with Shogun, and maybe this has been discussed ad nauseum on the space already, and in which case I apologize. But it's sort of what was said and to whom it was said. So if Russia wanted to go ahead and do something, as they've stated, they would just go ahead and do it. You know, they don't need permission at this point to do war crimes, right? So not that anyone.
When you say Shoigu and doing some things, you mean dirty bomb?
Yeah, yeah. The dirty bomb, comments that he took a .2 phone for.
It's another narrative. It's a fear narrative. So what's the point?
Well, I mean, why those 4 countries specifically? And I mean, you could say, I mean, I would respect you.
What do you mean? Why not? Turn it around. Take Russian propaganda for what it is. Why not? Use 3-4 different parties, spread it around, make them fear something, make a story up, make it sufficiently credible but still confusing, just in order to insert another media narrative, and you gain 48 hours of media narrative. You talk to us now. The half of Western media writes about it. They've achieved what they need to do. Is it not clear? I mean, we're 8 months into this. We've been discussing this here on this space for 8 bloody months. That's exactly what they do. They need to own the media space. And for every forlorn story, people come, oh, what's going on now? Nothing is going on. It's another narrative.
It's another dam.
Every single day. They'll try 5, 6, 7 different stories, and they'll set it against the media timetable, and then they'll play it. That's how it goes. Is that not clear yet?
Well, I mean, I you know, this is why I asked, because I mean, I get a bit confused sometimes with the amount of comments you get on Twitter, where you get one half of the people, like, you know, like yourself, Axel, saying that this is
what could you call it, psyops, whatever.
Yes, it's a narrative. Building a narrative.
And on the
Trying to insert it into the media. Yes.
And on the other side, you get those people going, "This is big, this is normal. They're talking to, they've phoned this one in, they haven't just thrown it up on TASS or whatever other media outlets they've got of propaganda."
No, they've now managed to get it to someone who's close enough to some source, which then talks about it, so that someone at the BBC actually gets, oh God, exactly that it is. They need to do it every day. They'll try another approach every single day. It's the constant testing of the line.
Mm-hmm.
And it will continue. And whenever they're losing, it gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
Remain calm, get back to work, do your thing, look at it with detachment, think about them as being who they are, unruly communists. They're doing the same thing all the time. You can call it fascist, communist, it doesn't really matter. It's the same authoritarian bullshit. The PSYOPs operations, quite literally, of the Tsarist intelligence service between 1902 and then the revolution of 1905, the attempt by Trotsky, up until the First World War, were so insidious, and nobody in Europe got it. This is a continuity of their approach, now with different media options, in a digital world. That's what Em and I are trying to explain to people all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Take it as it is. Have a sip of beer or whatever, a glass of wine or a cup of tea, doesn't matter, whatever makes you tick, and that's fine.
Very well. Thank you, Axel.
There's no dirty bomb. There's nothing happening. They can't phone it in. There's no ballistic missiles. They've gone down. Bloke will tell you this in a second because he knows this a little bit better than many other people and because he's been working in this field for quite a long time. They have no capacity for a long time already. They are lacking tritium. They didn't have the capacity to maintain their nuclear arsenal. They are so bereft of any options that they had to shoot. That's the whole point. They're toast.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, I agree in as much as if you're going to make that much noise about it, if you're going to bother to phone up for, defense ministers and make such a big scene about it, as I said, if you were going to do it, you'd just do it. If you had the capacity to do it and you needed to do it, you'd just do it. If you're phoning people up and making a big noise about it, then that's basically saying, well, there's going to be something happens if you just don't stop supporting Ukraine, then something will happen. So you're making a point, making a noise. So I agree. I understand.
They're keeping them facing the news. That's it. They want to control the news cycle. They want to be heard and seen because they are losing and their voice is being muted in their media circles. They're losing their voices, their viewership. And that's what they care about. As long as they can keep you concerned, you thinking about it, they're living in your head rent free. And by continually talking about it, that's exactly what they're doing.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to drop back then.
No worries.
Thanks, Richard.
Daryl, you're breaking up. You're driving.
Yeah, I'm driving. Go ahead, AMK.
Howdy, folks. Thank you for talking with me here. I have a couple of theories that I would like to present to the panel to see if I'm thinking in the right way. One has to do with the Wagner Group, and it's butting its head up against Bakhmut. As we've already seemed to have come to the conclusion that this is not a objective that it has any operational or strategic significance anymore. But they're doing it because they're getting paid. The my theory is that there's no mechanism for the Russian army or the Russian command structure to change the objective for the Wagner Group to something else that's more in line now with the strategic realities that they face? Or is it maybe that this is really a symptom of dysfunction within the command structure, in that a professional army is not going to particularly care about a paramilitary organization, and so the Russian army is totally happy with the Wagner Group beating its head up against Bakhmut to no real strategic effect? So in that, looking at it in terms of a dysfunctional command structure, all of a sudden what's occurring with the Wagner Group continuing to butt its head against Bakhmut is a little bit more nuanced than just they have to get paid, because it seems to me that, well, Bakhmut's no longer important. Let's give them a new mission and let them get paid from that.
No, Bakhmut is.
Well, neither nor.
Go ahead, Axel.
Carol, can you get your microphone?
You can't hear me any better now. I took it off the car. It's on my. How you read me now?
You sound fine.
Better.
Okay. Go ahead, Axel. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just said neither nor. The framing is wrong. The Wagner Group is an integrated part of the GRU. They've been designated to take a task. They do not have the capacity to replace regular troops, but they can be breach troops, and that's the function they've performed. Currently in Bakhmut, it's not just Wagner troops fighting there. That's a lot of tosh. There's regular army, there's conscripts, there's VDV, there's paratroopers, and plus Wagner, and all of them more or less congested already in the area, and they're being attrited. This is how it should be. It's completely irrelevant. The force structure, obviously, yes, we agree that the force structure of the regular army in that field, and the lack of a decent command structure is still the case, but it has no relevance, no bearing on Prigozhin and his people. Completely irrelevant. It's an interesting idea, but it has no relevance in this case.
I see one thing, though, that I could reiterate, and that's that they've lost a lot of their officer corps. So I don't know if you've been following, but they've lost a lot of colonels. In fact, I've even lost count of how many officers they've lost. And
They've lost a lot of junior officers too.
Yeah. And Putin has a habit of replacing people and actually intervening. This is hearsay, I guess, but intervening in military decisions. So it's hard to know.
We should not go there. There's
Fair
not
enough.
a single piece of evidence, not a shred of evidence for this. Not a single military intelligence service, neither has an MOD, by the way. There was one indication that the overall command structure of the armed forces of the Russian Federation was shaken up. And if you read through every single statement made so far by the MOD, who tend to be reasonably calm about these matters, you won't find an indication of that. Just because Western media picks up on this doesn't make it true. People need to be calm and constantly apply critical thinking.
Yep, I take the point. But
so now, applying critical thinking, then what is the objective for them to continue to beat their heads against Bakhmut and not rethink their strategy and do something else?
They don't follow their own doctrine. That's the key thing. There's an inconsistency in their execution of prosecuting this war. This has been around from the very beginning. This has not changed. There's pretty much two operations so far which can be described as having followed doctrine so far. One is a fighting withdrawal from what is the salient north west of Hostomel, through Ivankiv, but even that was not perfect. And another one was the initial approach to Genevieve. And that's that in the whole invasion. So that inconsistency is there, and that's a matter of a complete breakdown of communication, because the culture of these armed forces, and our people tend to not like to call them army, and it's quite right, is there. So there is no relevance as to us speculating as to why on earth their military commanders believe that they need to win Bakhmut, why they have decided to make this an example. They did the very same thing with Mariupol, and the Ukrainians were smart enough to abuse and use that positioning. Don't forget, Mariupol has been both tragic, but at the same time, a massive success for Ukraine, strategically, tactically, and in terms of attrition and tying up forces. Same thing applies here. Bakhmut and the east of Bakhmut is the grave of a part of the Russian army.
I can't really add much more to that. So let's go to our next hand. Unless, oh, Daryl, I saw you wanted to add.
Nope. That's the word. Okay, Dan, go for it.
Yeah, is my audio good?
You're good, Dan. No crickets.
All right, so two or three things here. Woman came up 3 or 4 speakers ago talking about DPR or asking about DPR and LPR forces, and I thought Axel's answer left some important subtleties out. I fully agree with Axel that the DPR and LPR are wholly owned subsidiaries of the Russian state. That is indisputably true, in my humble opinion. But they were a subsidiary with their own military, for their own military structure. And I'm not saying that it didn't borrow people and equipment from the Russian army, but it had its own separate deal. And that has been quite important in the way this war played out, because that subsidiary force from the many republics is what manned the line of contact from 2015 to 2022, and in the process became the most competent, although by no means the best equipped piece of the Russian army. The single best example I would give you of this is that it was the L and DPR people who taught the rest of the Russian army to use drones. They literally, at some point, got organized and held classes. But it was the D and LPR people that started the war understanding how to use drones to direct artillery. If this war has proved anything, it's that that's important. They were, at the beginning of the war, also probably the most competent infantry the Russians had.
Yeah, because they were Russians, not DNR or anything else. They were Russians.
But it's a separation like the United States Army and the United States Marine Corps. It's like the Marine Corps had its own little mini country over here. That yes, they took orders from Congress and the president, but they were running their own game. And that operation created what was at the beginning of the war, in many ways, the most competent piece of the Russian military.
I'd be very careful assigning such a level of praise to them.
Well, okay, all of this is relevant. It was the more competent piece of the Russian military. And then what's happened since the beginning of the war is that because the main Russian military looks down on this force, not least for making it look bad, they have been ruthlessly used up. So the the competent L and DPR forces competent by
I
Russian standards?
wouldn't say, Dan, I'd be very careful. I think I would never assign the title to them, DPR and the likes. There were a couple of special operations forces inserted there. I agree with you, absolutely. And they were obviously, as special operations forces, competent to an extent, quite insidious even. But I'd be very careful making the generalization which you just applied to them by giving into those terms, which I'd be, as I said, I'd be careful with.
How about least bad?
Yeah, but you can't apply it to all of them. That's my point. You can't apply it to all of them.
Because there have been two distinct stages of L and DPR forces. And that's the other point I wanted to make.
Don't say LNR and DPR. That's really bad.
There have been two.
I'm sorry. Could I stop this? Could I stop you and just intervene here? If you know DPR and LPR units, that those are terrorist organizations that do exist. We will not argue about that. But if you know the units that have proven to be effective, and proven to be effective somewhere on any line on the front other than throwing the meat and surrendering, please say the names of the identifications of those units, because in reports, in the experience that we had, and I'm starting since 2014, they had absolutely no one to fight, no one willing to fight, and the only thing that they had is Russian artillery and armed formation standing behind them 50 kilometers ready to go into the action. Right now, nothing has changed. They surrendered in mass numbers. They did not manage to form any combat ready and capable battalion. Maybe there is one or two, and maybe those battalions. And this is what I'm asking right now. Maybe the idea. For example, let's say it's a Third Army Corps and Fourth Battalion and a Fifth Company or something like that.
That's exactly what he's up for. That's exactly what he's leading at.
But there is, from what we've seen, from my experience when I was there, from experience that I'm talking about with my fellows that I keep contact with, there is not yet to find capable units other than some, separate. There are some, but you're talking about numbers. Okay, we have some company over here, or you have one battalion at best that knows what's it's doing. But like 99% of those forces are totally incompetent because they're forcefully conscripted. They don't want to be part of it. They don't want to be part of this war in general, because they initially they like this war. In 2014, let me tell you, it was started because they were promised that they will be, like Crimea, with a snap of fingers, they will magically join Russia and be, and it's going to be, butterflies and rainbows everywhere. And when it did not happen, it turned out that it's them who have to fight. They said, hell no, we're not fighting. And no one have joined their military, and their military is literally non-existent. It's collapsing, and it's one of the reasons why this war has started, because their military, this controlled absolutely by Russia, it was not able to force any combat-ready, combat-effective force. It was only supported by enormous Russian artillery and forces standing behind them. That was the only reason why they existed, and that's why the war has started, because they could not support it anymore. And right now, when someone is telling me, okay, those are their most capable troops, it's not true. It's simply there is no. I mean, yeah, there is probably a battalion or two that can do anything, but for to understand the scale, we're talking about, I don't know, 200 battalions that are right now over there, and not numbers are not one or two is a
And
driven.
Konstantin, the two assignments, the terms DNR, and those are wrong. These are Russian regular and irregular Russian troops. Period.
Those are terrorist organizations controlled by Russia. That's how
Okay, that's the
we
same thing.
identify them.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean. They are originally Russian troops, then they brought in their terrorist organizations, fully agreed with you, but they are not DNR or something. These are essentially enemy troops brought across to infiltrate Ukraine, period.
Yeah, that's what they are. But of course, you always find someone treacherous and some idiot who would join, and that's what I'm saying. That's like the 2 battalions out of two large regions. They could manage to scrape only one, and two is a stretch here. Like that's 500 or 1,000 people. That's the number of those who really understand and do enforce the ideology that Russia is pushing, and the rest of them are just forcefully conscripted. That's what we've seen. Like they literally surrendered in thousands. None of them wanted to fight because they were forcefully conscripted in this non-existent, artificial DPR LNR name terrorist organization. And as soon as they get a chance, they all surrender. And when people say that, okay, DNR and LPR have most experienced troops, yeah, they probably have 1,000 of experienced troops in that organization, but those are like it's nothing. It's nothing on the scale of war. It's like it's a drop in the bucket.
Does that answer the question?
I mean, Constantine has better sources than I do. That's indisputable. But I might text him a few questions about some specifics I've read that may or may not be correct. I won't torture everybody else with that.
That's much appreciated. I know that Konstantin is a very decent chap, and I'm sure he can assist you in clarifying this. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Thank you for that question, Dan. Always appreciated. Let's go to Hendrik.
Yes, I'm just thinking, and I'm really naive on a lot of this stuff. But the only conclusions, or some of my conclusions, are this. Maybe the reason that the Wagners are breaking their heads on Bakhmut is because a third party, let's say someone in the military, someone of the old officer corps, sees a private army controlled by an oligarch as a threat, because we've heard of a lot of infighting between them. And if we go back and think about the old Russian Navy and the pride that they had, well, this is completely different to the army that they have right now, and especially, the likes of the Wagnerites. So I'm thinking, could there in fact be part of a plan of some of the old military generals and such to try to save some troops, the qualified troops, and pull them out of the front so they could literally have the basis of a coup that could take place at the Kremlin. The other question, really, what that involved in the same question would be the Rosguardia. Who is in charge of them? Once the decision has been made that the loss was due to Putin, then it becomes a question is who's going to supplant him. And I can't imagine it being a peaceful changeover. It will be a case of who has the most troops. And I can't imagine that Wagner would be allowed to stay around to be a player in all of this. Anyway, that's just my naive thought on that. I'm ready for comments.
I don't know how to comment on this because I did not really grasp the entirety, but entirety of your comment. But the Wagner is definitely something that can, it's like those warlords in one of the Africa states that can spun out of the control of Putin and everyone else. You can imagine that they're given tanks, like the private military group is given tanks, is given planes. They get BTRs, they get infantry fighting vehicles, they get so much armor, and imagine they have to go back to the rotation somewhere. I mean, as long as they're using this equipment inside Ukraine, that's totally fine for Russia, right? They don't care what's happening over there. But there is a border, and as soon as, for example, if your military unit, let's say, I don't know, 125th imaginary brigade, mechanized brigade of Russian armed forces, you when you go back, you go through a lot of checkpoints. You report to your higher command. You don't just go, with your snapper of fingers because you want to go back. Have a convener, and those maybe as well. Some of them may be trophy Ukrainian tanks. Let's be real. Ukraine is losing tank equipment as well. Is moving through Russia back. Do they have a base? Where is their base? How that base is secured? Who are they? Reported to? What is if it's in some imaginary mechanized brigade, it reports to higher division command usually. The division command reports to the corps command usually, and you have this infrastructure of the command and control that keeps everything in check. And now you have entire worth of brigade unit that operates inside Russia and has equipment inside Russia. And someone, does not, and let me tell, he does not like those Wagner group. They don't like what Shoigu says. Shoigu does not like what he is doing, and they are, they're competing organizations between each other. But Shoigu has, his guys who, FSO that goes behind him, and he has the constitution that, he the laws he has to obey. But the Wagner group, they don't have any laws. They don't have any control. The only thing, they essentially, they are, their sole foundation is that you don't have the laws. You do what you paid for. What your boss has to do. If it's war crime, who cares? You do it. It's like if it's unconstitutional, who cares? You do it. If it's illegal, who cares? You do it. It's no one. They don't care about that. And now you have inside the Russia in brigade like this that has internal and there are internal tensions, and the result of that is like it can be insane. You can have Russian planes, Wagner planes, flying over Russia and bombing Russian military formations that were designed, to suppress them, for example. And who can suppress them? Only the Rosguardia can do that. They can operate inside Russia. and those units have been decimated. And those units, they don't have support. They don't support Putin as well because of the huge losses that he forced them through in Kharkiv. There is a lot of tension because of that. And what right now is happening is like this insane soup of 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 separate uncontrolled units that each of them reports to himself, because in Ukraine they were given a complete freedom, of doing whatever they want, just to get the target. And the target was for Wagner, for example, was the Bakhmut, and they fail on that right now. And and who Wagner is gonna the Rogozin, he's not gonna tell Putin, okay, I'm sorry, we failed because I was wrong, we had bad plane over here, we had bad plane over here. No, he's gonna say we failed because your air support was lacking, because your another armored brigade did not pinch through when we were performing one of our assaults, because your EW, electronic warfare units, did not do their job properly. And and those units are going to say, no, we did what we had to, we followed the orders, here are the papers, we have everything documented. And he will say, we have to move the troops back. And how do you move the troops back into Russia? And we've seen this multiple times happening actually on the lower scale, when the Russian border is being crossed by formations. One of the DPR LNR terrorists tried to cross border in Russia, and they were denied. They were pushed back, and they were later captured by Russia, by Ukrainian armed forces. So it's like they are they are making this insane brew that's gonna fire back. And how it's gonna fire back, that's the question. I'm not, let's not be prophets. I mean, there is a way to figure out it, and there is a way to make it work to some extent. But they're definitely right now working on the brink of of stepping into the hell. And that's gonna be a complete collapse, internal collapse. It's not gonna be external, it's gonna be internal, because of the reasons that I said before. I'm sorry for rambling. I have to stop for right now, and I hope I addressed a bit of what you were saying, but I feel I drifted a bit.
Well, see, the thing is, what I was saying is, if you were going to have, let's say, a civil war, okay, how would the power structure work out? Because usually, the civil war or the coup is some major or some colonel. It's not the general. And that's why, like, I was thinking that whoever, was thinking that would want to get rid of Wagner right now in the Ukraine and not let them be a unit, that would support the BSU, SBU in Russia. That's all.
Could you repeat the last part about this SBU? And I really missed that. I did not understand what you were talking about.
I think. Oh, good morning.
I believe it was said that Wagner is manipulated or controlled by the oligarch and the SBU, and so if the military
Prigozhin is a
SBU is
GRU
Ukrainian
shill.
Security Service.
Yeah, and Prigozhin is GRU.
SBU is Ukrainian Security Service. It's Служба безопасности Украины. It's not Безпека. And it's not any Russian organization. Not if SBU would control Wagner, it would be a different case what they were doing.
Well, that's actually then, and I misspoke. I actually meant the let's say the Russian equivalent, the people that controlled Wagner. And basically, I was saying is, or I was thinking the possibility, okay, that it's the military the colonels, the military, the ones that have been brought to the front and being slaughtered, and the ones not being allowed to retreat, they would form the core, okay, of a coup, in Russia. And they would most likely be opposed by Wagner. And that's the only reason I was thinking possibly Wagner is being fed to the slaughter in Bakhmut, because there's people who want to get rid of him. I know it's a very naive thought, but there's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Harry. I think a bit. I'm sorry. Good morning. I think a bit we're speculating too much.
We're cutting through it. Constantine, we're cutting through it. Prigozhin works under contract within the GRU. It's extremely simple. Konstantin, please go.
So Prigozhin, he works. Of course, we can speculate, but because we don't know, real details how it's happening. But Prigozhin, he reports probably maybe not directly to Putin, maybe through someone of his middleman between them. But it may as well be he reports directly to Putin. So it may. And there are some other units that have Axel was saying, GRU that actually facilitate what he's doing, because it's not not in any way, he take, for example, Wagner unit can move 5 tanks through Russia without being arrested. Because a private company cannot move tanks around. They have to have the documents. They have to have the security, and they have to have someone official who is covering this all, and that would be GRU. I would say there is also FSB. There is also military. Well, that's GRU, the part of the military that would probably do it. But once again, that's it's the internal connections are not that straightforward. We don't know them, and this is the key here, exactly, to understanding if there is going to be a coup, and how it's going to work. You have to know those connections, and this is at this moment, for at least for for open source, from what you see, it's a pretty closed book. So I would not. I think it's mostly speculations that we're saying, that we can only discuss here. But what is not speculation is that when you have a military unit such as Wagner, who was absolutely entrusted, with this power, as no any other non-government organization was in Russia. You have that unit failing, and you have that unit, retreating into Russia. That's what would cause the problems. And how it's gonna play out, it's gonna, no one knows. But those are armed men, really well armed men with really good experience. They know what they're doing. There are people who laugh at Wagner, but they are experienced. They've been in this war since first days. They have veterans who know what they're doing. They have equipment. And the result of that can be unpredictable. And this is what I wanted to say. But lead-ins, and there is, of course, internal tensions between those units, because imagine that you're working at the power plant, as I don't know, as just normal worker, and servicing your one of the reactors, and then someone is telling you that, oh well, it's too expensive to hold you, so we're gonna hire a contractor that's gonna do it. And that's what essentially Wagner is. At the start you seem like it's all right, but it's you feel that this is a competition. You will never like him, and then when this competition is going to be failing, what's you going to be like? Most people, going to amplify that failure, And by amplify, I don't mean like blow up the reactor or anything. I'm talking about they're gonna just it's those like snake tongues. They will speak about it. They will say bad things. And in the end, if there is like a military standoff, they are just may as well say, okay, Wagner, I'm sorry, but we're against you, and it's gonna be basically free for all. And who know what's gonna happen, but that's gonna be happening inside Russia, and that's the key of what I'm saying. I think I'm gonna stop here, sorry.
Thank you, Konstantin. Hendrik actually dropped to listener, but he is in the space. Victor, do you have something to add? I saw you raising your hand and trying to speak earlier.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Still about Wagner, because for me it looks like they are like sort of a Praetorian Guard or a very effective unit that can be used for a coup, for instance. I don't know, but it looks like, for the words of Constantine, that it could be. But who pays them? Because they exist because someone pays them. And I think he said it was GRU. But I don't know. Usually in Russia, has a tradition, even from Soviet days, of despising the art.
Victor, just to say, GRU does not pay them. GRU can only facilitate their movements inside Russia and outside, because they cannot. They have no logistics. They have someone have to give them armor. Someone have to give them ammunition. For example, if it's just LLC registered in Russia, they cannot, for some reason, magically buy 155 millimeter ammo. They cannot do that. Someone have to give them that ammunition. And for example, mechanized brigade that has that ammunition, or artillery brigade, cannot give it to them. It has to be taken off the Russian stocks, from Russian other military base, like a storage base, and there is a legality behind it, that it has to be preserved. It's not, you have to have someone doing it. There is accounting, even in Russia. It does not happen and just go ahead and plunge that base over there, because there are guards that have to pass through the vehicles and they need papers. You cannot say to this guard, okay, just open the doors, we're gonna move out all that stuff and move it 2,000 kilometers through to Russia. And what I'm saying is that GRU is one of the units that is facilitating those movements. It because it has this legal right to do so inside the Russia, and but they're not paying them the money. Paying, like you said, it's right that they have to have the cash incoming, because, for example, they have 4,000 mercenaries, and they have to get paid. And 4,000 mercenaries, if you pay them, for example, $5,000 a month, and that's 3 to 5. That's what we hear them saying. That's a monthly payment, for almost 20-30 million dollars in cash. That has to be taken from somewhere, and Prigozhin cannot just fund it by himself. Of course, he has accumulated enough, cash to last some time, and this is exactly the time that he has for his coup, to keep paying it if he wants to do it. And that is, I think, it's important to understand. And Praetorian Guard is absolutely not, it's a wrong comparison here. You should not, even try to compare Wagner to that. Sorry.
No, but not the Praetorian Guard like for someone, but like the effectiveness of it as a unit that can be used like for a coup, like you said. I mean, it could be a very dangerous antagonist to Putin.
So, in terms of that, Praetorian Guard could, overthrow the Caesar, or if that's what you mean, that definitely they can do that. But in terms of their function, the Praetorian Guard in not any way, has a function to guard Putin or a Russian internals, anything. In general, and that would be, if you call Praetorian Guard, the best comparison would probably be FSO, that's Federal Security Organization. I think it's not. They do a bit different stuff, and that's actually the organization that Putin that provides security service to the Kremlin, to his to what he's doing, and they are really well equipped in terms, not in military, in terms of legal I say this, like legal rights of what they can do, and that would be much more direct, better comparison, because like Wagner has absolutely nothing in compare, like that would link them to think that they are Praetorian Guard, and that's my personal take on this. Sorry.
No, okay, yeah, I think the same. I think it will not come from the military eventual coup, because they're all been despised since Soviet days. The militaries, it's usually KGB and now FSB and security forces that usually have they act, and I suppose probably if there is a change in the Kremlin, those will be the actors on it. I'm not sure. I would like to hear
So
about
for
it.
people to understand that FSO is the one that provides security, literally people around Putin. He controls it so much that it's like he points personally. He chooses the guards that he chooses, the chefs. They cook food for him. They drive his cars, and they bring people who he does not like into the submission. That's what FSO does, and that's may add some clarity for people who are not really familiar with Russian internal security forces. I'm
Okay.
sorry for.
No, it's okay. Great. Thank you. The other situation that I would like to point or to ask the panel if there are any comments, Russia is going to lose this, since the moment they allowed the West to give weapons to Ukraine, and we realize that their mighty army is bullshit, and I think they're going to lose it, sooner or later. And the spin will be probably we are fighting against 30 countries, against all of NATO countries. Maybe this will be the spin internally. But I'm not sure if. I think Russia needs to be dismantled. There are some of the governors were not from the regions were not happy because Putin didn't want to have to say, I'm going to do the mobilization, you are going to do it. And some of them, I read somewhere that they are just organizing sort of little armies in each region, and they are not sending them to the front. They are like keeping them there, because they are predicting chaos soon. And I'd like to hear some comments about this idea. Thank you.
Well, I think it might be a bit I don't know, we might be getting ahead of ourselves if we want to cheer on the disintegration of the Russian Empire. At the same time, I think it's very clear that they brought it on themselves, right? This is something. It's a centralized state that has created a system where resources and resources are extracted and brought to the imperial center, more or less, right? Moscow, St. Petersburg, and so forth, and the periphery regions are basically, treated like dirt and exploited. And so, it seems, I guess, pretty. Eventually, that system's going to unravel. I think that system, it looked relatively stable in broad terms before the invasion, but now, I mean, as you said, they're talking about kidnapping entire villages or draining populations of entire villages. I mean, it's hard not to say that it's a genocide against Russia's existing native populations that have already been suffering the brunt of Russian imperialist policies for generations. Like, this might be the final nail in the coffin for a lot of them. So I mean, from that perspective, I mean, it certainly does seem like something's got to give there. From an outside perspective, just a purely like realist perspective of like countries are billiard balls on the board. I would say the disintegration of Russia is probably a bad thing because it's a nuclear armed state and so forth. But I mean, it's hard to say that we or any outside forces had much to do with that disintegration. I would say that the Russian Empire as it exists is an anachronism, right? It contains within itself the seeds of its own destruction. Ultimately, this system was sort of bound to fail, and they seem to want to, through nuclear blackmail, sort of prolong that failure. And it's probably not going to work. That's my hot take. But anyways, maybe Colby, you had something to add, or do you have your own thing you wanted to go with? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that Wagner Group is not an elite military formation, and people should not be under any illusion that it is, because it isn't. It's not a special forces unit. It's not, any sort of elite, high-end military operation. Quite far from it, I would say. So I would be careful about making comparisons that suggest that it is. As for the question about the dissolution of Russia, I've spoken on this many times, and I don't think I need to add anything further to what Joseph already said on the topic.
So I had a
Thank
question. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead, Adam.
I had a question kind of along those lines, which is, hopefully everyone's focused on what needs to be focused on, right? You want to get the war over with. You want to get Russia out. Like, that's been since day one, is just get out, be gone, outside of our borders. But then I guess the thing that would be phase 2 or step 2 is, I mean, Russia has just annihilated so much of the infrastructure in Ukraine and has caused so much incredible damage. I'm curious as to how are people talking over there? Like, I'm in the States over here, so I know some Ukrainian refugees, but they're not at all talking about this. But how is there any kind of payout from Russia? Like, is that signed into a peace treaty that they get, X amount of dollars, or like, is that just you let Russia be and don't even try to get the money back to help rebuild?
So, I mean, it's a good question. It's something that Ukrainians discuss, right? I think reparations of some kind is something that the Ukrainian people and MPs and so forth have talked about. Obviously, it's a completely open question whether Russia would ever agree to such a thing. But just in terms of what the Ukrainians want, I think obviously the top priority is going to be, as you correctly pointed out, getting Russia completely out of Ukrainian territory, right? The 2014 borders of Ukraine. And then, of course, there are a lot of kidnapped people, children in particular, that Russia has forcibly relocated into Russia and put through these filtration camps. So I would imagine that, I mean, in terms of what Ukraine wants, like, that's going to be a bigger priority than like extracting monetary concessions from Russia. That said, I mean, there's no reason that they couldn't go for both, right? They're not mutually exclusive, but I guess I want to make that clear that like that there's probably a priority there of getting the people back before the monetary concessions. Does that make sense, Adam?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, and just like one more thing I wanted to add real quick is on Friday, like last Friday, we had Dmytro Nadalucha, who is currently a Ukrainian MP, and he's the chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee of the Parliament of Ukraine, and he's part of the National Council of the Recovery of Ukraine. So, like, that's the body responsible for like discussing this topic. So hopefully, I don't think that's on our Spotify yet, but hopefully it'll be up there soon. So I would maybe give that a listen if anyone's curious about kind of rebuilding efforts and so forth in Ukraine after the war.
Also, I want to add one aspect. Since Russia didn't respect any international law whatsoever, they didn't declare war. They declared this special operation, which means they are treating Ukraine like a part of their own, not as an independent and sovereign country. To sign a peace treaty, you need to have a war in facto, right? But also in law, you have to sign a document. That's for sure. You have to end this conflict. But since it's not declared a war as officially, you cannot sign a peace treaty because there is no law. There is no war declared like officially, right? To end it legally, that is a paramount. Some people say it's not needed. I beg the differ, and I will tell you why. I am from Romania. Romania has a precedent with Russia. During the First World War, Russia started a revolution, and at the end of that war, we didn't sign. Romania didn't sign any documents with Russia of ending that conflict. What that means was that in 1914, so Romania signed the documents, but not with Russia. They signed all other documents with everybody else. In 1914, Russia said, these territories of yours, Bessarabia and Bukovina, those are mine. I want you to retreat your armies from there. So signing the documents, ending a conflict legally as much as militarily is important, because otherwise you have a American said loose ends, right? You have to tie every loose end, and you have to end this militarily, taking Russia out of Ukraine, and you have to tie this at the end of it is a war, in fact. And establish borders, establish when and where the people are going to be sent back. Only yesterday I read the document about accounts of children which are now in Russian family, adopted in Russian family, who said, nobody asked me. The girl is a 14-year-old girl, And she said, nobody asked me anything if I want to go to Russia, if I want to be adopted. It's like I'm a pawn. So those children need to come back. Those people who were forcefully removed and sent in all the places in Eastern Russia, they need to come back. And this must be in written. In written. It's very important. You have to the external powers are not part of this conflict, right? UK, US, we can impose Romania, EU, all other countries, we can impose sanctions, we can maintain sanctions. But this conflict needs to be legally closed between Ukraine as a sovereign country and Russia. And yes, monetary requirements could be required at the end of this conflict. But as Joseph said, it's more important to get the people back. Because you know what? Ukraine will get help. Ukraine will get help from everybody else. Russia is already in shambles. It's more asking for monetary I don't know how to put it. Asking for money from them to is just a point, just for them not to forget what they did. Not because they will be in great shape after this war, because they won't. Not because Ukraine won't get money from somewhere else, because they will. So, and one more point, and I laughed about that with someone here in Romania. I have seen Bucha, right? Just after it was released, and pictures some months after. And they paved the roads, right? The roads were paved. And I swear to God, we have in Romania villages and towns which are not paved for years. So these people, the Ukrainian people, it's a hardworking, dedicated, motivated people. They will rebuild, and they will rebuild fast. I have no doubts about that. So what we need to do now is to push for Olaf Scholz to release those tanks, to send them what we can, to help them end this war, to help them push back Russia out of their country faster, because every day in which Russia is there, Ukrainians die. So with each day in which we can shorten this, that's a win. Some guys saved, many guys are saved, and women and children, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it is important. Sorry, my morning rant. No, Joseph. Usually I'm here with Michelle, but this is today is your day to hear me rant and everyone else. Um, Maybe we can switch a bit the topic. I have two other pieces of news for you, and then a third with maybe Colby can help explain something to me if he's. I always tap on his knowledge and pester him with questions. So the two pieces of news I wanted to talk to you about is the fact that NATO is reinforcing the eastern flank. Yesterday, a lot of American people came up and asked about the 101 Airborne Division. But I want to talk to you today about another aspect about French tanks, which are coming to Romania. Also, they were promised at the end of last month, and they arrived in Romania last night. So they are also going to be part of the agile operation. They need to go in the Cincu base, NATO base in Romania, and the reason they are here is to train here in this terrain, because it's a very how do you say, varied. You have a lot of forms of terrain here, therefore is a good practice. And they will train with Romanian soldiers and other soldiers from NATO base, which are already here. So it will be busy. In Romania, the NATO bases are going to be busy. I said it yesterday, and this is the truth. NATO is a defensive alliance. The reason we are, as an alliance, sending troops to the eastern flank, so it's not only Romania, it's Poland also, is because we have to be prepared, right? We see what Russia did in Ukraine. Russia did this because they thought Ukraine is weak, which Ukraine was not. They thought they will get in Kyiv in 3 days. They didn't. I don't know, Joseph, 250 days in the 3-day war, something like that. So, yeah, going forward, we need to show Russia, you not only not going to get Ukraine, you're gonna get kicked out, but we are standing strong all around, in order not to let you do this with any other, because at the beginning of the war there were rumors, right, that Ukraine is first, and then it's gonna be Poland, it's gonna be the Baltic states, it's gonna be Finland, it's gonna be Moldavia, right? All countries that knew Russia, know their history, remember what happened like 30 years ago, 70 years ago, and such. And we decided that no, it's not gonna be this way. And NATO troops are training not to threaten, but to prepare and to show we are prepared. So it's more of a showcase, you know, we have this and this and that, and don't dare do this because it ain't gonna end well. So this is about the troops that are coming into Romania right now. Romania itself is preparing. 4 months ago, there was a mobilization exercise in the northeast region of Romania. Yesterday started another mobilization exercise in the southeast. We try to see how fast we can mobilize our reservists and how ready are they. This is a pure exercise, but it is in the light of the fact that Russia started announcing they are mobilizing troops, they are prepared to use any, right? Putin emphasized any, like any weapon several times. And we need to show him that we are prepared. We need to show our allies that we are prepared, that we do the right things in order to be ready if needed. We don't think it would be needed. The Romanian population is really chilled about this, really calm. Nobody's fretting here. Some read some articles when the Zaporizhian nuclear plant was held hostage, right, by Russian troops, when they tried to explain how a missile rotates 180 in air. That was fun even for me. We had some news then because our Ministry of Health was on TV and asked the population to request the iodine pills, but that was because he was afraid of his investment, of his ministry investment, because they bought the iodine pills at the beginning of the war. They were produced in Romania. We have a company, a pharmaceutical company in Iași, which is in northeast, and they produce them. They put them in stores, but actually nobody talked with the population, and it was a very weekly publicized endeavor of the ministry. And even after he went out and everybody was crying out, I mean the international news and everything, I don't know one person in Romania who actually went to take those pills, which are meant to be taken in the case of nuclear disaster nearby. So if the population would have been desperate for this, they would have gone and requested them. None of my friends, none of my colleagues, no one. I don't know one person to have done this. So people are really chilled about this. So all these exercises and NATO presence and everything is just to make sure Russia understands this is not a joke. We are prepared. We don't believe they will do something, but they keep talking. So we don't want to let them an open door on this, right? We don't want to let them the impression we are weak, because we, not only as an alliance, but as a country, we stand by Ukraine. So that would be bad also, right? We want to show we are a strong ally to Ukraine. We help them with energy at this point, because they have problems after 40% of their electrical infrastructure was heavily damaged. So yeah, this would be on the we are NATO. And then let us talk to Colby. Let him talk also, because I think I've been talking for the last 20 minutes. So I've been reading something you won't like, but I have questions about that. So it's about the UN Security Council. From what I understood, this Security Council is elected every year. There are 15 countries in it, and the General Assembly is 193, right? So in this Security Council, it was discussed on Friday. The genocide that has been done in Bucha and other regions. There was also discussed the future of Ukraine, because winter is coming. There is a lady which is her name is Denise Brown. She's the United Nations resident and humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine. She warned that as winter is coming and the electrical grid is damaged. The gas supply is not up to par. She is worried the Ukrainian people will have problems during winter, and especially she warned on the people who cannot be reached in Donetsk, Kherson, Luhansk, and Zaporizhia right now. And it's about water, electricity, heat, right? Some of them don't even have the ability to communicate. So this was discussed, and also it was discussed the Iranian interference, the fact that they transferred unarmed aerial vehicles to Russian Federation, and it was they condemned that. my question is, going forward, what can we do? Can we, in a General Assembly, exclude Russia as a permanent member, as we tried to do when the humanitarian council was assembled, I think 4 months, 6 months ago. Is there a possibility, a legal possibility, Russia to be suspended for good from all the councils in which it has a seat?
Theoretically, yes, but it won't happen because China will ensure that the votes are not there in the General Assembly to affect that change.
Because they are a permanent member as well?
Not because China is a permanent member, because there is no veto in the General Assembly, but China will whip votes to ensure that there are not enough countries that would be in favor of removing Russia from the Security Council, because that same precedent could then be applied to China. And this is in fact how China occupies its seat on the Security Council and within the United Nations right now, because the People's Republic of China is not in fact the legitimate government of the Chinese people. The Republic of China is the legitimate government of the Chinese people, but due to influence of the USSR and American capitulation, that seat was taken from the Republic of China and given to the People's Republic of China.
So, all right. So I understand. Keeper, you have your hands up. Do you have a question or a statement on the topic, or something else?
I have both. I have a response to that as it relates to what Joseph said, but also, and I was concerned as it relates to the fact that you had mentioned that you had not heard about the children that were being moved to the far east regions of Russia, but yet you identified what happened in Bucha, and I just find that curious to say the least, because
I
I
said
feel
I
like
heard.
you
I said I heard. I said I heard. I read about it.
because I feel like someone in your situation would really know the extent, and people tune in to listen to people like yourself that are the closest to it, that would, if not in Ukraine, the closest countries to Ukraine, to hear about what people that are immigrating directly to your country and others similarly, that they would know about it. So I just found that really odd. And if you could just explain that, I would really appreciate it. And then I have a follow up for what Joseph said, because I found that interesting too. Thanks.
What I said was that I read about. So I read an article about Annie, right, which is a girl, which is currently, it's Ukrainian. She has been deported. She has been sent to Russia, and she has been adopted. That's what I said. I was talking about this. I was talking about this earlier, right? I told you that this girl was writing that she doesn't want to be there, right? She doesn't want to be in. Nobody asked her. Nobody asked her if she wanted to be. She's 14, right? Nobody asked her if she wanted. She said, I didn't want to go. Nobody asked me, right? She is forcefully deported. There are 8,700 people who had this faith, which are officially registered, but there I I'm sorry. I know I know it's difficult. All the numbers come from other sources because Russia didn't made a public statement in this matter. So there is nothing in the Russian state as we stole these children, because they are not stupid. They will not state we stole this number of children, we deported this number of women to Irkutsk, we deported this number of women to some other far east region, we deported this number of men, we incarcerated this number of men, and so on. So they do have the numbers. They are a nation who loves to register and to put everything on paper, but that doesn't mean they will not come and lie to your face when they need to. It doesn't mean they will not put out public statements like we didn't invade Ukraine, which is actually a thing Lavrov said after the invasion, right? So in-house, they do have papers for everybody. So those children, and not only, can be tracked by them, where they are and who has them.
So just
That's
to
not-
confirm, you've known though that this has been a thing. It's just not really comfortable to talk about because it's kind of horrific.
It is horrific, and if you have listened to me previously, and I know you did, my grandmother was in such a situation, so I know what this is. I know what this means. This is not a walk in the park. Siberia is not a walk in the park. And Siberia in winter is, yeah. Let me tell you how it is to have slippers as only shoes, as only thing in your feet in Siberia at minus, I don't know, nobody knows how much. And you have to go outside because life. So yeah, it's not pretty. And I'm not, it is a matter of concern for me. I do try to keep an eye on this. I do try to stay informed about this. I don't talk about it every day because we have other topics, and this would get boring for people. I can talk to you about rape, for example.
I understand,
because
Alda. I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't that it was your first time recognizing it, that it was more so that you were bringing it up again at a time when it needed to be brought back up again, and not that it was a nuance, something new that you didn't already know, and just respecting the fact that people don't want to hear about it all the time just because how depressing and isolating and depressing that it can be. That's all I was saying.
yes, I brought it up today because we haven't had up until now many official um, um, many official recounts and stories about and from the children who were taken. And you must one has to be aware that as we talk about children who are taken, some of them are from orphanages, right? And some of them are from people who know their children are not with them. So we must be mindful of the Ukrainians who suffer, because it's first and foremost their suffering, not ours. Prince, if you would be so kind to let Jim go first. He's from Ukraine.
You betcha. I came up to give you some backup and some love. So I will do whatever you would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. I love you too. Jimmy, please go on.
Sorry, I missed. We were worried about someone's comfort level with the truth. Is that what this is about? Is that we are worried about the feelings of an American?
No.
I heard that we have to tone things down so that it's depressing. Am I missing something?
No. What I said, what I tried to say is that we are not talking every day about the missing children and the missing people. We are not forgetting about them. I
wasn't saying about what you said. I was saying about what Keeper had said about.
I was trying to explain what Amanda was speaking to. If you want to talk to me directly, I'm fine with that. I was trying to explain what she said because she had spoken to something that she had represented at first, maybe about, I'd say 35 minutes ago, that was like her first understanding that children were being taken from their families and moved out to Eastern Russia. Yet I've listened to her and
nobody's talking about this in the West, though. Nobody's talking about this in the West.
Okay, but can you please let me finish? And I was saying to her that are you bringing this up because it should be talked about more and it's not talked about enough? I think that's the misunderstanding.
Space, don't you listen?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Prince.
So everybody calm down.
Time in this space. Listen.
I can't hear.
Let's calm down. Prince, you're breaking up a bit. I don't know why. But your sound is coming on and off. So I think we are all in agreement that we want to have back all the children that were stolen from Ukraine. I think we are all in agreement that it is an unjust and wrong thing to have been removed from Ukraine, to have people removed from their homes and taken someplace else, right? So,
and can I say something for just roll one? Just let me just hang on one second. I just really, really want to jump in here. Okay. I can't see what you keeper. You sound familiar. I can't remember if you've been. I know you've spoken in here before because your voice sounds really familiar. Anda is living very close to this. She is going to suffer the consequences of something happening. She's seeing what's going on there. She's living this. Not only is she living this, but she's also spending her time volunteering to run this space. So as far as I'm concerned, and I'm pretty sure as far as everybody else is concerned, she can say whatever the hell she wants to say on here. She can talk about whatever she wants to talk about, and she can vent as much as she wants to vent, because that's what the hell we're here for. We're here for her. We love her. Okay. And we have her back. So if you don't want to listen to this, maybe you want to find something else to do right now, because this is what we're here for. This is what's important to us. We're here for this. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Flying Goose, I agree with you. I was saying that. I even said to Anda, you're the one that's closest to the play, to Ukraine. She says she's in Romania. I even acknowledged that. So I don't know why you're arguing with me. I'm literally agreeing with you. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Let's consider this probably a misunderstanding, a miscommunication, right? And we are all good. We are all here for Ukraine. I am here for Ukraine. I am here to support their fight, right? I've been I have tried to do this from the beginning. I have found the space later, not in the first days, but I have tried to document myself, to learn about what's happening there from other sources. And someone asked me, how did you find us? I was I had COVID, so I had nothing else to do but to stay on Twitter 24 hours and to see what's happening, and to that's how I find that's how I, tracing someone that I followed, I found this space. And I've been listening, I've been contributing to MriyaAid. I made friends here, and at some point when some people from the back end reached out and asked, is someone willing, does someone want to do this? I said I would. So here I am. And I'm doing all this because I care about Ukraine, and I want Ukraine to win, and I want people to be informed, and I want to to have here a safe, welcoming space for Ukrainians and for the people who respect and support Ukraine, and also to have a space in which we debunk information, wrong information, and we bring informed people, knowledgeable people from all areas of life, from all areas. So we have from artillery, because I just started listening to the second interview of Thomas Steiner, which was a 4-hour interview, so I didn't catch it all. I was doing stuff while it was running, so I want to listen to it in peace to hear everything. So we have from this to people who are in the army, people who were in the army, to people who were or are in diplomacy, who come here and talk to us. Colby is one of them. Akash is one of them. We also had the ambassador of Ukraine in Australia here some months back. We had James Vasquez here, right? And yesterday we had Malcolm Nance. So we are trying to bring people who know what's happening. Kat is agreeing. She wants some love. We are trying to bring here people who know what they talk about. I can give you my view as a Romanian, yes, but I am not military. I am not a diplomat. I'm a simple person who try to learn and try to be informed and try to help. And I have to say, for example, because I have some followers, and when they are in the space, this is how the space works. I see them first, right? So I see the panel, and below the panel, I see first the people who are following me. And for example, I see people who are not coming up to speak, but they listen. And some of them write to me in private. And I appreciate them all. I listened to, and I appreciate them all. I see some of them, I don't know if they want to be named, every day here. Every day. So when I don't see that person, for example, I'm like, oh, what's she doing? You know, because yeah, people try to be informed and try to help, and that's the bottom line. What we can do from outside Ukraine is to help them and to help the rest of the people to stay informed. That's all. And I really appreciate your support. I really appreciate your commitment. But we must not forget, this is all for Ukraine. This is all for Ukraine. Prince, you have something to add up?
Yeah, I'm calmer. I got so mad, but I was a little upset. Because if one person in this space, you know, I said this not long ago about Anda, and it's something that we talked about briefly a few days ago and then got distracted. And I'm not even sure. I think Anda was at work when it happened. But there is a specific kind of almost institutional memory that people from the countries of the former Soviet Union and countries who have been previously occupied by the Soviet Union remember about the way life was and the things that they grew up with. And they have a special way of identifying with what is happening in Ukraine right now. They have a special way of understanding that those of us who were born and raised in the United States and Canada and places such as that, places that have never been occupied by the Soviet Union, they have an understanding that we can never understand because we have never lived it. And and a nose and a nose. That's what I that you know that's what I keep going back to. This way is Anda knows. Anda remembers that, and there are many people in this space who do remember that. But it was it riled me up just a little bit, because of all the people I know Anda knows. And yes, we are here for Ukraine. But there are things that we talk about that are instructive to help us understand and learn more about Ukraine. And we have had some amazing speakers. And just last week, we had a woman on, Alexandra, who is doing work um, with the families of POWs and people who have gone through the filtration and been deported to Russia and then escaped to another country. But they're now telling their stories, and they're working with families whose loved ones have disappeared. These are things that we talk about frequently on this space, talk about often on this space. Sometimes it gets a little boring with all the tank talk and all the military talk, but we do have these moments where we talk about these things, and there are conversations happening regularly about trying to track down the people who have been kidnapped and who are, let's see the word that Alexandra used, because I do have it right here in my notes that I took: civilian hostages. And these kids are civilian hostages too, and they have been taken away from their families and not given any choice. Some of them will never be able to remember because they're so young. Some of them, like the one Anda was talking about, will remember, and it's hard. But there are people trying to seek these kids out to find where they are. And there's one thing that we've learned from a couple of women who escaped Mariupol and made it to third countries. They escaped Mariupol, went through all the filtration camps, made it into Russia, and then were able to escape to Finland. The Russians do keep data as these people move from filtration camp to filtration camp before they're finally, well, I mean, it sounds awful to say finally into Russia, but until they are into Russia and then make their way to to another country. I know they can I know they can destroy the documentation really easily, but I know that they're documenting in multiple places. So I am going to shut up. But I wanted to throw a bunch of supporting fire out there for the things that this space does, the things that these co-hosts do, the things that people who commit time, energy, and effort and money to making this space successful. It's a big, huge group volunteer effort, and yeah, and that's and that's some of us who have developed relationships with people who are volunteers on the back end or just speakers on a regular basis. If we hear something that we know is totally wrong, we're going to come up and give some love to and defend that person. So I thank you for your patience and letting me sort of go on for a minute. But I sort of kind of need to. And again, I apologize for getting a little angry earlier. I was feeling the
Prince, it's all good. It's all good. I think that you really helped clarify the fact that it's now time where individual stories are coming out as opposed to the recognition. I think that's where the misunderstanding might have been of what has been occurring as opposed to the individual stories. And I think we can sum it up as that. And I appreciate hearing all of those individual stories, and they need to be heard. And I very much welcome it. So thank you. And thank you, Anda. Thank you.
Thank you all. I didn't imagine I have so much, so many supporters, and I know I talk with some of you in private, and I thank you. Um, I have a small pushback to on this. I do love tank talk. I do love tank talk. Probably because my brain um, um, my brain needs to understand in order to engage. So I'm a very curious person on how things work physically and as a process. So that's why I keep pestering um, Colby with lots of questions, how that process goes, how that tank works, how that blah blah, because usually he's the one up to answer my questions. So yeah, I'm searching for answers.
Well, you know, and the thing is that 2 hours of tank talk are fine. Of tank talk are fine. 5 hours, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 5 hours in a row. Sometimes it gets a little hard. So that's my only point.
Well, we are smart women, so uh, we will let the boys have the tank talk, and then we will have the how can we help talk, and how the aid can go to Ukraine, where is the food coming from, where are the children, and many more. So we have our time. We have co-hosts, female co-hosts, and believe me, it wasn't all male before because they didn't want women here, but because they didn't had women who tried out. So they are really nice and supportive, and I had nothing but good feedback from them, and I need to say that I had nothing but support from them always. So I don't want anyone from the audience or anyone else to believe anything else, because this is the truth. And yeah, some of them really helped me when I needed. So Jimmy, you have your hands up. Save us from being mushy.
Sorry, yeah, I wasn't criticizing at all. I was saying that we should pursue the truth, no matter how dark or how painful or horrific the consequences are. It's up to us to share these stories, and if it's too much for people, they can click off and not. But it's like, I mean, Ukraine's getting lethal aid. They're getting humanitarian aid. Not enough of it, for sure. But we're at the point of this thing where what can we do as individuals? And I think we are not bearing the responsibility of our own actions. We're not, by talking about all of these things. The single biggest topic that's painful to Ukrainians is what is going to happen to those kids. The question of, are they going to come back? How are we going to get back? There's no discussion about how are we going to get those kids back at all in the West. There's CBC News, zero discussion. CNN, zero discussion. This is mind blowing to me. Like, our politicians are either spineless or self-serving or indifferent, and I don't know what we have to do, what to wake up people and to get some action on this. We have no plan in place. We have no plan in the West on how to do this. We can't even get a visa ban. So like maybe I'm in moron for thinking that this is even possible, but I just heard someone say that this was too depressing, and it triggered me, and I'm sorry. Like, it's crazy. The money part of it, donations is important, but to get on, like, spend half an hour in a day or an hour in a day pursuing your politicians and tell them that put your partisan bullcrap aside and let's get this done, because we are here because of what our parents and their parents did in the 40s, and now this is our time to live up to that legacy. So that's all I got to say.
Jim, I was just only speaking to the fact that trying to understand before I knew that it was a story-based approach for ANDA, trying to understand that. I agree with you that it needs to be addressed, as I previously said, much more. And I appreciate everything that you said. And I think that it needs to be talked about much more by both you, ANDA, everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Kipper. DFA, you work in ambulance something as a paramedic, am I right? From
Hi there, Jim.
Australia?
Yes, hi, Jim. You've got a good memory. Yeah, thank you. No, look, I've sorry, I had some technical problems. I had to disappear for a moment. But look, I was just hoping to, at the time, and it's been covered now, I'm sure, just trying to pour some cold water on that obvious misunderstanding. You know, a big difference between appreciating that a problem like these abductions is underway. It's an even greater challenge in a country that's, you know, under these warlike conditions, to actually quantify the problem, to know exactly who and how and where they've been moved to, and in some regards that's a matter for later. But you know, but very few reports, and I think this is what you were getting to. Very few reports coming out of Russia from those who've been removed, and so I just wanted to draw that distinction. But I think you've all got there yourselves. So yes, that was primarily it at the time. But I was interested, if anyone knows and is prepared to talk about a different subject. I was interested to read on Twitter about the Israeli Air Force apparently having struck at the one of the drone assembly or manufacturing plants. I was wondering if that had been discussed much already.
Sorry, you were breaking up for me a bit, and I didn't understood correctly. Could you please repeat or rephrase?
Yeah, hi. Did you hear anything of what I said?
You were talking about the children who were abducted, or?
Oh yeah, sure. I was just trying to sort of bring a bit of calm, I suppose, to that what became a bit heated there amongst ourselves, and just to point out the difference that, you know, it's one thing to know that it's a problem, it's a whole other thing to know just how big the problem is. But then, you know, as I think you pointed out, and these reports that have come from Russia, they're extremely rare because, you know, Russia is very much controlling the narrative. So that was very rare. That was, you know, perhaps one of the first such occurrences, which is a long way from suggesting it's the first thing anyone knows about it. I just wanted to draw that distinction. But the other point I wanted to ask about was whether there had been much discussion, and if so, if someone could give me a synopsis on something I read earlier in the day, in my time, suggesting that that the Israelis had conducted an airstrike into Syria on one of the, I think it was in one of the the drone assembly or manufacturing plants?
In Damascus.
Was it right?
Yes, I read about that. I don't have any other information for the moment, but maybe Joseph had read something.
Not much. Just that I kind of looked at it and I couldn't really see any relation to Ukraine and kind of moved on. That's like kind of my honest assessment. But yeah, beyond that, I couldn't say much. I mean, broadly speaking, I guess the Russians are moving their military presence. They're scaling it down in Syria and so forth, and there's you know, some indirect relation there, but you know, in terms of you know, the specific. I couldn't really see an angle to bring it on the space myself, but that's just my hot take. If anyone else has any like a contradictory opinion, I'm open to it.
Ask Colby. Ask Colby.
Colby just came to the rescue. So Colby.
There is no evidence that whatever was struck in Syria has any relation to Ukraine. There's no evidence that whatever weapons were targeted, allegedly. It's unclear exactly what sort of facility or target this was. People have been suggesting that drones may have been destroyed or drones may have been being assembled here. No evidence that there's any relation to what's happening in Ukraine. The Shahed drones that are currently being used by Russian forces are manufactured at the Hessa factory in central Iran. I'm fairly confident that Iran is not, in fact, manufacturing these drones outside of the country in Syria. That seems extremely unlikely to me. Certainly, if they were, they wouldn't be sending the ones that are being made in Syria to Russia. So there's no relation here as far as I can see right now based on available information.
Colby, were you on earlier when M was talking about this a little bit?
I was not, but I assume M probably spoke with far more knowledge and authority on it than I could.
Yeah, and I was distracted, so I can't remember exactly what he said, but I know that he did give a little bit of input on it, and but I believe the end conclusion was pretty much what you said. There's no evidence that these are drones going to Ukraine.
Copy that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. I also missed them. He went off before I came up. Before I was awake, probably he talked about this before I wake up. Via Faenza, you have your hand up.
Hello. Thank
Hi.
you. Thank you, Anda, and Joseph and the MriyaReport for having this space. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, they were talking about the drone, the strikes, the Israeli strikes earlier, and just like Prince, I had the MriyaReport on in the background and I wasn't paying attention, so I can't add anything, even less than anybody else. What I wanted to talk about, and I'm not even sure if there's any information, but like the children who are being deported to Russia, there's a bunch of, well, I guess, vulnerable people that, because they're in Russian occupied areas or being deported, we just don't know enough about them to do anything but worry. And so my question, or rather, I'm not sure I have a question. I just have some thoughts that are in search of maybe more discussion. I'm worried about the Crimean Tatars. So many were deported in, I think, 1944 to places like Uzbekistan in the Soviet Union. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, or a little before that, many of them started trying to come back to Crimea. And there are still some Crimean Tatars in Russia who never returned after being deported. And that was a terrible thing. I've heard terrible percentages died on the way, and that was actually the point of the deportation, was genocide, really. I mean, not just genocide in ethnic cleansing and just removing them, but actually killing them on the journey. And so now we can assume that there are at least 100,000, maybe 200,000 Crimean Tatars still in Crimea. And there's been reports, but not in-depth reports, about them being conscripted to fight for Russia. I tried to look for a little bit of information on their fate, but there just really isn't much out there. So I was wondering if anybody knows more than I do about what's happening to the Crimean Tatars. It sounded like some of them, there was a report I read, and I don't have a source, I can't cite it, that some of them had fled, that and I'm not sure when this was, but some of the Crimean Tatars, after having come back to Crimea, had fled Russian occupation to Kherson. And Kherson is now occupied. So could the Russians be going house to house and hunting for Crimean Tatars to genocide? Or are they taking their kids? Are they, any of these things that they do everywhere else with this pattern they follow? I don't know. And I also wanted to ask Anda, and is Jim still here? And I see Constantine left, but Anda, I read on Wikipedia, that some Crimean Tatars had relocated, I think well before this, to Romania, and that there was a sizable population there. And I was wondering if you knew anything about their community, if they're keeping their language and culture alive, and if Jim knows anything about Crimean Tatars within Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Via. Let's do it this way. I don't have specifics on the Crimean Tatars, and I don't want to make up things or lie. So I will study this specifically, and maybe tomorrow morning I will come back with some information on them specifically. What I can tell you, and this is the truth, and what has been observed here in Ukraine, and from what was reported on all Telegram channels, both Ukrainian and Russian, is the fact that they are they are conscripting specifically or predominantly from the other nationalities, right? They are doing this on purpose. They started the mobilization and every other, so most of the conscripts which were in Ukraine were not from Moscow, St. Petersburg or such. They were from Irkutsk and other Far East regions, from different nations within the Russian Federation. And there are villages in which right now they are almost out of people, out of men specifically. And someone pointed out that I have this English is not my first language. I try to find my words to be precise and to be as fluent as possible. But sometimes I need to find the correct word to be as how do you say, accurate in my explainings as possible. So this what they conscripting Tatars or deporting them was unfortunately not true, not new. They did that indeed in the 1940s. They did that with the Moldavians also when they entered in Moldavia. They did that with all other countries in which they at some point invaded. I don't think there is a nation which was incorporated in Grand Russia which didn't went through this kind of colonization, if you want. So there is literally a system, right? They are using in fight. They are using in lower jobs, right? Joseph talked a bit about Tajikistan some days back, about the fact that they treated them, the Tajiks, they treated them like they are good for sweeping the roads, right? So they think very highly as a nation. The Russian nation thinks very highly of themselves and very low of everybody else. We are all below them. Their level is high above them, high above us. And without trying to be ironic, this is something that the Nazis thought, right? The Nazis promoted also the higher man, the better nation. There is no better nation. There is no better nation. Some nations developed differently, and the people from those nations had different chances at different periods of time. Learning, the education system actually is one of the things that it's a slow burner that makes a difference within a country on the long run. And this is what you see now in Ukraine. They have educated people. They have educated, highly educated people. And this higher education and mass education help them cope with situations which were not foreseen, because you cannot learn everything from scratch. But your brain is like it's like a muscle, not physically, but in its action, he needs practice. Practice every day. Learn something every day. Do some deductions every day. Try to learn, try to seek new information, because you cannot make a correct assumption if you don't have all the information. So this higher education pays off. Higher education and mass education helps people cope and make correct assessments, and also helps them learn faster, right? Because your brain is trained to learn. It's easier to gain new information, to assimilate them, to relate them to other information you already have. So the Russian system was, we are first and foremost, you are below us. All the resources went to the center, less resources went to the countries which were seen as the now oblasts, transformed in oblasts, right, in regions. They lost the definition of a country. So less information, less technology, less education, less culture. And this meant for them a slower development, right? You have a lot of rural regions in the far east of Russia. Rural regions means mostly villages, but you have also towns. That's why they say, you know, some of you will think, what's wrong with the villages? Those villages are not the for the Europeans, if they are awake. Those villages are not the pretty villages that you see in I don't know, Austria, France, somewhere else. Those are some with paved roads, some without, with big yards, with fairly smaller houses. Some are without electricity, some are without gas, some are without running some are without running a running system of disposed garbage, right? The sewer. So this meant this shows the state of the economy in that region. But bear in mind, they don't have a university next to that village. Or the people who are there, who maybe have the brains to learn, they don't have the means to learn. They don't have the opportunity to learn. So lots of them are not highly educated. I'm not saying the regions in itself, in the bigger cities, don't have higher education, because they do. But the mass of the people are not highly educated. And that is one of the reasons for which they are more brutal, right? The violence in the family is something common. So they are violent within themselves, they are violent with others. This is a proven thing between several nations, several how do you say, situations, right? It doesn't happen only there, but it has. I'm talking about Russia because this system created these men, and these men are now sent to Ukraine. So you have people with a lower degree of education coming into Ukraine and marveling the fact that Ukraine has, that was the comment, they have Nutella in every house. They have a laptop in every house. That was unconceivable for them. Some of them, right, they probably don't have a toilet in their house back home. For sure they didn't have washing machines because, right, to take a helicopter to transport a military helicopter to transport a stolen washing machine, that was the top of the top, right? We think, what was it with them? What's with them? They don't have them. They are envious. They arrive there, sent to kill, and they discover that Ukraine is rich compared with them, because they were, compared to others, Ukraine was not rich. Compared with France, compared with America, Ukraine was not rich, but they were not poor. And higher education and good sense and being, as a nation, we call them gospodari in Romania. I don't know how to translate that in correctly in English. People who take care about the things which they own, right? The houses, the roads, the towns. They take care of themselves. They take care of their own. They are tidy. They are clean. And this is part of education. This is part of culture. But culture partially comes from education. You are not supposed to stay with your boots inside, right? Inside the house, because they are dirty, and inside the house it's clean. You keep the house clean. There are small things that people get from smaller ages, and as they move forward, they develop in habits, and habits are very hardly broken. All right. I ranted a lot about this, but
Anda, I remember a time when you were scared to fill a minute.
I don't know. I talked like 2 hours right now, 1 hour and a half. I think I let Colby talk like 10 minutes, less than that. Sorry.
Everyone knows I love to talk, and I'm just sitting here with my mouth hanging open. Go ahead, Anda. Sorry.
Thank you. Victor, you have your hand up, and Jimmy also.
No, it's just to say that about the Tatars. There's a lot of information on the Twitter of this guy, Kamil Galahev. He's a very interesting guy with a lot of stuff about Russia history and contemporary Russia and Soviet days also, and a lot of stuff about the Tatars. Himself, I think he's a Tatar, probably not Crimean. So if anyone wants to know more about it, and just go for his Twitter. It's Kamil Galahev, and it not only about Tatars. He has really interesting views on all the Russian Ukrainian war. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Victor. And you're right. At the beginning of the war, he put out a long thread on Russian history and also on Russian geography, explaining. I will look up for it, explaining where, explaining why the grains, even during the sorry, I had to cough. Explaining why the grains were cultivated, especially in Ukraine, even when Ukraine was in the Russian Federation, in USSR actually. So yeah, he is really well documented and a good read. Jimmy.
Hi, yeah, I just threw up in the nest a link to a documentary. I think it's called Hayatarma. It's about Crimean Tatar deportation, and yeah, it's hard topic to talk about like in a short period of time. But yeah, in 2014, when the little green men showed up in Crimea, the first thing that happened, wasn't the soldiers who did this; it was the other Russian citizens put X's on the doors of all the Crimean Tatars that they wanted to be moved out. So this is the reality. Wherever Russia goes, the first thing that they do, they erase the culture and the history of the people that are a threat to their existence. So my wife's a PhD in Ukrainian folklore and history. She'd be able to speak better about this topic. She's much more versed, but unfortunately, I'm buying groceries and she's at home. So yeah, there's quite a bit of documentaries that are on this topic. A lot of them are just in Ukrainian, but I will try to dig up some more. There's a few other things. There's a guy that was imprisoned. I can't remember what his name was. Someone else should be able to remember. Who was in prison. He's from Crimea, and he was freed by Russia at some point. But he was tortured for these are the enemies of Russia, the people that are movie makers and documentarians and whatnot. So anyway, I will find more for that topic for you guys.
Thank you, Jimmy. I really appreciate that. And I really think that's an important thing to be understood. This habit of the Russian nation of deporting and erasing history. I think we had Joseph had here in the space a student from Georgia, I think, and she was recalling a very funny moment in which the Russian. So there are a lot of Russians who went to Georgia, and some fleeing the mobilization, and it's a strain for Georgia at this point. But also they were visiting Georgia, and she was near a church, and she heard in Russian Russian woman with her daughters talking, and they were looking at the church, which is really old, and they were saying to themselves, "Look, we brought Christianity here," and our guest was like, "No, this was when this one was built. You didn't existed as a nation. You were a duchy somewhere north of Europe. Nobody knew anything about you." So they are trying to assume things that are not theirs. They are trying to pose as really great. and they are trying to impose, right, their history, their view, their life to others. Chris, you came up with your hand up. Do you want to talk about tanks, the tanks we want to bring to Ukraine?
Good morning, Anta. Mic check, first of all. I'm just checking for volume, but can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Well, I can talk about tanks, but let me just go on to the point that you were on there, and I was listening to you explaining things, and it was rather excruciating in a nice way, because I was waiting for you to get to a point that I wanted to make, and then you got to it. So I was really pleased about that. And if I explain it this way, there's only two times in my career on LinkedIn, and I've been on LinkedIn for since 2004. So quite a long time. I was a first million member on LinkedIn. There's only two times that I've been banned. Once was when I said something about Trump, and the other time was when I said something about the Russians. And I thought I was being fairly innocent in what I said. So what I said was, Russians are savages from a past century. Now, I can say that on here probably, I think, hopefully, without getting banned. But I got banned on LinkedIn for saying that, and I thought, well, it wasn't really that bad that I said that. But then I realised that I sort of hit the nail on the head, which is what they didn't like, I don't think, and because that is the case, isn't it? That when, as you say, when you educate yourself about the Russians, and I'll come back to that point in a minute, because who are the Russians? Well, anyway, but when you educate yourself about the Russians, you realize that they've been doing what they're doing in Ukraine for centuries. And as you quite rightly said, it is a system. It is a process. Every time they go into another country, they do exactly the same thing. And that, when I got to that like level of understanding, the same as you, and obviously, you live in a country that has been taken over by the Russians in the past, so you're going to know far more about that than I do, as will everybody who has been in in a country that's been taken over by the Russians know far more about it than me. But you go, oh my goodness me, they do this all the time. This is not an isolated incident, what they're doing in Ukraine. And then you go, oh, that means they haven't changed. They haven't changed. They're still the same as they were centuries ago. They are literally still savages, right? But then, as you quite rightly say, and everything you said was exactly right, as far as I'm concerned, anyway, right? As you quite rightly say, they think that they're better. They think that they're the superior race, and then you go, hang on a minute, wait a minute, I haven't got this. So they go into a country, they take over that country, and then that country goes and fights for them. What the heck is going on here? Right now, okay, they force them to go and fight for them. Well, they force them to go and fight for them? You mean, okay, so they don't actually like stand up for themselves? And I'm like, oh, I don't get this, you know. And of course, then you realize like all the different parts there are of Russia, right? And somebody on here, and I can't remember who it was that said it, but somebody said something that like sort of helped to explain how it is that when the Russians go and take over a region, you know, a country, that country then, you know, like thinks that it's become part of the mighty Russia, you know, and it's like basically to do with the fact that you know, once they've been subjugated, is I think might be the right word. Once they've been subjugated, you know, some of them see themselves as being part of this empire where there's a shiny city in Moscow that is like the source of all civilization and power, and they are part of it. Except as you say, they're not. They're not, because they are uneducated. You know, they don't have any of the facilities, as you say, but yet they go and fight for the mighty Russian Empire for some, well, to us, inexplicable reason. But you know, I think the main point that I wanted to make is what you said, right? That we that I think the thing that we have never quite understood is that this is a Russian system, and it's like you know, when Kaya Kallas says the Russian playbook. What is the Russian playbook? The Russian playbook is take something that is not yours, threaten anybody that gets in the way, and then negotiate giving nothing away, because some weak person or country will always give you what you want. And she correctly identified that was a system or a process that they'd employed many times. And you know, the deportation of the Crimean Tatars is just one more example, you know, of the system and the process being employed. So sorry if that was a bit long as well, and I'm happy to get on to tanks after. Obviously, hashtag free the leopards, because we want to stop this happening in Ukraine.
Indeed, but we have Salome up. I was talking about her earlier. She's from Georgia. She can relate to us far better on this system of Russia and how Russia acts and how Russia looks at Georgians in this case, but at other nations.
One thing I'll say really quick on it, she's got to go to work in 30 minutes. I think you can understand that of all people, right?
Yes. So, Salome, thank you very much for coming up. We were talking here. The question started from the Tatars, which are from Crimea, and we kind of explored all areas. And I was relating something you told us in your interview with Joseph about the church and the Russian lady who thought Russia was the one who brought Christianity in Georgia.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here again. Good morning, good evening. I don't know from where are you all. Well, yes, when we are talking about Russia and its politics with its neighbors, Russia has like this picture of itself that it's savior. It brings light to other nations. Of course, it's funny. And in Georgian case, and basically in a Caucasian case, is that that Russia had narrative that in Caucasus mountains, people. Wild people are living without culture, without history, without everything. And Russia brought like some kind of light in Caucasian mountains and to us, to people who live here. Which is, of course, the lie. And also in Russian schools and in Russia, basically, they learn that before Russia, there was no Georgia or no South Caucasus or Caucasus itself, that people here just were killing each other and have no religion or something like that, which is, of course, a lie, because Georgia and people here, especially in South Caucasus, lived here before even Russia existed. And we had our civilization and culture and everything. And also when it comes to religion, it's really interesting that, as you know, Russia is a Orthodox, says that they are Orthodox Christian country. And they want to portray themselves as leader of Christianity, Orthodox Christians. And the countries like Georgia, my country, which is also Christian Orthodox, they did not like the fact that we got Christianity earlier than them, and the fact that we had right to be independent, to have our church as independent church, like Ukrainian Orthodox Church is also now independent, as I know. And yeah, they don't like this because Russia always use church and religion to spread, firstly, propaganda, and secondly, to control religious and believers. Basically, I myself, I am believer, but I will never believed their crap. But there are a lot of people on whom it works. For example, Russia spreads this kind of narrative that in the West there is no values. In the West, people don't believe in God. In the West, like family is not priority, and raising children is not priority, and stuff like this. And they use also the religious leaders to spread this narrative. And also in Georgia, there are some priests who basically just, they are millionaires. And also I have strong connections with Russia, and they spread their politics and narratives in Georgia too. And it's really, really challenging how Russia managed to control even the believing system, religious system, especially in Orthodox Christian countries.
Salome,
Yeah.
please. So, as an Orthodox, in other faiths, the system is different. So, let us explain a bit how they do it. So you have every Sunday a sermon, right?
Yes, yes.
The sermon is longer than usual, that longer than a Catholic one, for sure.
Yes, yes.
And after that you have the priest preaching, right?
Yes. So on Saturday and Sunday we go to church for this weekends basically, and it lasts more than depends which day it is and what kind of praying it is, but it's lasts more than like 3 hours sometimes, and in the end, in every praying, the priest is preaching, and he has some kind of issue taken, and he preaches. And when he preaches, when you listen first time, you won't feel that it's carefully just was selected to spread the anti-Western narrative, because sometimes they just don't. They don't even say that in the West there is no values, but they just like, for example, for Georgians, for our society, family and God was always important, and it is true. You cannot argue with that. And they say that now God challenges us. It's really strange times, because these values are challenged and attacked, and we must open our eyes, which basically, if you listen carefully, it means that they are talking about the West. Unfortunately, Russian propaganda works really well in terms of like portraying the Western society with no values, with no family importance, and I think these like narratives are basically same in every Orthodox Christian countries where Russia has its own goals. And so, yeah, but no, I want to admit that not every priest is like that. No, there are a lot of rightful priests who know what is their job, and they do it, and they hate Russia too. But yeah, our religion became our curse at some point, because Russia always tries to just control us via that.
Even through this channel. So they did it.
Yes. Yes.
In school, in papers, and even through this channel.
Yeah.
I have a question. I will let Chris go. What I wanted to say is, whenever you need to run, you say, "This is it, thank you," and you drop, right? So it's no problem. I don't want to keep you from
I
Okay.
have 25 minutes more, so
Awesome. So I will take advantage of that. Chris, please ask your question.
Thank you. I didn't realize that Salome was here, so I probably missed that earlier on. But obviously, you know, she's much better placed to speak to this than me. And it's really good to hear you, Salome. I haven't heard you for a while. But you know, I have to say that I am also, I feel embarrassed, to say the least, that, you know, we didn't realize, I say I didn't realize, I think a lot of people didn't realize, you know, what happened with the Russians in Georgia, you know, and what has happened, you know, with the Russians in so many other countries. I mean, I don't know which countries you think about other than Georgia, but you know, Georgia is a classic, if it can be called classic, you know, classic page of the Russian playbook. No doubt you'll agree. How do you see this? It must be, really frustrating that that we in the West, did not understand this really until, Ukraine. You must. What do you think?
So, well, yes, I totally agree with the notion that Georgia is a classic example how Russia works with its neighbors. And in Georgian case, like, firstly, I'm 25 years old only, and from my experience, I have traveled more than 6 countries outside Georgia. And when every time when I travel in Western Europe, I was like 20 years old first time when I went in Netherlands, and firstly, what I was amazed is that there was like 2 types of people. First type who did not know where Georgia was, and some of them considered me as American from USA, and the second ones were people who knew about Georgia, knew about war, but from Russian perspective. Like, they said that, oh, it was not Russian-Georgian war, it was ethnic conflict. And then Russia was forced to be involved, and I was like almost crying because it was not like that. And the most painful thing is that when foreigners, and especially Western Europeans, trying to learn about Eastern Europe or about people who surround Russians, they always learn from Russian perspective. And when I read foreign research books about us, about politics in South Caucasus, for example, they always use papers and resources which was written by Russians from Russian perspective. And it's really, really wrong, because for example, if you want to understand Georgians, and if you want to understand our culture, politics, our history, firstly, you have to come here, use Georgian resources, and also just live with us, firstly. So it's really painful, and I don't want to sound like bad, but the worst experience I always have with German youth, especially because I don't know what they are studying there in Germany, but I think that the country where, like in the West Europe, where Russia has a really strong connection, is Germany for me. Because every time when I meet Germans and when we talk about Russian-Georgian war or Russia's politics in South Caucasus and so on, they just repeat Russian narratives and sometimes don't even willing to listen other perspective. So it's really painful to just face that. But I hope that after Ukraine wins, even history books will be renewed, and these narratives will be like questioned and changed.
It's true, and I believe not only the history books need to be so the first step that can be taken is to take advantage of the internet and publish have the history and some recounts, like memories, for example. Yes, you as a people, right, went also through a ethnic cleansing back 30 years ago, and not only. And these are things that need to be made public, like in English, or other languages in which for people to have better and easier access to them. I think this is one of the things that also lacks in other countries which broke from under Russian Federation. Chris, you have another question?
Yes, Ander. Well, it's another point actually. Again, something I have to be embarrassed about. And I don't know if I can say this, but Salome, apologies from me and everybody in the UK for not understanding about Georgia and confusing you with Americans. That's terrible. But what I was going to just let you know, Salome, I'm a lot older than you. When I was in the Navy in the 1970s and the 1980s, i.e., before the USSR split up, I did an interview in the early days of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and I was talking about my time in the Royal Navy, and part of my time in the Royal Navy was aboard a carrier in the Eastern Mediterranean when the Russians went into, I say Russians now, of course it was the Soviets then, when the Soviets went into Afghanistan. So when they invaded Afghanistan, we were sent to the Eastern Mediterranean aboard a carrier. We had to go and pick up the Royal Marines in Gibraltar, and then we sailed to the Eastern Mediterranean. We spent part of our time anchored off Turkey, and at that time, of course, to me, and again, I'm embarrassed about this, but it was indeed the way that it was portrayed by the Russians. To me, Ukraine was Russia or the Soviet Union, which of course it was in the 80s, right? But then, of course, after the wall came down in 1991, and Ukraine became separate, I left the Navy. I got involved in other things and that, and I still retained, in my head for a long time until I started actually working with Ukraine, that Ukraine was Russian, and that wasn't really an uncommon perception. But as you quite rightly say, Salome, it was a perception that was propagated by Russia, if that's a useful point.
Oh my God, you made so great. So firstly, I'm a little bit jealous about your experience, Chris. Thank you. And about Ukraine, this is really interesting. I was on 6th grade, and I had like Russian teacher in school, and she was teaching us Russian language as a foreign language. And I remember one day she was explaining about Russian culture, and she told us that Ukrainians also are Russians, and Ukraine is also Russia, basically. But separated, but one day they will be together again. Just she made this kind of statement, and I remember when I went home, and I was raised by my grandma and grandpa, and I remember when I told this to my grandma. When she asked what have you learned today, and I just said that about Ukraine. It was like first time I heard about Ukraine, and my grandpa was listening us, and suddenly he became so angry because in Soviet times he was serving in Ukraine in the army when he was young. And he had a lot of Ukrainian friends. And he always told me that, later he told me that Russians were so misbehaving, and just because he was Georgian, Russians were laughing at him, and sometimes doing some kind of bad stuff to Georgians, and also if also they were racist toward Ukrainians too. And my grandpa was the one who explained me first time that Ukraine is not Russia and Ukrainians are not Russians. But yes, this kind of propaganda toward Ukraine, especially Ukraine, are spread by Russia. And their propaganda is that, Ukrainians, they speak a little bit different, but it's Russian language still. And this kind of narratives, which really, if I was a Ukrainian, I would be angry so much. But this kind of propaganda works, is spread. And, I don't want to, I don't know, Europeans who, especially West Europeans who listen this talking to feel sorry or guilty for something. We are all humans. I do understand that for example, I myself cannot know everything what is happening around the globe. There are a lot of other people and nations. I cannot say anything about them because I don't know. But when it comes to Russia, and when it comes that every time they invade others, it's really important to think, to listen the ones who are attacked, not only like Russian perspective. And I have anger with researchers more than just individuals who have their own life and have nothing to do with politics. Researchers who write about Russia's wars with their neighbors, and they use only Russian perspective to describe the war and describe the people, which is really, really messed up. For example, I remember when I was studying about Chechnya war, it is really interesting how Russia sold that war. So Chechens were always like independent people, North Caucasians who deserve freedom. And I can proudly say that Georgia is one of the rarest countries which from 1992 recognized them as independent. And we don't recognize Chechens and Chechnya itself, each area itself part of Russia till now. And it is interesting that before Russia attacked and cleaned Chechens, basically, they spread the narrative that these Chechens were terrorists. As you know, North Caucasians, mostly they are Muslims. And Russia spread the narrative that Chechens were terrorists, and they had a strong connection with other terrorist organizations. And this is why Russia had all right to attack them, which was 100% a lie. Chechens back then were fighting for their freedom, for their for their survival, basically, because Russians were cleaning them. And the world, unfortunately, believed that. And what Russia did is that promoted the most radical groups in Chechen society, gave them power, and by giving them power, they also allowed them to kill other normal Chechens, and they were like majority. And Russia helped to clean them. And today, when you hear that North Caucasians have, now it's facts that North Caucasians have some kind of connection with terrorist organizations, Russia was the one who managed that. And Russia was the one who helped these terrorist organizations to have like some kind of power in North Caucasus. So, so yes, when it comes to Russia, I feel sad that the world is naive, and especially West Europe naive after everything what Russia did.
The way they think is so different by from the West that they either don't understand or don't believe it's possible, right? Chris, you have your hands up.
Well, yes, thank you, Salome. Thank you for bringing Chechnya up as well, because I'm equally embarrassed about that as well. And, so here's an interesting thing, I think, anyway, is, we talk about the mistakes that Putin has made. I think that one of the big mistakes that he's made is that he's opened Pandora's box here, and that we've all learned about the Russian playbook. And that may be finally we have learned. And platforms like this, we're obviously able to explain and educate to people all around the world, in the United Kingdom and in America and in other countries. Finally we understand that this is a Russian process. And I for what it's worth, Salome, I'm absolutely convinced that Chechnya was Putin, that everything that was said about Chechnya, and obviously you've just confirmed it, everything that was said about Chechnya by the Russians, by Putin, was just lies. And that's, I think, the other thing that we understand is that they just lie all the time. Nothing is true. I'm not sure that anything is true apart from the fact that they lie. So I think that's maybe that is something to be pleased about, if you like, that finally this has come out to the world.
And yes, and also Russia plays the same playbook over and over again, and they thought that even this time they could play same. Because whatever you see, I always say that whatever you see in Ukraine now, whatever you hear against you, in 2008 too. Russia invents nothing new. It just follows nothing new. It just follows all.
Please.
Yes, hello. Salome has left now, but I wanted to say that I am so grateful to be able to listen to all of you, Anda and Salome, Jimmy, and all the other Ukrainians, Georgians, Romanians, Finns, Poles, and others from Eastern Europe talk about what it was like, or how, because you know Russia so much better. As an American, after the fall of the Soviet Union, I wanted to believe that Russia would change, and I was, I was a kid when Reagan was president, and honestly, by the time the Soviet Union fell, it was so refreshing to sort of get a reset on how we viewed Russia. And it seemed very refreshing, but it was an illusion. It was the Russian Empire the whole time. And so it's been enlightening to listen to the MriyaReport and other spaces and read other articles and learn. I mean, since February 24th, I've gotten such a great education. And the reason why I don't contribute to the space much, or haven't so far, is I needed to shut up and listen. And I just want to say thank you.
And thank you. I think it's important to both to listen and to speak. And people are always welcome to come up and ask or talk to us. Harry, welcome up. I think it's your first time up here. I will, I will have to kindly ask you to mute your mic until thank you, because this space is recorded, and when someone else has the mic open, it creates some distortions in the sound, and we don't want to put a further strain on our on the people who help us bring this to life further on. So also, if you would look on the bottom right, that's for the next time, not for today, because I know you will the order now. There are not many people up. When you look on your bottom of the screen, there is a heart-shaped icon with a plus. When you push that, on the right side, you have a hands up. Usually we use that to know the order in which people want to speak. As I let DFA came first and he has his hands up, I will let him, and then I will go to you, Harry, right?
Thanks, Enda. And I was just wondering if there's an update on the Russian troop disbursement in oh God, I've just forgotten the name of the just across the border. Oh my goodness, Belarus. Yeah, Belarus. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so I was just wondering if there was any update on the Russian troop presence in Belarus. I must admit, when I first heard of this, and with winter approaching, I was wondering if the grand plan of the Russians was to open up another front to put more pressure on the Ukrainians in different quarters. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any update on that, if anyone knows.
I will look for what's happening last night and yesterday. The last I know, they sent troops to train there. So the Russian troops are training with Belarusian ones. I don't quite grasp the strategy because they sent like 3 weeks ago. I saw tanks going out of Ukraine, out of Belarus Republic to Russia. So they are not they are not massing the tanks at the border, and that would be a good thing. But Colby is coming up, Block has come up, and I think they want to help us on this matter and give a bit of an insight on what's happening in Belarus better than me. So Block.
Well, I would defer to Colby. He's better at this stuff than I am, and he monitors it more closely. But I will say that it is unlikely that Belarus would be successful opening up, even Belarus and Russia together combined would be successful opening up a front from the north, right? First of all, they've been practically signaling it, and there's no doubt the Ukrainians would be prepared far better than they were in February, right? So it'd be a really dumb move. I suspect it might be an attempt to do, some sort of psyops fixing operation to, tie up Ukrainian forces just to keep people guessing. They cut off the cameras today. To just create confusion because I think they're thrashing, they're desperate, they're losing, right? They're losing in Kherson, and they're scrambling for ways to sow fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And I don't think they would be crazy enough to attack from the north because it didn't work out well last time. There's no reason to see how, with a weakened Russian and certainly Belarusian military that didn't even want to invade the first time, how this time would be any more successful. So I really think it's unlikely. But I do think it's an attempt to obfuscate, create fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and to try to fix troops. But if they did, it would be absolutely bananas, right? Because the Ukrainians would be prepared. Lukashenko is already on thin ice domestically. The last time, he was facing mutiny from his own army, right? So I'm skeptical that they will open up a northern front. I think this is more either for training because the Russians lack the ability to train their own troops. We would see a lot more evidence of mass formations to achieve objectives. They might try to do some harassment. But if they did, I think that things would turn out very badly for both the Belarusian army, for the Russians, and for Lukashenko. But that's just an opinion. Colby follows this stuff far more carefully than I do, and he could probably offer even a better, more informed opinion. But that's my personal assessment. DFA, I don't know if that's helpful at all.
Yes, thanks, Bloke. I think that makes the most sense in the absence of any other logical explanation, and it's consistent with their predilection for smoke and mirrors in other avenues or in other aspects?
I think they're thrashing. I think they're trying absolutely everything possible to cover up the, or to try to find a way to prevent the defeat that they're likely facing. But Colby, I would really much rather hear from you.
It was interesting too, just in closing, Bloke and Under, it was interesting if it is indeed for training. We've probably all seen the video of the Belarusian special forces essentially doing the Macarena on the training ground. So if that's who they're training with for their own improvement, well, good luck to them.
Yeah, and just think about this for a second. The Ukrainians now have HIMARS. The northern border with Belarus is not far away. Lukashenko, I think, would be in trouble if, it would be a casus belli to, if Lukashenko ordered Belarusian troops into Ukraine. I don't see how this could work out in his favor. I just don't. But Colby, do you want to weigh in on this, or what do you think?
I think you summed it up all pretty well, Bloke. Russia has a few different objectives here. Number one, they've mobilized a large number of personnel, far more than they have the capacity and the infrastructure to process and billet all of these personnel. So they're sending some of them to Belarus so that they can be lodged there and conduct exercises and receive some training probably, and just so they can be Belarus's problem instead of Russia's, and they don't have to worry about providing lodging and food and everything else for all of these mobilized personnel that they now have charge for. Secondly, they very much want Ukraine to believe that a attack is imminent from the north, because even if it doesn't materialize, Ukraine, has to be cautious and has to maintain some assets ready to respond to any potential incursion. So the presence of Russian forces in Belarus, even if they don't do anything, just will distract Ukrainian efforts and resources to some extent. So they're achieving a few things here, but certainly I think the probability of any attack is extremely low. We don't have concrete figures on how many Russian forces exactly are in Belarus right now. There was reporting that it might be up to 9,000, but that would seem to be more of a target rather than an accurate reflection of how many have actually entered the country. So I haven't seen any updated reporting on how many might be currently present. I haven't seen that out in the open source domain. I'm sure Ukrainian and Western intelligence have a much more accurate idea of exactly how many Russian forces are present there, but ultimately it doesn't matter how many there are, because Belarusian forces and whatever Russia could plausibly muster there are in no shape to be launching an offensive from Belarus. It would not go well for them for many reasons, which I have outlined. I wrote a lengthy thread about this topic 10 days ago now, and I think it's held up pretty well so far, given that the offensive hasn't materialized despite a lot of alarmism about it potentially coming. So we'll see whether I get proven wrong on that one, but I'm feeling fairly confident that this isn't going to happen. And if it did, honestly, the Ukrainians should welcome it, because it would go so badly for the Russians. It would be a tremendous waste of resources for them. But we continue to see that Belarus is still shipping fairly large quantities of military equipment out of the country, which doesn't fit with the notion that an offensive is imminent. So even though there are Russian forces being deployed into Belarus, they're still sending tanks and, more importantly, trucks out of the country. If they were about to undertake offensive operations, you would not see a single truck leaving Belarusian territory, because they would need every single one of them in order to support any offensive into Ukraine. So I think it's extremely unlikely that this is going to happen. I think this is just Russia's best effort to distract Ukrainian forces and lessen the burden of mobilization on Russia's military infrastructure.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. That makes perfect sense. Thank you. And, I suppose at the end of the day, 10,000 Russian troops loitering north in Belarus also means that they're not engaged on the active front. So, that's all has to be a good thing in itself.
I have a couple of follow-up questions, Colby, if you don't mind. So one follow-up question is, one thought that crossed my mind, and I'm embarrassed I didn't read your thread. I should have, but one thought that crossed my mind is that this could be an attempt to prop up Lukashenko, right? And then I saw today that there has been friction between Belarusian troops and Russian troops. So I think even if it was an attempt to prop up Lukashenko, that could also backfire, right? Especially if they're sending Moblix, right?
If Putin felt the need to prop up Belarus, he certainly would not be sending Russian regular army forces in to do it. He would be deploying internal troops from Russia to do that job, because Russian regular forces are not trained or equipped to be able to do that job with any efficiency. So Putin likely has some number of Oman and SOBR forces, amongst others, on standby, ready for this purpose, probably since the protests in Belarus in 2020, 2021. There have been forces ready to go for that mission, because he knows that this is a scenario that is growing in probability, or was growing in probability, that he might have to bail Belarus out. So the tool to do that would be internal troops, to go in and supplement Belarus's own internal forces. He would not want the optics of the Russian military moving into Belarus and taking control. If there's any unrest in Belarus, they're going to want to try and suppress this as quickly and swiftly, with law enforcement resources, just to make it seem like this is just a minor internal security issue and not actually some sort of military annexation.
Yep, makes perfect sense. Thank you very much for clarifying that. So that's also off the table. So no, probably just training, but thank you for clarifying, Colby. And with that, I will drop down. Thank you.
Thank you, Bloke, for coming up and for the questions, and Colby, as always, helping us with insights and clarity on this. We have 3 other hands up. Some are probably all for you. Let's see. We have first Nick, then Word Doggo, and Chris.
Thanks, and good morning, Europe. If it's got to be morning in Europe, because it's pitch black here on the west coast of North America. So good morning, good middle of the night to Australia, maybe early morning.
Afternoon.
Anyway,
It's
anyway,
afternoon. It's afternoon there.
it's afternoon.
they
Okay.
they are waking up many hours before us, like 6
All right.
hours before me. So it's
All right.
afternoon.
They're from the
Excellent.
future.
Yes,
It's
they are.
afternoon tomorrow.
I love that about Anzac. They are always from the future. So I raised my hand initially to respond to something Via said, but before I get to that, the Belarusian front, that's in air quotes, was raised, and I can offer at least this: the Telegraph has a podcast which I learned about right here on MriyaReport. Um, I listen to them every day, and they have a military veteran expert who has described the uh, Belarusian operation, if you can call it that, currently ongoing as essentially a feint. They're hoping to tie down some Ukrainian forces that so they can't be deployed elsewhere. And there's no thought that a combined Belarusian Russian force would once again march on Kyiv. It's more along the lines of possibly striking south to interdict supply lines for Ukraine from Poland. But the whole thing is a farce because the Ukrainians are effectively, with many fewer troops, chomping at the bit to get at these guys if they cross the border. It's vanishing. It's not a non-zero chance that it'll happen, but it's such a small chance that it'll happen that it should be discounted in the main. But
oh my God! If you want to piss off the Poles, go for it. Right?
How did I piss off the Poles? The Poles are like the second strongest army outside of the Ukrainian in Europe, for as far as all accounts go currently.
Eastern Europe, but the eastern part, because you have also Germany and France and others.
Yeah,
we cannot compare with
we
who
do.
help us, right?
We
who
do,
come
but
here and help us.
but I'm not. I'd love to see the Poles get into this fight. That would just be dynamite as far as I'm concerned. Anyhow, this is not why I raised my hand. I raised my hand because Via said something that I thought it struck a chord with me. I too, like Via, expected the Russians to essentially become Western in 1991 when the collapse happened, because it was like the only logical alternative in my view. But little did I know, and little did Via know, that there is there's a word in Russian that covers a concept of fantasy and untruth. It's called vranyo, and the word is vranyo. And if you are part of a culture that has a language whose language includes a concept that in one word encapsulates fantasist fiction, uh, just completely made up BS, that it, in that if you know that exists in a culture within a language, it explains, at least it has come to explain to me since I learned of it just a few months ago, the depths of Russian dishonesty and what their propaganda is founded on. It's all fantasy. It's all BS. They're living in a hyper Fox News world, and it's depressing, but it's also it just explains everything, including things like these these fantasy feints out of Belarus. And I think I've said enough. And I will relinquish I will relinquish my speakership for the time being. And if anyone wants to uh, uh, discuss this further, I'm fine with it, but I don't really care either way. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. And I must apologize to Harry. See, this is the hands. You know what I said earlier. Harry, you were up next after DFA, and I lost
Yeah,
the order. So please.
thank you for noticing me. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Okay. All right. I was happy to wake up in time to listen to this Salome interview, or the final part of it, and that was very refreshing and important. I'm an Orthodox Christian from Finland, and it's very good to have some church-like points in this discussion, because the shame and horror of the Russian Orthodox Church is so big now. It's part of the problem, of course. And also, I wanted to say, we Finns, we managed to avoid the Iron Curtain, but there's been a lot of suffering in our history as the neighbors to Russia. And since this thing began in February, I've been thinking all the time, what is the big plan in all of this? Why does this all happen? And I want to tell you, Chris, you said it so well, what I've been trying to think, in my head. What is the end game, or what is the plan, or what is the good in all of this? But you said it so well, Chris. Thank you so much. Thanks. This was my comment.
Thank you, Harry. And thank you for coming up. We had a lot of new speakers today, or people who don't frequently come up and speak. And I'm glad, I'm really glad and grateful for that. Word Doggo, you had your hand up earlier, and as you have some insights being Ukrainian, do you care to add something?
Good morning, good early morning from Ukraine, or good night, depending on which part of the globe you are, or happy lunchtime if you're in Australia, future guys. This night was relevantly calm. I mean, despite the fact that every night Russians usually launch from area of Crimea around like up to 20 drones, with the good portion of them being down before arrival. But early Monday morning, we are already stressfully accustomed to get heavy shellings from Russia with rockets, as it was going a couple of weeks ago. This one was still calm, but we are focused. Speaking on Belarus, overall, there are answering the question from the previous speakers about how things are going. Overall, there are pretty clear indicators if the army is building up for an attack and trusting Ukrainian armed forces being professionals of what they are doing. The clear indicator that something is building up over there is the ammo depots going blown off and some HIMARS incoming. So if you see in the news that something is blowing up over there, that's exactly Ukraine preventing them doing the attack, because it's much easier to prevent the attack than facing them on the front line. But nevertheless, that one or the other one, Ukraine overall mood about Belarus is, hey, come and get it, because they pretty much understand that if Belarus will do that strange, stupid thing, it will be the beginning of the end for the regime over there, and the military on whom Lukashenko is staging in the country will have significant loss, and the regime will simply, it's a big question if the regime will sustain. Speaking about Russia, well, many centuries just simply pass of the evolution, and they've got the technologies, but they remain the same barbarian mind of Mongols standing in front of the gates of Kiev in 1242. Pretty much the same, never changed a lot, just simply stolen the technologies and scaled their techniques of killing human beings like they are to scale up. But Ukraine will win because our globe is the place where evil should not have the power. Thank you so much. Love and hugs from Ukraine.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroям слава.
Thank you, Word Doggo. Really appreciate that. So, Chris, you have your hands up.
Thank you, Anda. Actually, the last two speakers and that interesting lead in to what I was going to say. And so thank you to Harry and Wardogo for that. Actually, Harry, I can tell you that I'm now quite well educated about the Finnish war and the continuation war, due to MriyaReport, of course. And when I talk about the Russian playbook, you know, I sort of say now, interestingly, from what Wardogo just say, I say, well, this has been going on for centuries, what the Russian playbook, but if you want to just concentrate on the last 100 years, let's start with the Finnish war, because that is like, you know, one of the first examples in the last 100 years, and is absolutely, to me anyway, an example of the Russian playbook. And then I have I saw something and I didn't write it down, but somebody put up. It was about, I don't know, 20 instances in the last 100 years of the Russian playbook, you know, and obviously included in that is Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, etc., etc. I can't even remember them all. I mean, there are so many that you can't actually even remember them all. So, but there's something like, you know, 20 instances. And of course, Salome, you know, brought up Chechnya, and of course, Georgia, and of course, Afghanistan, you know, where I was involved in that to some extent. We didn't end up going into Afghanistan, the British and the Americans, but, you know, again, it was part of the Russian playbook. So I sort of think it's important that we put this message out, and that we educate people on it, you know, as I've educated myself, certainly since February, with the help of, in the main, MriyaReport. So and then I was just going to add something onto the Belarusian things, and I don't know if people remember back. I do, to when the first satellite pictures appeared of the Russians massing along the Belarusian border. You know, I think those were deliberately put out by pull the Americans, maybe ourselves, the British, and that to highlight that this was actually serious. You know, there were rows and rows of armor in Belarus. I remember, of course, those pictures being snowy. Then, you know, so the snow was on the ground, and you could see the trucks and the helicopters, and even I seem to remember the blood stations. So something was definitely going to happen, and I'm absolutely 100% sure that we are equally watching what is going on in Belarus and everywhere around Ukraine now. So there'll be no surprise this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And I think everyone and anyone tried to say the same thing to Russia in the last days, that we are all watching you. We are we have your eyes on you, and this is not going to be a sneaky attack, right? Harry, you have something to add to this, and then I will go to Sand and Fluffy.
Yeah, thanks. Just commenting quickly on Chris. Thank you, Chris. Yes, one thing I forgot to mention is that, you know, when we think of our history here in Finland and the wars and all the teasing that has been going on for hundreds of years, it's always been like, you know, some kind of private thing happening to us. You know, some sort of common trauma that is, you know, going on in the families, in the villages, or in the country. This is sort of the first time it has a sort of a universal nature, as we sort of meet all the neighbors of Russia that have been gone through the same agenda. So that is maybe one of the meanings of this horror, if this can have a meaning. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's true. And I'm glad we had this discussion. And I'm glad you came up. And I hope usually during Domen's time, so after 10, the Finns are coming up in larger numbers. So if you want to hear Antti or talk a bit, you will find more Finns up at that time, talking to us, to our guests.
Yes, may I comment quickly?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I've been here now and then, but I never realized that you have to raise your hand to speak. So I was here also twice when Pekka Toveri was speaking. He's my schoolmate from high school. So I just wanted to greet him, but I'll do it next time. All right, thanks, bye.
Awesome. Yes. For the co-host to know you want to speak, you have to raise your hand, because otherwise, among all the talking and everything, we lose track of who wants to talk, who doesn't, and it's easier. And probably that's why no one asked you why you came up for. So yeah. So we have Send Your Mind, illogically optimistic, he said. Hi.
Hey there, Anna. Great job today. To you and all your co-hosts. What a phenomenal day of learning it has been. I have had MriyaReport in my ears for, I don't know, how long have I been awake here? I bet it's been a good 10 hours of this day. On the west coast of the United States here, and I assume that if everybody looks at their phone or their computer screen, they'll see the first photo in the nest or the first tweet. And it's a very geeked out looking Lukashenko wiping his brow. That's a stressed out dude. That's a guy who's got some worry. And it's not too challenging to figure out why. I hope that he has plenty of people with resources and contacts and influence in Europe who he is speaking with at the moment, who are encouraging him to strike some type of deal to maybe walk away. I have no idea what that would look like, but look, he's got to be thinking right now, what happens if there's no army or not much of an army left in Russia at the end of this? And where does that leave me? That's one thought I had going down this track. And I've kind of pieced together a collection of thoughts on Belarus, largely from what I've heard here over the past month. I mean, I know my CIS states, I know my history, but I'm not, I wouldn't say that I'm by any means an expert in what's going on in Belarus. Just purely psychologically, though, stepping away from Lukashenko and thinking about his troops. I mean, I'm sorry, I can't remember who mentioned it earlier. It may have been Nick, it may have been Colby. Great job, Colby. I really appreciate all your help in here today and every day. But the Belarusian troops don't seem like a great bet if I'm Vladimir Putin. I think arming those guys with anything other than the bolt action rifles that a lot of his conscripts have gotten would be, I don't know, something you might want to toss a coin on. Similarly, with the conscripts that they're sending to Belarus, if they were arming these guys to the degree that they needed to be armed to go and make any attempt to move south in any way, both of those leaders have to be calculating the risk of those armed armies and what they're going to do with those weapons. Even if the order is given and everybody's wound up and spun in one direction, I'm not sure what keeps them moving. And I'm not sure what keeps Lukashenko in his seat once they do. And maybe that's part of Putin's calculus on that front. I do not know. But if he were to give the order and no action were to take place, or worse, there's a mutiny, it's curtains in the Kremlin. And if anybody wants to tell me why I'm wrong, I would love to learn why. Really appreciate everybody being here. Slava Ukraini. And if anybody talks to Future Man in Australia, curious about how tomorrow is going to be, because I'm thinking about staying up all night and just skipping tomorrow altogether. So if anybody's got an inside scoop on that, I'd like to know. Cheers to you, Slava Ukraini.
Herem Slava. And thank you very much. We actually have some Australians in the audience, and for some of them, Wagner Group used to be the calling sign, but they they ignore us in the last days. So regarding mutiny, I remember distinctly first day of this invasion when a general from Belarus resigned because they are not at war, and he had this opportunity to resign, so he resigned, saying that he could not fight against Klitschko, which is the mayor of Kiev, because he admired him as a pugilist and as a man, and he doesn't want to fight against his country. So we don't know at this point. I don't know. Maybe Colby knows more on this. If he wants to engage on this, okay, it's really late. He is. I mean, his future.
I don't mean to keep Colby
Yeah.
up past his bedtime, but
Yeah.
and no offense to Colby or anybody else with an American accent like mine, but I'm really interested in hearing your European accent comment on that one.
So we will try to. This is not only about accent.
Cheers.
I will,
Well said.
yeah, I will try to bring more on this a bit later. I'm banking on. Sorry, Joseph. I'm banking on Colby because he has a broader knowledge and yeah, he studied this in depth. So usually I defer to people who know more than me. But if he is not here because he didn't open his mic or close to the phone, I will go to Chris and Fluffy, and then we will come back to this topic. Would that be okay, Saint?
I'm easy. I'm really just here to listen. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava. Colby.
I'm here. Um, oh, what can I say on this topic? Lukashenko is hoping that he can just wait all of this out and quietly fade away into the background, and nobody's going to pay attention to him. I think that he believes that if you know, if Russia loses, he is hoping, based on the fact that he has not actually committed his own forces to this fight, that it will be possible for him to claim victimhood in all of this as well, and say that Putin threatened him and that he had no choice but to accept the stationing of Russian forces on his territory for the purposes of attacking Ukraine and launching attacks against Ukraine with missiles and other weapons. And he's going to claim victimhood and say that he would have been killed if he didn't agree, and he's he's a victim in all of this as well, and that hopefully that'll get him off without too many consequences, and he'll be able to maintain power. And that just might work because as long as he doesn't actually commit forces to attack Ukraine himself, is Ukraine going to turn their sights on him and invade Belarus after the Russian army's been defeated? I don't think so. Is NATO going to decide that they want to go invade Belarus after Russia's defeated? I don't think so. So I think there's a chance here that he actually survives this ordeal. If once Russia is defeated in the field, he just keeps on doing what he's doing, and he'll survive, at least in the short term. If whether he can survive domestic political forces within his country is another matter, but I think that Lukashenko, a lot of people underestimate the man. I think he's actually a fairly shrewd political operator. You don't stay in power for as long as he has by being a complete idiot. So I think that he's not playing his cards terribly, given the poor hand that he holds, and he's hoping to come out of this alive, and he just might do it.
Well done. Cheers. Thanks a lot, Colby.
Thank you, Colby. Thank you very much. Chris, you have something to. So before this, Colby, thank you. And I know it's really, really late there. And it's Monday tomorrow. In your tomorrow comes Monday, probably some work. So thank you very much for staying up so late and answering to our questions on everything from bank to history and Belarus and yeah, basically everything. Chris.
Hi, Amanda. Well, I'm glad that Colby came up there and put some detail in, because I'm going to be a bit fluffy about Belarus. What you visualize materializes, and I am illogically optimistic about the fall of Belarus. So, in my dreams, Belarus also comes over to the West. Now, I don't know enough about it to know whether that will happen, but I want it to happen. And if it happens, of course, it will make a very tidy border between the West and Russia. So I'm calling on the members of the and the audience of MriyaReport to all think positively about the fall of Belarus and be illogically optimistic about it, however it may happen.
Thank you. Chris, you have a motor or something that's buzzing in the background. Thank you. Fluffy, you have something to add to this?
Hey there, can you hear me? Actually, I was going to change the subject a little bit, so I can come back and ask later if you want. It was wanting to know about the Israeli strike on the drone factory in Syria.
So it was on Damascus. I had the I had Colby explain earlier a bit on this, and also I understood that while I was sleeping, M was up in the space and also brought some information. Apparently, they struck facility which is one of the facilities which produce the drones, which are now used in the Shahed drones that are now used in Ukraine, and for which some Ukrainian, some Iranian trainers are training Russian soldiers to use. I'm sure we will have some more footage and insight in the next hours. It was also on the Ministry of Defense of UK. They have an update every day about how the front is going. If the facility, so we will know later if the facility is badly damaged or not, because and that is relevant because Russia is using a lot of these Shahed drones in order to shell the Ukrainian cities, and their assumption UK's Ministry of Defense assumption is that this is most likely a substitute for the Russian manufactured long range precision weapons, which they have used so lavishly by shelling gas stations and malls and kindergartens and playing grounds in Ukraine instead of using them wisely on military assets. So they are kind of finding new ways in hitting civilian targets because they are unwise, let's say. Yeah, we will see how badly damaged is, and I'm sure in a couple of days we will know if their production line is damaged. But I think we had yesterday or the day before someone in space explaining to us that it is a really simple drone, really cheap materials, very easy to relocate basically the production line. So as they resupply with the spare parts for the drone, it's not a problem for them to move someplace else and to continue to produce. So that won't be a revolutionary step at this point. But yeah, I'm happy for it. I'm really happy for it. Because these Shahed drones are also used by the Iranians to shell Israel daily. So it's not like it was a wise move, and how do you say, when just in time? It was just in time. So yeah. Then you came fast up and with your hand raised. Do you have something to add on this, on the drones?
Well, I had at least some comment on both Lukashenko and the drones, and I have not had time to deeply study what Israel did in Damascus this weekend. But they strike things in Damascus, if not weekly, then certainly monthly. They've been running a continuous campaign for a long time to keep Iran from giving Hezbollah more missiles than Israel can deal with. That's an ongoing thing. And there is some, again, long-standing, incredibly complicated sort of arrangement between the Israelis and the Russians about what the Israelis will and won't bomb, and all of that's tied up in why Israel is not supporting Ukraine enough. Now, I'm not saying they're not supporting Ukraine, but what they're doing, they're not doing enough, and what they're doing quietly. So I don't think that the Israeli strike this weekend is anything particularly new. As far as Lukashenko goes, I don't know if he'll go down or not, but he sure as heck deserves it. I'm still extremely upset about that plane they tricked into setting down so they could pull that couple off of it. He deserves to go down for that alone. And I don't think he's very popular in his own country. I mean, he's only still there because Putin propped him up. So fingers crossed, if Putin is truly too busy to prop him up, maybe it'll shake loose. But I don't have any great insight on the subject, but that's just kind of what I wanted to toss in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Indeed, it's not the first time Iran and Israel have a long-standing debate and long-standing shelling, but it's not started by Israel. They are just trying to defend themselves in this. Regarding Lukashenko, I really hope and pray that their partisan movement, who so nicely at the beginning of the war blew up tracks in order to slow down the logistic chain, the supply for the troops who are massed in the north of Ukraine. And helped basically Ukraine in this way. I hope they gain momentum, and they will their nation will be able at some point to put their foot down and throw this garbage leader away, because he's a garbage leader. He's a despot in his country. He treats his subjects because this is how he treats them, as subjects, not as free citizens with free will. And he doesn't do that nicely. So I strongly have this illogical hope. Yeah, I like that bio. To see them, to see him gone, and to see Belarus change its stance, become an independent and sovereign nation, as they should be, as they should be acting, because they are in law, in papers, but they don't act like one, and it's greatly because of Lukashenko's regime. Okay, Fluffy, please continue.
Hey, so yeah, I was just saying that I really appreciate the information on the drone thing. I just sort of saw the headlines and was kind of figured, fingers crossed, but knew in the back of my mind it really wasn't anything big.
You have a Fluffy. You
Yep.
have a
Can you hear me?
You have a very strong noise behind you, like you are near, I don't know, a TV or something. I don't know.
That's hold on.
Okay, that stopped.
Okay, is that better? Okay, yeah.
Yes,
I was on a Bluetooth speaker, so.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
that's just real quick. That's good advice to all our listeners. If you come up to speak, just use your regular phone speaker. It's just like other stuff causes problems. Sorry, go ahead, Fluffy.
all right, yeah, cool, good to know. But yeah, no, yeah, good information on the drone thing. But it sounds like I just recently watched Winter on Fire finally, and highly recommend it to anybody. It's everybody. Yes, it's definitely got your squeamish bits, but it's well worth getting through it. And it just seems from what I've been hearing, it seems like Lukashenko is kind of the same type of person who was in power around that time. So best of luck to Belarus on that one. And thank you all for this space. I've been an active listener now for a few months now, and really appreciate all the wonderful knowledge I've been gaining. And yeah, Slava Ukraini. Thank you. I'm gonna drop down.
Hello and Slava, and thank you for coming up. I'm really glad so many people were daring and contributing today. It's really refreshing. So Dan, you have your hand up.
Yeah, back on the question of Lukashenko's independence, and he has never been in any way a nice human being, but he was not wholly owned by Putin until he had to have help with those protests just a year or two ago. And Putin pulling him out of Putin, sending him the support to remain in power, and all but taking over Belarus in the process, I really think was a key factor in Putin deciding to attack Ukraine, because now his tanks could start 100 miles from Kiev instead of 400 miles from Kiev. And I mean, it still didn't work, but I think it was a big factor in him deciding to try. So but before 2019, 2020, I wouldn't say that Lukashenko was defying Putin, but he wasn't just a wholly owned subsidiary. So that really was a big change in the whole situation, and it's worth pondering how big a change it would be if it can go back, or all the way back. You know, if we could truly pry Belarus out of Russia's orbit, it would be as complete a victory as we're going to get in this war.
Sorry, what was the last sentence you said?
If we could truly break Belarus free from Russia and start it on the same path towards Europe that Ukraine has followed, it would be the biggest victory we can possibly win in this war. Short of the breakup of the Russian Federation. And I mean, for that to happen, I'm assuming that Ukraine's got Crimea, that, you know, everything, you know, Ukraine's at the 2014 borders and so on. But if we can do that and get Belarus too, then this becomes like the most catastrophic strategic loss, like maybe ever for Russia. I mean, it would just completely change things.
Yeah, and I think Dan, I completely understand you meant no offense by that, but maybe just to like clarify for everybody to not have anyone be confused. Like when we don't mean get Belarus in any kind of like derogatory way. I think Dan means the people of Belarus overthrowing a criminal, corrupt regime, Lukashenko, which has been facilitating a criminal war, like. So I just wanted to give everyone that information. Go ahead, Dan. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you said it much better than I did, but that was the point I was trying to make. It's nothing would drive home the fact that Putin has lost more than regime change in Belarus. He can't spend that. He can't whatever it. And it would also be fantastic for Belarus, because I mean, it's been badly run for literally forever.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I just wanted to make it clear. Like, I understand you meant no offense by it. I just wanted to like, just like underline that point for our listeners, just to be clear. Sorry, back to you, Anda.
Yeah, and I think it's completely correct, Dan. It would be an awesome thing that at the end of this war, when Ukraine regains their entire territories. If Belarus would revolt and exchange, overthrow is the word, Lukashenko. Colby, please.
Bedtime for me. Good night, everybody. I will catch you all tomorrow.
Thank you, Colby. Thank you for everything, for today and for every day, for rescuing us. Thank you. And good night.
Well, Anna, the time has come. You got to let me do some announcements now, don't you?
I don't have a choice.
That's right. I've been trying to do announcements for a while. Anna hasn't been letting me. So, well, the time has come. The tables have turned. So, everyone, you're listening to the Maria Report. Welcome. We love all our listeners. Thanks so much, everyone, for being here. It's all possible because you guys hang out. You retweet the space. It really does help us out. It helps spread the word. You also come up. You talk to us, right? We just had a bunch of great people. We had a great conversation with just people from all around the world, regular people who are just sick of Russia's garbage, right? We're just sick of Russia doing all this terrible stuff, from everything from just spreading random lies on the internet to creating mass graves in Ukraine of women and children, and torturing people, and mass deporting people, and all the stuff we talk about at length on the space, right? Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for being here, for supporting what we do, for participating in the conversation. You can always come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will get you up here. You can raise your hand by pressing the little heart icon, and then in the far right, you can raise your hand. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. Last point, we are a volunteer organization. We're volunteers from all over the world. It's late at night for me. It's early in the morning for Anda, right? We do our best to get you guys interviews with Ukrainians on the ground who can explain the situation going on there, with experts, generals, people like General Ben Hodges and so forth. We haven't had him on in a while. We should ask. I'll look into that. We'll see what we can do. But anyway, just kidding. Anyway, it's great to have everyone here, and we're all volunteers, and we don't monetize anything we do here, right? Anna drinks a nice cup of coffee every morning, so do I. But there's no buy Anda or Joseph a coffee. Everything we do here, we do for Ukraine, and we just want to support MriyaAid.org, right? We want to direct everyone's attention to a great website, MriyaAid.org. It's a nonprofit organization in Canada. It's dedicated to getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They do all sorts of stuff. They get bandages, tourniquets, drones, thermals, night vision, body armor. What else? Mine disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, vehicles, armor for vehicles, medical care for Ukrainian veterans, a lot of great stuff. So please do check out MriyaAid.org if you can. And if you're so inclined and you're so able, please do give what you can. Every little bit helps, and everything they do is great. Just like MriyaReport, MriyaAid is also an organization dedicated to non-lethal aid, and it's run completely by volunteers just like us. So that means that there's no overhead costs, there's no pizza parties, nothing like that. Every penny of everything goes directly to getting the non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So we really do implore people, check out MriyaAid.org, and if you can, please do give. So with that, I will say, it doesn't look like I was able to coax any speakers up, Anda. So maybe it's my turn for a rant. You've been talking about stuff for a while. So Anda, supposedly on the Telegram, I'm not on there a lot, but people use Google Lens, and they translate stuff on there. There's like a story about what the Russians, and I don't know if this is true. I haven't actually verified this, but supposedly what the Russians plan to take as they evacuate from Kherson, and it's like a list of stuff. Have you seen the list?
No, I have not actually. I've heard about it, but I didn't read it. So if you would be so kind, yeah, please tell
Yeah.
us
So I'll just say
what's in
like so the person who actually tweeted this is Special Kherson Cat. In other words, like he's credible. He's a friend of the space. He's been up a few times. We've talked to him. I've talked to him. He's great guy. Lives in a part of Kherson Oblast that's occupied, the more rural part. But been to the city of Kherson. It's like he when he talks about Kherson, he's been to the bridges and he's been to these places and he's got family there in occupied territory and so forth. So he's an excellent source. So everyone should check out Special Kherson Cat at Bayraktar_1love. He's a cool dude. And he's like gotten like to watch his skills develop over the course of the war and the invasion, right? He's gotten really good at I don't know, like spreading accurate information, I guess, using like satellite data and stuff like that. Anyway, so my point is he tweeted this, so he's reliable, but what he says is it is reported by local media that Russians began to dismantle the monument to Admiral Ushakov in Kherson, Ushakov. And a little bit earlier today, a Russian propaganda channel wrote a list of valuables that need to be looted in Kherson. In other words, he's not saying this is a reliable source that he's getting it from, right? So he's a reliable source. This much happened, but so this list might not be reliable. It's just a propaganda list. But the first one, it sounds like they've already done. So they want to get the monuments to Potemkin, Ushakov, Suvorov, church valuables, any icons, valuable exhibits in the local Kherson museum, any art in the art museum, any valuables in the academic stuff. Like, I don't really know, the universities, I think more or less. There's a puppet theater. I don't know. This is a kind of a big thing in, I don't know. But anyway, they want to loot the puppet theater. There's a Philharmonic. They want to loot that. Some books from the libraries, like rare books. And the remains of Prince Gregory Potemkin Tauride. So those are like the things that these guys supposedly want to like loot and steal while they're running away from Kherson. I don't know. Again, I don't know if it's like accurate to the nth degree, but they've already shown an interest in at least one of these things. So we might see more evidence of them doing stuff like this. I mean, this is a genocide, right? It's a looting and stealing of the historical heritage of a country, and I don't know, just spiteful and crazy and evil. But anyway, again, I don't want to like read too much into it. It's just some random propaganda mutterings, but we all remember that when and we don't ever want to take their propaganda too seriously, but we all remember when we should bomb the power stations and stuff was just propaganda. So I wouldn't put it past them to loot as much as they can of the city of Kherson's cultural heritage on their way out the door. So I'll turn it over to you, Onda, if we got a couple hands now. Go ahead.
Yes, we have a couple of hands, and I wouldn't put them past them. Some of the icons and some of the churches, for example, have really valuable items in them. The museum has some amazing work in it. So and they are easier to move and remove, and we saw them do this in other towns. So looting art, it's not new during war, and I know that as much as possible every country tries to protect some of the valuable art pieces they have in such cases, because it's very hard to trace them back. It's very hard to get them back, and usually they are simply lost. Lost for that country. You never get them back. And yes, unfortunately, this is not a new process. I don't know what they have with the statues. They're okay, but with the pieces, with some pieces of art which are 100 years old, 1,000 years old, that is because you have to remember, first churches in Ukraine were built at maybe year 1000, around year 1000. So some of them are 1000 years old. So the art, the icons and the pieces of cult, which are from sometimes from gold, from silver, they are really really old, some of them, and irreplaceable, basically irreplaceable once removed from there, stolen, basically. They cannot be replaced, and they cannot be traced back because it's not like someone comes in there with a paper and a pen and starts to make an inventory and says, yes, this cup of goes to this museum in Russia. This icon will go to this. No, they just collecting them in bulk. Most of the people who do this don't have any real idea what are they holding. The not only the spiritual value of that piece, but the historical and yeah. I'm kind of pissed about this. I'm not happy at all. So I know some of them will be completely lost, and they cannot be brought back. Yeah. Sorry about that. Chris, you have your hands up for a long time. I'm sorry, and decoding trolls after that.
Hi, and mic check. Is that a bit better than it was last time?
Yes, much.
Okay. So I'm equally as pissed as you are, actually, and I don't know what to say other than the fact that what's been said before, that they are savages from a past century. That's I'll keep saying that because I don't get banned for saying that on here. And they every time you think that they can't sink any lower, they do. So that's that on that. And I don't know how long you've got now or how long we've got, but you did mention earlier, much earlier, tanks.
Yes, yes, that's something we can do, right? Yes,
well,
that's something
well,
we
well.
can do. We can push the tanks. Yes.
Okay, well, and so first of all, I wanted to obviously thank you for your help and your introductions. And I don't know whether you've seen the DMs over the weekend that have been flying backwards and forwards, but obviously we've made a lot of progress there. And
Yes,
yeah, so I think we can. So I was just thinking that we might just talk briefly about some of the things that we're doing there. So it's very interesting that the application that we're using to track the hashtag Free the Leopards is a company in Iashi, is it?
We have as in Ukraine 2 types of E, and one of them is very short. It's Yash with accent on the first syllable, but you're really close, and don't feel bad for misspelling it, because it's really hard for English speaking people to put the short E in the in the end. We have a lot of them, so we are used to them.
Okay, well, Yash. I shall. Is that? I hope that's better. And now I understand that is not to digress too much here, but I understand that's quite a beautiful town, a university town, or where there are startups. Is that right in Romania?
It is. It is one of our university centers. It is a very old and a traditional educational city with tradition in education, and they are proud. They have had our national poet there. So yeah, it's a city with tradition. It's a city as Rome on 7 hills. A very beautiful city, and very bright people.
Ah, well, clearly, right. So clearly bright. So yeah. So just so that people know, obviously they know about the hashtag Free the Leopards, which is our campaign to get leopard tanks sent into Ukraine as soon as possible, so that we can get these Russian savages out of Ukraine as soon as possible before they steal and loot anything else, and all the other things that they do. So we are, and I just wanted to make the point about that. So as you know, and we are looking at the broader, if you like, picture here. In terms of the application that we're using, the Romanian application that we're using, not only does it track hashtags, but it also tracks brand power, if you like, right? I.e. the brand power of the MriyaReport. So we've had a few discussions about this, but I don't know whether you've heard them over the weekend, and that, where we've been talking about the fact that obviously MriyaReport is promoting the hashtag Free the Leopards, but as that hashtag Free the Leopards gets out there, it also helps us promote the brand of MriyaReport, which of course in turn helps us become more influential and more powerful, if you like, as a force for good, shall we say, right, and a force for education. So I just wanted to say that. So we, as you know, the discussions are underway at the minute about how we can effectively use that application, and we're well on the way to doing that. So we're basically seeking guidance from the powers that be at MriyaReport about what our objectives and strategy are. So I'll leave that for the minute. I think the other point is that there was a discussion, and which was basically, okay, we're focusing on getting the leopards freed, but at the same time there's no harm in also, particularly in America, talking about free the Abrams as well, or whatever hashtag we want to use there, because actually, and I leave out of this discussion all the support issues, etc., and the logistics issues and maintenance issues for the Abrams tank. I'm just putting that to one side for the minute, and I'm just saying that if Americans and that want to ask, you know, their politicians, if you like, to free the Abrams, that'll do just as well. So I think we've got in priority, we've got obviously free the Leopards, but also if we got Abrams in there, we wouldn't mind that either. As I say, I'll leave aside all of the pros and cons of which tank is the best. But another point came out over the weekend, and that was that you know, we could also do with countries sending infantry fighting vehicles, right? Because actually there are a few videos going around of the incredible way that the Ukrainians are using infantry fighting vehicles. There's a video that I have in my head, which is basically Ukrainians charging like the Light Brigade or something, Russian positions with infantry fighting vehicles. So that's just something to put into people's head as well, that, you know, if we can't get the politicians to free the Leopards or free the Abrams, they can free their infantry fighting vehicles. So hope that's useful.
Thank you, Chris. I think 3 points to get from this. Indeed, MriyaReport is supporting this this initiative, Free the Leopards. Free the Leopards. Let them run free. It's a project which is very dear to our hearts, and it's dear to our hearts because, as Axel very nicely said some days back, they are versatile, and they can help also with drones, with fighting the drones which are incoming. So this is one of the things we support. It will what people can do at this point. Yes, what all of us can do at this point is to promote this. To we write to. This is what I do. I tweet or retweet some other tweets. In which Free the Leopards is posted. I address it always to the Bundeskanzler and Olaf Scholz, because he has two accounts. He has the official account as a chancellor of Deutschland, of Germany, and his own account, and he has to sign the release of these tanks, not only from Germany, but the release for the countries that want to give them to Ukraine, but are not allowed to do that by contract. So this is one thing that people can help with at this point, and we are focusing on this. I have seen some very nasty comments about some ladies who are offended that we use our pictures. So there are some of us who support this this endeavor, and we dressed in leopard prints, and we took some pictures, and we post them as a teasing, nagging bonking way of we are basically bonking at this point the Bundeskanzler and Olaf Scholz, both of his accounts, for him to sign this. And what I want you to understand are two things. One, we are all volunteers. We volunteered for this. We want this. We did this because we see it as a way of making fun and also attracting attention to this campaign. It's not derogatory. We are not paid. This is not something that was imposed to us. This was something that we chose to do because we wanted to attract attention on this. We want to have these leopards sent to Ukraine. So not for one moment to cross your mind that this is some kind of I don't know, misogynistic, imposed, and something else. That's one thing. And second, I haven't seen any protests in front of Chanel and in front of, I don't know, Prada, because they use women in their commercials. So I think those comments are absurd, and I really wanted to address that since we are at this point, at this topic, and we want to focus on this campaign at this point, and to promote this idea, to spread this idea, to pressure the Bundeskanzler in releasing this by having public opinion pressure, right? If he doesn't have enough pressure from his country, from his countrymen, we want to have for him to have this pressure, this fire from around the globe. So this is the reason we are here. This is the reason we are doing this. Indeed, we try to, as Chris said, we try to track if this is working. This is why he mentioned Yash. We want to see if this campaign is working and it's reaching further on. This is the point of the campaign. It's not just to talk among ourselves. It's about spreading the word. And as we are always telling you, when people ask us, what can we do? Well, we always said, write to your representatives so they know. It's like people from Germany would write to Bundeskanzler, you need to release that. But this can be done in America or anywhere else. We also, another thing is tweeting and retweeting and creating basically letting the word spread among your colleagues, followers from all over the world. Not only here at MriyaReport are we from all over the world. And we had people calling from New Zealand and also people calling from Haiti and some other places, literally all over the world. So it's really important to if you think, if you support something, to let people know that you support that campaign or idea, or it helps to promote it. It helps with the awareness. So yeah, basically that's what I wanted to add. Chris, I think we have to. I ranted a bit. We have to cut it a bit short because we have three other hands up, and I want to see what Decoding has to say. Chris, do you have something to add up so we can move to?
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. I thought you were just going to go straight on. Yeah. Obviously, everything you've said is absolutely right. And by the way, of course, and a little controversy does not go wrong. So please carry on with your controversial posts and that, because that will all help raise awareness. And there'll be more on this. I'll keep it short, Andrew, so other people can speak. But there'll be more on this another time. We can talk about it another time. But over the weekend, Axel did talk publicly about his targets here, and of course, politicians, you can say, are one target. But of course, he emphasised that actually the primary target is the people, as you've outlined, right? If we get the people on side and that, and asking for the leopards to be freed, then that's going to be the most important thing, arguably. And then a third thing is the traditional media. If we can get the traditional media, the newspapers, the radio, the TV, if you like, basically saying, what the heck is this going on? What is this free the leopards thing? What is the issue about tanks? Then obviously that's a good thing. So I'll cut it at that, Andrew, because we'll have plenty of time to talk about this at another time.
Thank you, Chris. Decoding, you have been really patient with us. So please tell us, how is language a weapon, and how can we use it?
Well, I was prompted to just speak about the cultural issue. So my perspective on the taking of statues from Harrison is that this is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I'm writing a book about the misuse by Russia of ancient Ukrainian culture. So I'm very interested in this issue, and I noted the very first person who was forcibly disappeared in Melitopol, occupied Melitopol, was the female Tatar head of the Cultural Museum, and it turned out they tried to discover the location of the Scythian gold hoard, which the museum held, and she did not reveal the location of it. They then forcibly disappeared her deputy, who again didn't reveal the source of the Scythian, or the location of Scythian gold. Unfortunately, a collaborator did, and the Scythian gold was taken to occupied Donetsk, from where it will probably be taken to Muscovy itself. And so that's one category of raiding and cultural vandalism, and that's based, I think, on greed and a classic raiding tactic. There's another category of raiding of assets, which I think I'm seeing signs of increasing at the moment. And I mean, I think the Russians are retreating from everywhere. And I think they will conceal this retreat over the coming months with barbaric acts. But for instance, they are removing gas pipe infrastructure, which they themselves laid between Berdyansk and Melitopol over the past few days. The Russians are themselves retrieving that. And we know they have taken
emergency vehicles and whatnot from the occupied territories, much of which was paid for by the the European Union and Ukraine central government and by US aid over the past 8 years. And these are being retrieved in a raiding kind of way. You know, this is the washing machine aspect. But the third category of raiding, I think, so these statues from, so as many of us know, the Ukraine passed the decommunization law in, I think it was 2015, and relatively little was done. There was some renaming of, for instance, Dnipropetrovsk city was renamed as Dnipro, and Kropivnitsky was renamed the capital of Kirovograd Oblast, but they couldn't really get enough energy to rename, for instance, Kirovograd Oblast itself. And as we know, many of the buildings still have communist era signage on it. And Timothy Snyder's view on this was Ukraine had done this backwards. The decommunization law, they should have waited until the consciousness of Ukrainians had reached a state that they wanted to decommunize their country, as say they did in Poland and other places. However, what I see happening now with the taking of these Russian Empire-esque artifacts is sort of self-decommunization, and it's in some ways this is quite helpful to Ukraine, and it does, the consciousness obviously there is now there to replace this model. For instance, every village in Ukraine has this Soviet model of the Great Patriotic War and this golden statue of this male archetype who's holding a rifle, which is probably now being used by some of the Mobics, and the tank, the T-62 tank in every city. And this is all part of the communist ideology and the Muscovy's attempt to create of a very diverse collection of nations and countries and cultures, homogenized vision. And obviously, we've seen huge efforts recently to properly enact the decommunization law in Dnipro. Oodles of streets have been renamed now, thankfully. And I foresee every village in Ukraine having statues of local heroes from the 2014-2022 war, rather than these generic kind of little Tesco-esque statues of generic heroes. And so the taking of these statues from Kherson tells me a couple things. One, the Russians are retreating. Two, I think they're doing the job of decommunization in some respects. I'm not talking about the icons or certain other stuff. And three, I think this hints at how the entire special military operation will be rebranded. And I believe it will be rebranded by Muscovy as a raid to protect Soviet heritage from the European horde who don't respect it. And so they will parade these statues around what's left of Muscovy as evidence that the special operation itself was worth it. And I'm sure mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters across what's left of Muscovy will look at these statues which they've taken from, which they've decommunized, self-decommunization from Kherson, and think, gosh, yeah, I'm really glad I lost my brother and my father just to get this statue back, so that the Ukrainians who don't value this heritage. So that's my, I think this is an early warning sign of how they're going to rebrand this as they retreat. And so the raid has a very, this is thousands of years old heritage especially in Ukraine, and it's how it is thought Ukraine managed to spread the first Indo-European language from Ireland to India through raiding. And I think the Russia Sword will rebrand the entire special operation. They'll change the goalposts. And so these statues, so this is a subcategory of the stealing of these artifacts, will be used as part of the generation of this new reason for the special operation. And it's how Putin will try, I don't know whether he'll succeed, because this is pretty weak to me. I don't think I'd swap my father for a statue of some random Russian Empire general. You know, I mean, Potemkin is nothing to Ukrainians. He, as we know, he so-called conquered the lands south of Dnipro, and for the German, was Catherine the so-called Great, and that ideology is what generates in Putin this rubbish reason he gives for invading Ukraine, which seems to take in Macron and Scholz and all these other people, that southern Ukraine are our primordial ancestral lands. So, and I know modern Russists hate Potemkin. And if you ever want to provoke a Russist, especially someone who's quite senior, if you start talking about Potemkin and how their state is like a Potemkin state and all that, they go nuts, in my experience. So, and anyway, I think my secret theory is that the Potemkin tomb in the cathedral in Kherson is empty. I think it's a Potemkin tomb of a Potemkin tomb. So I just want to say, I mean, I'm not just trying to make people feel better about this culture of vandalism, because much of it really gets me, especially the Scythian gold stuff. It's horrific. But some of it is possibly not a bad sign, A, because it signifies retreat, and B, because this is stuff which I think the new Ukraine will be getting rid of anyway. Anyway, that's my take on it.
Thank you. Actually, you helped explain this to me, because it was. I'm really glad you came up to talk to us, because that was one thing that it was mind-boggling for me. What are they doing with the statues apart from their, I don't know, melt them and make a tank out of them, if that would be possible? I don't see any logical explanation. Why would you take the statues? They have a certain values when you buy them, when you commission them, but it's not an intrinsic value. You know, it's not something someone will miss because we had this statue of Potemkin here, and as you said, they were all Russian, and I don't think Muscovy misses one Potemkin statue from Kherson or someplace else. It didn't make any sense to me. I can understand looting art. I can understand looting electronics or washing machines up to a point. I can. It makes some sense. I can explain it to myself in this sense. Understand in this sense. I can explain it to myself, the reasoning behind. But this statue thing, it was like, I'm sorry, what the flying? I don't understand. So I'm really glad you came up and offered this explanation. I'm totally in agreement with you that it's a very weak explanation, that the people who are losing sons and fathers and uncles and cousins and loved ones, right? A statue, parading a statue in Moscow is not gonna help. Further on, most of the people who lost relatives in Ukraine for a dumb invasion, someone from the center decided to do some months back, some years back, because this is this was planned last year, right? This is not something that Putin woke up on the 23rd and said, let's invade. This was planned poorly. It wasn't a good plan, but it was planned. So what are they doing now is improvise. They didn't foresee they didn't have a plan B or C or D, and they are making it on the fly. But most of it, for example, getting those statues in Moscow, it won't help the people who are on Far East, right? And most of the deaths are from the villages and towns and states, oblasts, right? Regions from the Far East. So it's not something that is done. It's not something that many Muscovites will feel. They will probably be happy they have a new statue of Potemkin to put, I don't know, in a park. But they are not feeling the pain. They started to feel some of the economic pain. Some of them know most of them know what's happening, but it's not touching them directly because most of the deaths are not from Moscow, are not from St. Petersburg, are not from the elite. So they kind of think, yeah, okay, who needs the rest anyway, right? I also heard someone saying, well, if only women remain in some of the villages and cities in Far East, they won't revolt. Well, I beg to differ. We are in general pretty amiable up to a point, and that point is usually when your son dies, when your husband dies, when you have your family directly hit by this, and you see no gain in that. Like, it's one thing when you have a son or a father or someone a loved one, and you know he's dying for a just cause, defending your country, right? Defending your country, defending your loved ones, defending like Ukraine, right? You honor them. You also how they receive their heroes, because they are heroes, everyday heroes. They go to battle, they fight for their country, they fight for their cities, they fight for the land, and that is just cause. And it doesn't make you happy he died. It makes you mad the other ones came into your country and invaded you for no good reason. There is no good reason to invade someone, in my opinion. And there is at least you know he did a good thing. At least you have this memory of him, of being brave, of being honorable, of being a hero, protecting like he should be, like the better part of humanity, right? Giving your life to save others is the ultimate price that someone can pay for country and loved ones. Russia doesn't have that. They are in another country, fighting for nothing, fighting for what? Receiving a ram, a sheep, some money, if they will get that money, some food. Do you think that in the long run, people will say, "Oh yeah, it's okay"? Maybe some, but most not. You still lost your son. Like, really? Is a ram going to make it? No. Is a car going to make it? No. At some point, something will happen. But we cannot plan for that. We cannot wait for that because we don't know when they will revolt. We need to do something now. And what can we do? Well, we can push for those leopards, right? We can write, we can talk, we can donate. Yes, every life is saved. Every time you donate. In some months, that piece of medical aid, that piece of tourniquet, that piece of drone that is bought will help save some lives. So you will change and save some lives. You will be making a difference. So that's in our power. That's in our hand, and that is something that we can do. Is the only thing that we can do. And I think it's really important to be aware of that, to never forget, and never let the flame extinguish itself. Ukraine is fighting the reasons. They are fighting for themselves, right? But when you know you have support, that when you know that it's a very much a different thing, a different approach, to know and to see that everybody is behind you. If everybody would have said, "Oh yeah, okay, doesn't matter, is their own business, they will sort it out, they are brothers," like someone said, I don't care. Well, people do care. People do back Ukraine up, and this makes a difference. This makes a difference in morale. This makes a difference because they got help, and they saw progress, and they saw they are regaining land. And regaining land means regaining their loved ones, some of them anyway, because you saw the mass graves, right? You saw the pictures and the recounts, and you saw what's happening in some of the cities, in some of the villages. So we must never stop. We must push this further. and help Ukraine win this war faster in order to save more people. So, Domen is up. Hello, Domen.
Good morning.
We also have two hands. We have Chris and Nick. So I will. I think I ranted for 30 minutes. Today's was my rant day.
And I missed most of it. It's not fair. Can you do it again? Like now?
Yeah.
That's a joke.
Yeah. Actually, I can. So, Chris, please tell us your thoughts about this, and then we will go to Nick.
Hi, and good morning, Doman. I think Nick might have been before me, so I don't want to. Is it? I don't want to jump the queue, but.
Hey, Chris, I actually had a response for you. So if you wouldn't mind my going first, that would be great. But I wanted to compliment Decoding Trolls for his excellent hypothesis, I guess, or conjecture on the next version of Russian goalpost moving. I thought the statues thing was pretty remarkable and not implausible. They just make shit up as they go along. So why not claim that the statues are the real reason they went into Ukraine? I mean, they change the goalposts all the time. To you, Chris, I wanted to say that the Free the Abrams thing is I'm 100% with you on that, but I have learned since my enthusiasm for it that the fuel, well, a couple of things. The depleted uranium thing is an issue that the armor is made from. I would like to think that that is a soluble problem, but I don't know for sure. But the fuel usage, especially at this point where Ukraine is so strapped for simple domestic energy, it could be a problem. I think Free the Leopards is certainly the best possible route out of this, especially because the leopards aren't sitting in warehouses in North America, but in facilities in Europe. And Free the Leopards is probably the best way to go. And before anything else, I wanted to also note that a while ago, Anda mentioned misogyny in her comments. And because most of our listenership in this space are males like me and probably straight males like me, I just want us all of us straight males, to understand that when somebody like Anda talks about misogyny or sexism, take it seriously. And if you can use that as a pivot point in your own life to examine how you might be trivializing women voices or female voices in your assessments of the world, please do so, because it matters, and it will liberate you and them and all of us. And that's probably preachy enough from the likes of me. And thank you for letting me rant. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick. So I will let Chris go. We will have soon Domen as co-host, and I will
Momentarily. You can run off if you'd like to.
Okay, thank you. I will run to work. What what I said and what I wanted to add is that we support, we each of us here are doing what we think could help the cause in a in best faith, right? So we are trying to help. We are trying to help Ukraine, and we want those leopards go free. Chris, please go on. I will go to work. I will let Domen his the best replacement I can get at this point. He will guide you through. He's a personal hero of mine, and he will guide you through the next hours. He is actually putting in a lot of hours for this cause and for Ukraine. So yeah, thank you, Domen, for coming up, and thank you everybody.
I promise not to make any more lettuce jokes. Chris.
Yeah, good morning, Dermot, and I hope Anna's okay there. She disappeared, has she?
Yeah, I'm sure she's fine. She has to go to work.
Okay, and thanks for everything that she's done over the last however many hours it is. I don't think I was here all the time. But actually, I don't know whether you heard it, Doman, but Decoding, I think, had a very, very interesting point there, which I'll come back to in a minute. Nick, thank you. And you know, Doman might put some color on what I'm just going to say here, right? But I think the reason that I added send the Abrams onto free the leopards, or free the Abrams onto free the leopards, was just that, you know, Americans may feel that they would prefer to free the Abrams than free the leopards, and so I want to free the Americans to free whoever they want, if you see what I mean. So I think we've like debated all of the technical support, logistics, etc. issues about leopards and Abrams, and you know, leopards are the best ones. I think the most appropriate ones, the most useful ones, etc. So there's no issue about that. But even so, Nick, I think Americans must, you know, they may just prefer to say, "Hey, let's just send American battle tanks here, please," you know, which is fine. If they decide to do that, and they decide to, you know, bring in, you know, all of the required support as well. You know, one of the things that I keep saying is, which is definitely true, is that the number of Abrams tanks on the borders of NATO are increasing all the time. I don't think Doman and I were discussing the other day, or yes, whenever it was. So I don't think they came with the Screaming Eagles, because they don't use Abrams, but they may come. Even more of them may come another way. So anyway, so that was sort of that, Nick. But thank you for bringing that up. But Decoding, I actually thought, I totally agree with Ander. I thought that was just an amazing thought that you had there, and that also really helped me as well. And I think particularly the idea that this is like Putin and co working out how they're going to justify this to the Russian people. And I also don't wish to be over optimistic, but I think I am listening to people like Yehuda here in agreeing with you that I actually think the Russians may pull right out, and they'll do that in their own time. But I think they might do that, and I think you're right. I think some of these things are an indication of that. And maybe I'd just like extend your idea that in addition to the fact that they can go back into Russia and say, hey, look what we did. We recovered all of this Russian stuff. They can also go back and say, oh, by the way, look at all of these Russian people that we brought out of Russia, that we saved from the Ukrainians and the Nazis and all the rest of it. We saved our people and we saved our artifacts. Didn't we do well? So, and I might not have explained that very well to Conan, but I just think you're really onto something there, and I thank you very, very much for your explanation.
Thank you, Chris. Lots of requests. I'll let Ande go first because she's an absolute trooper. Ande?
Go to work on it.
I will. I promise. I'm putting my shoes on as we speak. So, what I wanted to add, because you said the about the eagles earlier, they in Romania, the troop that came is light infantry, so no Abrams. We are getting Leclerc tanks from France. They arrived last night. They were last night at customs, so they will arrive in Cincu in probably a day or two. So there are no Abrams in Romania, but we will have Leclerc. And I'm done for. And thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Ande. Snap a picture if you run past one.
Of what?
Oh, for Leclerc. For Ben, for his next profile picture. So he can dispense with old general.
When I get to Cinco, yes. If they let me in. Okay, bye.
Bye, Ande. I'd let you in. Helmi, morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I didn't see that many hands, so I thought now is my chance. I must say that I'm literally shocked by the attitude of Germany. I'm from 1959, and of course my parents went through the Second World War, and I grew up with with Russia and the war, and especially with Russia, because my father had this whole Russian library in our bookcase. And when I was 14, I was already reading Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, and later on I understood that I had not understand everything, but later on you understand more. And yeah, it was really interesting. And also when I was, I think 22, no, it was in 89, I had the chance to go to Russia for a week, for 8 days, 4 days in St. Petersburg, and 4 days in Moscow. And at the time, I was also shocked. It was like a culture shock to me. getting to St. Petersburg at 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was completely dark, and there were these big roads with 6 lines, and there was no car whatsoever on these big roads. There were no people in the street. All the houses were blinded, and well, we had to take a lamp to go to oh, I forgot the name now. This beautiful big museum.
Hermitage.
The Hermitage, yes. And that was the only lighted place, and it looked beautiful in the evening. But we also got to see, we went to a few of these monasteries outside Moscow, and we had a break to have some lunch, and we decided to go into the village. And that was also shocking for us, because we literally went to our knees in the mud. There were no streets. The houses looked awful. It was like a big mess. And there was, yeah, such a difference with what you see within these monasteries with gold and all the rich things. And yeah, I also knew all these stories of what Russia did in the past. So what's happening in Ukraine is not a big surprise to me. And well, that is just what I wanted to say. And there is something more, more like a question. Yeah, I have read a very good insight, and I forgot what it really was, but it made me doubting a bit of the right Russia thinks it has. Of course, in the UN, it was USSR and not Russia that is entitled to a place in the UN. So isn't there something we can do about that? Because they don't deserve a voice in the UN. So that is my question.
Thank you, Helmi. It's a good question. I don't know if you listened to our session with Mitro Natalucha on, what was that, Thursday, Friday? Who's a member of parliament in Ukraine.
Yeah, I heard it, and
right,
I love
he,
it. Yeah.
he brought that up, right? If
Yeah.
you might recall, he brought exactly that up. And you're right, obviously. Dmitro is right, obviously. I think Decoding wants a piece of this one. Russia never was a member of the UN and never was voted into the UN. If you look at, say, the dissolution of Czechoslovakia, right? The dissolution of Czechoslovakia occurred on the 1st of January 1993. It split up into 2 countries, Czech Republic and Slovakia. And at the end of December 1992, Czechoslovakia announced that it's renouncing its seat in the UN. And then in January, both countries applied separately, and of course were immediately accepted. But that kind of gives us perhaps something that Decoding with his legal mind would call a legal precedent of exactly how things should happen when a country undergoes dissolution. Like, this wasn't one country that a bid broke away from, right? We've had those examples before, but there certainly wasn't one country that a bid broke away from. This was a country where that's fragmented into 15 pieces. Well, let's be a little bit more precise. This is a country where a bunch of places that were occupied territories fragmented off into countries, and then a bunch of places that were a part of it fragmented off into countries. But it didn't just fragment off. The whole thing broke apart. And as Dmitro rightly pointed out, Kazakhstan was the last one. Kazakhstan was the last one standing, and if anyone should have inherited USSR, it probably should have been Kazakhstan, because everybody left Kazakhstan alone, and Kazakhstan was there holding the candle still lit for like a day or two. And I was like, well, fine, we'll be just Kazakhstan then. We won't be the USSR anymore. No, nobody wants to play with us. Fine, we'll just be Kazakhstan. But you're right, of course. And so Russia was never a part of the United Nations. Russia was just kind of accepted, as a de facto part, and everybody just pretended as though the USSR just became Russia, and then a bunch of countries just appeared out of thin air. Well, I should really say the USSR went into 13 pieces as far as the UN is concerned, because Ukraine and Belarus, of course, had their own seats all along, because the Soviet Union wanted to have a better balance in the General Assembly for them. So they got 3 votes, not just one. They got a vote for the Soviet Union, then they got extra seats for Ukraine and Belarus throughout. So while Ukraine has been a member of the United Nations for many decades, Russia was never actually accepted as a member. Fun fact. What can be done? Relatively little, because international law isn't so much international law, and now decoding is going to jump down my throat. But at the end of the day, whatever seems to be generally accepted is accepted.
Yeah.
Right? Like, what constitutes a country? What constitutes a country is that other countries think it's a country. If Helmi, you row off into the North Sea, come across a disused oil platform or whatever, and say, this is now, Helmi land. Nobody's going to recognize you as a country, so you're not going to be a country, right? But if everybody else recognizes you as a country, then you're a country. So in a similar way, because all the other members of the UN, effectively, you're recognized by virtue of not kicking the representative out, Russia as a country and as the inheritor implicitly, right? By just kind of carrying on as though nothing happened. That's kind of why it's there. Now, can this be revisited? Absolutely. Hopefully it will be. There are motions for it to be revisited. But is it going to happen in short order? Probably not. Especially because they still have the largest nuclear arsenal in the world, and that kind of gives them an argument for why they're there, especially in the Security Council as a permanent member, which is very depressing and wrong.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think so. But I forgot to mention just now that in '89, in the week I was in Russia, the Berlin Wall fell. And of course, we didn't know until we came home. But for us, this was such a big thing. And we were so happy that all these people were back in Europe. And if I look at what is going on in Germany right now, I kind of understand, because of course it was DDR and it was a bit like Russia, the same policy and the same way of politics. But I'm really, really disappointed. Yeah, because Holland with its politics is kind of used to follow in foreign politics what Germany does. But in this case, I think they just need to be more mature and make their own decisions. But that is kind of difficult for Holland, I think, at this moment. Well, that was it.
Well, thank you very much, Helmi.
Okay.
That's an amazing story, actually, that you were in the Soviet Union as the president.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Let's. I'll pass it off to Nick first, because I think Decoding and I are going to have a longer conversation after this. Nick.
Thanks. Yeah, and I won't be long. Thank you, Helmi. Your perspective was wonderful. I want to thank Decoding Trolls and Chris for everything that they've contributed in the last little while. And I wanted also to to sort of wrap up my little silly weapons systems thoughts with this, it might not ultimately matter where Ukraine gets their tank supply from next if this is as a thought experiment for everybody. If imagine, since the Ukrainian Air Force has more pilots than it has fixed wing airframes to fly, imagine if the Ukrainian Air Force could fly F-16s. Imagine how that would change the face of this defense against Russia. I think it would be remarkable. And if my understanding of Lend-Lease is correct, it's actually a possibility. The Ukrainians just might be able to acquire F-16s. And with that, I am going to drop down and listen raptly to Decoding Trolls and Doman. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Sleep well. Decoding. Let's talk about international law.
I actually started a campaign the other day to surrender France's permanent Security Council seat to Poland, actually. Although I'm open to offers. As we know, France didn't exactly win the World War II or World War I, for that matter. France was a mere observer at the surrender of Germany in World War II. It was a mere observer at Yalta. And so I think we, and I speak as an American here, we made a mistake by, I mean, it's the kind of mistake a parent will make. You know, they'll try and encourage their child by giving them confidence on the rugby pitch, for instance, and then their child turns into a monster. I'd say this happens a lot, and we tried, and Macron was at this the other day as well with the Russian Federation, where he's again repeating these Putin-esque trolls about how all the problems in Muscovy are due to the collapse of the Soviet Union. I mean, my God, as someone joked recently, I've just shared it because I think it's a really good joke. Sometimes I wish Macron had married his history teacher instead. But on the serious point, the permanent, we've given Muscovy a permanent over inferior, what would you call it, a superior complex. And because of this, it hasn't done the hard work to become a real, good country. And France, and so, yeah, these are my campaigning themes. Obviously, with the French thing, I don't expect them to give it up. And there's no legal way to get France to give it up, because the Security Council, as we know from the UN Charter, and as my international law supervisor at Cambridge once made us go through the whole thing. He said, "We're bomb-proof. You don't think we're going to give up? We're not going to go to Indonesia and say, ha, here you go, Indonesia. Here's our Security Council seat. We think you're a great country, and we're sick of it. We're just not going to do that." And then he made us read the UN Charter, where it says basically it has to be a unanimous vote for this changing of the structure of the Security Council. And then he was like, "Well, do you know why it says this? We wrote the bloody thing. It's bomb-proof. We're bomb-proof." But the Russians aren't bomb-proof, and it's a really clever argument, which, if, and Doman's right, if the political will is there, changes can come. However, where Doman, I would dispute your argument, and this is, say, the argument of Brexiteers and others, which is that the law is infinitely malleable, and it's not. There are rules, and again, this is the Russians' argument. They think anything can go with the law, and in some respects, it can if there's political will there, but there are limits, and you do have to argue it. And so you would never get rid of France from the Security Council. So I'm running that campaign just to try and prompt Macron to read a bit of history and understand he is completely hypnotized by Putin. But with the Russia's example, there is the example, and Domin, while I mean, Ukraine, the fact that it was a state in the Soviet Union, that is an artifact also of very solid constitutional arrangements done in 1919 and afterwards. And obviously, and Muscovy was limited in how it could suppress Ukrainian statehood. So it's not just to get the extra votes. It's actually because Ukraine had the right to secede from the Soviet Union, whereas other sub-administrative units in the Soviet Union didn't. And this is all part of the deals which are done with Lenin and stuff that Putin thinks were treachery and all of that. But the argument, yeah, you would get the and I hadn't heard the Czech and the Slovak precedent as well. That's brilliant, yeah. So the General Assembly, the mechanism would be a General Assembly vote, in the same way that there was for the People's Republic of China and Taiwan. And it's a really strong political instrument for Muscovy as we move now into the war over reparations and the war for the history of this war. And that's why it's so important that we document, as Anda was saying, the atrocities, and I try and do it so that we never forget any of these incidents that, you know, we spent a day talking about on the 3rd of April, or you did because I wasn't here then, or the 4th of April, the 4th of June, that most people in the world just don't know about. You know, they made the decision about the war on the 24th of February. Most people in the world seem to have supported Ukraine, certainly in Europe and America. And then, you know, they tune in every now and again, but they don't really they haven't followed the ebb and flow of this through the days as most of us in this space have. And it's really important, I think, that we continue that and document it and continue to promote that, because the Russists will do what they did after the Second World War and try and convince the whole civilization that they won the war, when, as we know, they couldn't have won it without Lend-Lease, and that they deserve a Security Council seat and all of this stuff. So as a campaigning theme, the Security Council seat is very important to the Irish Prime Minister, and Ireland is a member of the Security Council at the moment. Said it, and so does Michel. What's his name? The Belgian guy. Charles Michel. I just posted it or reposted it. They both called into question the question of suspending Russia from the Security Council, and that is unprecedented. You know, that's one of those little things which pass people by. But for a member of the Security Council like the Irish Prime Minister to say that, he wouldn't have said that without speaking to the others, and it's unprecedented. So it's we could do well to keep that in the air. On the Abrams tanks, I'm trying to think of the thing. Something to do with abracadabra, maybe conjure up some tanks, or Abraham, something to do with the Bible. It's difficult to know. And then
where does the word Abrams come from? Is there like a general called Abram? Who knows?
There must be, yeah. Totally sounds like someone who you know conquered Normandy or Normandy Beach and arrived there. You know,
no,
one gun.
It sounds like someone old enough that the priest like misspelled Abraham.
Exactly.
At some point,
yeah.
Maybe his dad's, you know, when his dad was born, or grandfather.
Well,
like,
Dome,
the priest misspelled.
I will not have you besmirch the good name of Crichton Abrams. Crichton William Abrams Jr., born 1914, lived till 1974. He was a United States Army general who commanded Army operations in the Vietnam War from 1968 to 1972. And they named Tonk after him, Doman.
Good man. I think if you go back far enough in his family history, I bet at some point a priest dropped an H, or maybe there's a I don't know, There's a Germanic language somewhere in Europe or a Germanic dialect somewhere in Europe that just skips over the H, and then when they got to the US, it got transliterated differently. I really want to know the story. I mean, great, whatever he did, but I just want to know what came before.
Look, on a
Or-
cursory linguistics note, I think it's probably, I don't want to say a corruption of Abraham, but it's basically a variant of Abraham. That would be my
That's what I
theory,
mean.
Gilman.
Yeah, by a priest at birth scribbling, bad handwriting, maybe something like that. It was late at night.
But like in Arabic, right? There's like Muhammad and Ahmed and Ahmad, and like there's lots of variants of the same. So I think it's sort of like that, but I don't know.
Something like that, yeah. Sorry, decoding. Where were we? Abrams, abracadabra.
Abracadabra, perhaps. Yeah, his great grandfather was a famous magician. Just my final point is that I think maybe the Russians might have got the inspiration for their new rebranding, which I'm proposing for their special operation from MriyaReport and from the Free the Leopards, and they'll rebrand the entire special operation as Free the Statues. That's probably the final thing I have to say.
Decoding. I think, I don't know. You tell me. But Czechoslovakia dissolving, right? And each country having to apply on its own. Do you know what happened with the dissolution of Yugoslavia? Because there I don't know what happened with the Yugoslav seat, and then did Serbia just inherit it, like Russia did the USSR seat, or what happened with them?
Good point. I mean, well,
because it was more gradual, right? It was country after country leaving Yugoslavia, as opposed to everything breaking up in a matter of like a month.
I mean, normally, there's a whole jurisprudence on successor states and inheritance of debts and all of that malarkey. And be interesting to note whether Serbia, I don't know off the top of my head whether it is like officially the successor state of Yugoslavia. But obviously with the Security Council element, that the Russians used the successor state argument as to, it had really concrete
Okay, I looked it up. It's not like Russia.
It's not the successor state. Interesting, yeah.
UN Security Council Resolution 777, like M777, made all of them apply for membership as new states. For some time, the Rump Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, basically Serbia and Montenegro, resisted the interpretation and only rejoined the UN in 2000 after Milosevic was overthrown as a new member state, changing the name to State Union of Serbia and Montenegro. And that seat was then transferred to Serbia following Montenegro's independence in 2006. So there was an inheritance, but it was a little bit more clear, right? Because Montenegro left Serbia. I mean, the size difference maybe, and it was very amicable, and they just kind of worked through it at the time. Well, very might be an overstatement. Relatively very.
Another factor, and that's interesting to hear that. It doesn't surprise me because, of course, the Civil War was essentially, or all the complex civil wars were all essentially about who becomes the successor and who gets the debts and the rights and the duties and all of that. And in like Muscovy, again, it reneged on all of its debts to Ukraine and to Kazakhstan and other. There was complex negotiations over rights and duties and obligations and money and stuff like that. And basically, Muscovy wants the good stuff, the UN Security Council seat. But when it came to its debts and obligations, as agreed between like Kazakhstan and Ukraine, it completely reneged on all of those debts. So I should think clever Ukrainian international lawyers are working on this along that line as well. That if you're a true successor state, then you would have paid your debts as a successor state, and the national debt and all of that. I think Ukraine did actually pay parts. They took on some of the obligations of the Soviet Union. But so there would be an argument there that it's it didn't treat Muscovy as a successor state, and it had certain. So yeah, it's really interesting thing. But where you are right, Domin, is that if the political will is there, then they can really make a mess of this. Just introducing this question and the Irish Prime Minister talking about it, and Jean Michel talking about it, I mean, talk about trolling, that really must rankle with the Russists. And of course, their Security Council siege is premised on them being a great military power. And as we found out, that's not quite their Potemkin military power. Yeah, it's good campaign theme.
Thank you, Decoding. I have been sent a DM by Nick, who was just up, saying that Abrams is a surname that is related to Abraham, obviously, and it was independently developed in England, the Netherlands, Germany, and among the Yiddish-speaking Jewish community of Europe. So yes, but is the answer to that. I think I was close enough, honestly. I would suggest. It's an alternate spelling, as Joseph was suggesting. I was maybe adding a little bit too much color to it, but same thing, really. Right.
Very, very common in Semitic languages. Sorry, back to you, Domin.
Of course, and I mean, when did English get standardized, Joseph? Right? When did English get standardized? And many languages were well after that still, when it comes to spellings. So it's not surprising that there's alternate spellings for things. Quite normal. And now I feel less bad about everybody calling them Abrahams instead of Abrams, because it is, just an alternate spelling. Chris.
Mic check. How's it?
Very good.
Okay. You'd laugh if you saw where I've got it in relation to my mouth, but anyway, yeah. You guys
6 feet away.
Well, yeah, I get your point, Devin. You guys are amazing. The stuff you learn on here is just like insane, really. But anyway, I was just going to add. I don't know why, but when you're talking about all the derivation of Abrams and that, you're making me think of my family, where an apparent ancestor, John Windley, went out to America with Brigham Young, and now if you go to Salt Lake City, it's full of Windleys, as it happens. Anyway, but the other thing that I was going to say to you was that there's a story about Abrams from Patton, and you can find this in the Wikipedia thing about Abrams, where Patton apparently said to somebody, "You guys think that I'm the tank expert, but actually I can tell you that the world champion is Abrams." So high praise indeed for Creighton Abrams. There is actually another Abrams general, so I don't know whether he's part of that family line, but when you do a search on Abrams, another American general comes up of the same name, maybe related and that. But I think there was something else I was going to say, but I've forgotten it all now. I'm malamuting, so thank you.
Thank you, Chris. No, silly question. I'm not going to raise it, but I think Confuzi is going to raise some points on Yugoslavia. I just hope we don't veer too far off.
Just a small thing. The most famous Abrams or Abramovich or whatever these days is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. That's the one of the versions of the same name. Actually, there are a lot of people here have that last name and family name, and they're okay. Most of us believe that Abraham is our ancestor, and that we share same ancestors as well. Thank you.
The Ibrahimovic tank, excellent. Okay, that is fantastic. You're right.
Why not?
No, indeed. When Sweden should nickname it Stridsvagn. Be funny. Or if they ever had an Abrams version to call it that, would be great. All right, excellent. Joseph, do we have any guests coming up today? the answer is saddening and disappointing.
Well, you know, Malcolm Nance stopped by not too long ago. I want to say about 15 hours ago, and he mentioned he would, if he had time, he'd stop by. You know, relatively like tomorrow, meaning you know in a few hours, I would guess. So I would say, do we have any guests today? Malcolm Nance, maybe? Question mark. Doman, back to you.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's is the correct way to put it. We are keeping the schedule flexible if and when Malcolm Nance, just a tremendous US. I won't call him a soldier because he was Navy, right? Therefore, a sailor. Now fighting for Ukraine in Ukraine, helping out the way he can and few others can. His very, very particular manner, full of very specific expertise and experiences over many decades as a part of the U.S. Armed Forces, which is just absolutely fantastic. And then sometimes he gets to take a few moments and come and talk to us as well, which is just absolutely fantastic. If you look at the space attendance numbers when he's on, they just go off the charts as well.
Yeah, natural storyteller. Great with the listener questions. Like, just amazing.
Exactly. Fast thinker. You can definitely say that about him on top of all the other excellent qualities that he has. Joseph, overnight, did you discuss at all Shoigu kind of telehopping around the world a little bit?
Not really, no. Yeah, we talked a little bit. Yeah, well, I don't know. We talked about a lot of stuff, Tillman. Mostly about the list of looting that they want to do in Kherson on their way out the door, running away like cowards. But yeah, what's going on with Shoigu, Tillman?
No, let's go to the list of looting because I didn't get to talk about this yesterday. You know, when that came out, and we had Malcolm, and we have the bomb techs who are just absolutely, doing a tremendous job as well. Incredibly valuable, incredibly valuable with just the sheer number of mines and UXOs that lay strewn about Ukraine now, courtesy of the Russian invasion. Of course, one person who found that out very personally, Joseph, yesterday, of why it's bad for Russians to be scattering anti-personnel mines everywhere. Do you know who that was?
Gee, Doman, I think it was the word semen was trending on my Twitter, and I was like, "What is going on?" And I investigated, and I found out the good news, Doman.
So one of
War
the Russian
Gonzo.
propagandists in chief, War Gonzo, trod apparently on one of those butterfly mines and isn't doing too well. So for someone who has been, advocating the use of all manner of weapons against Ukrainians, actually happened upon one. Apparently, some people would describe it to karma. I would just describe it to stupid is as stupid does, or stupid does as stupid is. Either way.
Yeah, as you said, he's a pretty terrible guy. He's advocated for a lot of terrible things, and chickens coming home to roost feels like kind of the understatement of the century. But we're certainly, not going to lose any sleep over this guy. Getting what's coming to him, I guess, right, Doman?
Oh, exactly. Shall we talk a little bit about the list of looting, Joseph, since you brought it up? What was number one on the list of things that Russians desperately want to steal from Kherson?
If I remember, I'd have to pull a list up, but it's like weird statues of like old Russian stuff, right?
Yeah, like Suvorov statue. We can't leave that behind for Ukrainians to have. I think the statues Ukrainians are okay with. If they wouldn't take the statues, that's honestly fine. It's not going to be the end of the world, whatever, right? The rest of the stuff, I think Ukrainians are much more interested in the firefighting vehicles and ambulances and the contents of the libraries and the banks than they are in Suvorov statue. Because honestly, if that goes, whatever. Not the end of the world.
The valuable exhibits of the Kherson local and regional museum, the art museum.
I'm sure they'd rather lose Suvorov statue than the contents of Kherson's museum and the Philharmonic, I think they said as well. After they've killed the conductor, already for refusing to be a collaborator. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, it's just minor notes there.
And gentlemen,
Joseph,
they wanted to
yes.
get the remains of Potemkin. Is that did you
Yeah,
hear about that?
I think Potemkin's buried in Kherson. Yeah, Potemkin of Potemkin village fame, but also of that ship.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, it's a fascinating look into their weird priorities as they are chased out of a city that they have looted and terrorized, and generally, been ruining more or less. And I mean, I don't know. Anyway. It's part of an ongoing genocide, right? I mean, that's just the long and the short of it, right? What they're talking about here, and I wouldn't put it past them to the point where I would say it's probably more likely than not that if there is an organized withdrawal, they'll probably do at least some of the stuff on this list. It's part of a broader pattern of destroying, irreplaceable cultural artifacts. I mean, maybe they do take a couple statues with them that are Russian imperialists, but as Doman pointed out, like, I mean, all the historical books from the Kherson Library, anything valuable from the Philharmonic, the art museum, the history museum, like, you can't replace that stuff, and they want to steal it and destroy it, and it's not nailed down, and they have guns, so why not, right, Doman?
Oh, precisely. Apparently, I'm being told that the Russians are trying to arm the people in Kherson to make sort of a territorial defense corps. To which I mean, are they that dumb to give people who are about to be liberated guns, or will they be sort of heavily guarded by a number of sort of suicide barrier troops? There is a difference, right? Because if they just give them guns and make them into their own thing and leave them alone, I think I know who they're going to be firing at. Yeah. Anyway, Edward, early morning.
Hi, morning. Yeah, Decoding was speculating hilariously that, of course, Potemkin's tomb is likely empty. But
Only
there we go.
appropriate.
So I've been thinking about this, the tank thing, but what the hashtag should be for the Abrams tanks. I've been mulling over thesauruses and all sorts of things, trying to find verbs beginning A, B, and all the rest of it. But in the end, I think I'm onto something. B game for tanks, because a B game for tanks, Abe game for tanks, like the Abrams are the second choice. So B game for tanks, and leopards have hunt game and things like that. So I think we can do something with that.
I don't think you should be getting up before 5 a.m.
Okay, well, I'm open to other ideas.
I feel like you emancipate the Abrahams, right, Doman? I mean, I don't know. That's my first crack at
that
it.
is good. See, Joseph is up late. This is where he has good lucid ideas.
Not wrong, Doman. I always have research papers
thank
due
you
at
for
stay
your
up.
thank you for your insomniac ridden ideas, Edward. I do appreciate them. I like the wordplays. I just don't think people would understand them, because I tried some wordplay. I have found out sort of linguistic based jokes on Twitter don't work. People just go straight past them. It's disproportionately awful and poorly received. So yeah, it just doesn't work very well.
Maybe a dad joke from Yehuda would do it. I don't know.
Exactly. That's what you need. You need something a little bit more. Yeah, Chris, do you have an idea?
Oh yes, I do. In fact, I did what Edward has done a while ago, and to prove that, if you do hashtag send Abrahams, you'll find my hashtag. Not pounced upon in any great and expansive way, but nevertheless, you will find it there.
Ben says, let them reap. I don't get it. Ben, you need to explain it to me. Luis.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening, wherever you are in the world.
Ben went for a Torah deep cut. Sorry, back to you, Luis.
I'm just getting some coffee. I hope the noise is not too loud. I have to tell you something, but regarding the hashtags, I make a poll with a few ones, then let the people decide what hashtag to use. I think that would be the most democratic way to find out which ones should be used. But I wanted to talk about something else that I saw today in the morning. And I beg your pardon, Doman and Joseph, if I get a little bit angry. But I saw a video of a clip of an interview on Russian television of two guys talking about Ukraine and Ukrainian children that told the one guy when he was in Ukraine that Russia was under occupation by Russians, and then they went to mode telling that such children should be drowned in the river or should be put in a house where you put even 8 months into the war, after the thing, even 8 months into the war, after the things that we have seen coming out of Ukraine, how they are committed everything that you can give to help Ukrainians, please do so. I personally donate to MriyaAid, but there are many organizations that are doing good stuff. On the MriyaAid website, you are able to make a single donation or make a current donation, so it will be automatically given every single month to MriyaAid, so you don't have to bother and make the donation, the single donation, ever and ever again. And that's why I will my answer to that video will be that I will raise my donation at the end of the month, and because we have to stop this. I mean on national television, talking to millions of people and telling them that Ukrainian children should be drowned in the river or burned in some house. And this is not a single example. If you go through Russian Telegram channels, they are full of it, full. And this is the evil Ukrainians are fighting. This is the evil Ukrainians are protecting us. Everyone should understand that. And please, please, please look at your own children and think about what you can donate more, and please do it. Thank you.
And Luis, Ben informs me that that guy was even fired by Russia Today. That's how appalling he is. So.
Yeah, it kind of boggles the mind. He was kind of a big deal over there. I forget exactly his role, but yeah, like I guess it's just the actual. He said kill children and like a specific way to do it, like drown them, right? Like because they say all kinds of horrific stuff all the time, but I guess that's the line for these weirdos. I don't know, Delman. What do you think?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I know
Just
that
optics.
guy.
They saw it was bad. It looked bad for them, and they decided, let's get rid of this guy. He looks bad to us now, or whatever. Sorry, go ahead. Whoever was speaking.
Yeah, I know that guy. There are a few videos from him ranting or really aggressively speaking into the camera that every Ukrainian should die and they will pay and stuff like that. But like Doman said, I mean, even if his television station fired him, you can imagine how appalling this video is.
Exactly, Luis. It is absolutely absurd. You know, apparently, the former Greek Prime Minister Tsipras has been saying, you know, let's do diplomacy instead. Like, where are all these tankies not watching and listening to what the Russians say on their mainline television? You just have to, you know, listen to what the Russians are saying for it to be clear that you don't, right?
Do you remember last week when they were on what's her name, Olga Kabayeva, talking about Skabieva, that they have to starve the Ukrainians and freeze the Ukrainians to death? Do you remember that?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's not a rare remark for them to make. It is consistent. So, like, come on, like believe the genociders when they're saying they wish to commit genocide. It's not that difficult to find sources for this. It really isn't. No, and these aren't outcasts. These aren't cranks at the edge of society. These are people who are in literally the most visible roles of the regime propaganda.
The people saying we should kidnap the children and put them in military slave schools are not being fired with cause. Is that right, Delman?
Exactly. Right. This is normal for them. They think this is good. So anyway. Anda, why are you still here?
Go to work.
To let you know, I got to work.
Good.
So I am at work. I will close the chat because I cannot focus on both of you at this point. I have something to write. So I cannot read and write and listen at the same time. I'm weird like that. And I wanted to, because I forgot when I went out to thank Joseph, who's been like a protective big brother of me, and for trusting me, all of you, to do this and for supporting me. Thank you.
I have a quick question, Anda and
Yes.
Joseph. Are you both singles?
There's only one of each, if that's what you're asking.
Brothers. We are brothers. Yes, I love him like my brother from another mother, and I'm not joking when I say that. I really appreciate you, Joseph. Thank you.
Joseph, you can say something nice back. and then we'll go to Azim.
He is
I
mad
like
now.
you too, Anda. Back to you, Doman.
Joseph is embarrassed because he's not used to this. Okay, thank you, Anda. Thanks for hopping up. We'll talk about the thing that you sent to me in a little bit. But first, I want to hear out. Is it Azim or Azim? You let me know, please.
It is Azim to
Azim.
pronounce
Okay, excellent.
correctly and Middle Easternly. Hello, everyone. Such nice space here. I am OSINT analyst, ex-defense reporter from Iran. I stumbled upon your space and I was hearing about how you hear hate and how you're disgusted about it. And I remember this little story that we worked on a couple of days ago. So I thought I kind of verbally explain it today. So the amount of disgusting hate speech that you see in Russian pro-Putin, pro-state media is almost mirrored by the Iranian media about Ukraine, not about our ongoing troubles.
Basically, you're saying that Iranian media basically takes the Russian line and translates it into Persian and pushes it out.
A bit farther than that. A bit farther than that. So we have our own version of Dugin and with this kind of pseudoscientist, pseudo-philosophist theoreticians who justify actions of the government with some sort of made-up theories. 2 days ago, one of them, which is quite regularly gets cited by the supreme leader and his and directly by his actually security guards, posted this series of videos that there is a shahadophobia syndrome going on in Kiev, and when people hearing something rattle, they go out of their minds, and we have caused a psychological phenomena in Kiev, and to be proud of that is beyond reproach. It's just pure disgust. But this is not just that. There is a deeper link underneath this. So so far you have heard of Shahed 136 or Goran drones and Shahed 131 Goran or Yoran 1 drones. These are very basic drones. We analyzed this report that was put up by some Ukrainian Telegram channels that they opened up the circuitry and IMU systems, and it's basically DJI systems. Those Texas Instrument boards that they talked about in that report, those are all DJI systems. So it just takes off, heads to a position, and after certain amount of certain set time, just dives down and explodes. It's not a loitering munition. It doesn't loiter above its target because of a range of reasons. It's aerodynamic design.
It's kind of like a cheap tractor engine powered 2-stroke cruise missile, right?
Cruise missile, kind of, yes. A tractor version of a cruise missile with a lot of, for example, one of the things that people don't mention is that this drone has a fixed pitch propeller, right? A fixed pitch propeller with a delta wing is a bad combination. Just remember MiG-21, right? It had a famous abysmal glide characteristics. So you need to be at a specific speed to be able to generate lift, because the delta wing has a low lift coefficient at lower speeds. Higher speeds,
it's good for high speeds, but these drones fly at like 100 miles an hour.
Yes, relatively, right? So it can't loiter on a low speed or medium speed of 50 kilometers per hour on the target area, or basically shut down its engine when it is diving because it's going to stall and it's not going to glide a significant distance to its target. Again, MiG-21 example. But I digress. The example that I wanted to give about the psychological form of use of these drones and why they are spreading so much hate is about our actually recent protests and how this drone was used against these protests. So as the protests started and government tried its playbook to shut them down, none of those playbooks, like shutting down internet for 3 or 4 days, they can't shut down internet for longer than that. The economy just tanks. Shutting down the internet, making examples of specific cities with massive killings. In one city, they killed like 60 people, between 60 to 90 people in 2-3 hours. None of these worked. So they started a military operation in northwest of Iran against some sort of border guerrilla Kurdish groups to kind of intimidate the rest of the country with, okay, we are going to turn this country into Syria if you don't stop. To intimidate the general population. And one of the main features of this military operation in northwest of Iran was Shahed 136 drones diving into Kurdish strongholds in the mountains, doing subtle, basically the same thing, the same operational effectiveness that they had in Ukraine, but a powerful weapon of terror. And it makes sense if you think about it in that paradigm. They have something to sow terror in other people. They need to embolden it. They need to show some sort of performance from it in Ukraine, so they would be able to brag about it back home and intimidate the general population with this sort of thing. Of course, it didn't affect the general population, and it kind of backfired, I think. Today, there is a huge positive sentiment toward Ukraine inside Iran, because we fight in the middle of the street with a government, not government, a regime that is actively supporting and bragging about invading Ukraine. So we are on the same side as the Ukrainian people are. And as I don't know if you saw it in the Berlin protests a couple of days ago, you had this sections of the Iranian population, they're protesting for their freedom, but carrying Ukrainian flags, showing their solidarity and trying to kind of make this line between the regime and the population, and the contrast of the views between the regime and the country's population. So I thought it would help to understand why they brag, why they preach hate, and why they advertise blind killing of civilians, even though it is utterly, it's done utterly in an incompetent manner. So yeah, that was my bit of a story from Iran for you, to see how one pathetic drone has been used not only to support an invasion, but sending it to support that invasion has a reflection at home, and can be used to achieve a military and security goal back in Iran. Being thought to just inform you of that little story that should have been lost in all of the reports coming out of Ukraine.
That's really good context. I have a hunch that both Tim and I want to talk to you a little bit more about technical characteristics. Would I be right, Tim?
Sure thing. Sure.
So first of all, before you get to some technical characteristics, what do you know about the Iranian instructors who have been sent with the drones to Belarus and to occupied southern Ukraine, occupied Crimea, to, you know, quote unquote teach the Russians how to use them? Or is it more likely, how hard are these things to learn how to use, basically, is my question. Are they likely involved as combatants rather than advisors?
So there are more subtle issues here. For example, if you look at the Iranian control stations, these are not homemade control stations. These are bits and pieces taken from different commercial companies, acquired through proxies, and bought at a far higher price than anyone thinks. These things usually go between 5 to 19 times to import them from illegal proxies and, you know, proxy companies. It would cost you 5 to 19 times more than their actual price. But you bring them in and you have this Frankenstein of system, a processor from China, another thing from US, another thing from Europe. What you do, you try to kind of sew them together with different software packages. And if you have developed software ever, you know that just managing those softwares, managing errors, is something that the developer should do himself. You need to have direct support for them. Another thing is that most of the GUI, graphical user interfaces that we have seen, have been in Farsi. I don't think Russian army has a lot of Farsi speaker and listeners and
speakers, maybe. Speakers maybe, but not readers in
yes, but
the script,
if you have
right?
a Russian Farsi speaker, you would send it either to Syria or southern Iran when they have where they have bases and they need close coordination. When you think about 2,400 Shah drones, it's a claim, and I don't think that exact number is correct, but anyway, let's stick to the official numbers. 2,400 drones, it needs a lot of people around and it needs a lot of technical support. So when we think about how hard these systems are to operate, it's not just a matter of complexity of the system. It's a matter of how it has been designed and how it should be supported in the battlefield. But to understand what is the extent of Iranian involvement without trying to rely on official statements from John Kirby or Pentagon releases. That's at least what we do in open source intelligence. Official claims are just one dot. We need other dots. So first, consider the first Shahid attacks to Odessa. I don't remember the exact name, but the one that targeted Naval Command South. It was conducted by Shahid 136s, not 131 at that point. Those were Uran 2s on the wreckage. So at the same attack, you saw a Mohajer 6 being shot down.
That's the one that fell into the Black Sea, right?
Yes. So from Russian drone footage, you have seen that they usually have two drones. One drone is observing, providing post-battle damage assessments and a general reconnaissance of the area. At least two drones. One observation station, another one is the kamikaze or suicide drone, right? The thing that we have seen in these Lancet strikes against air defense assets of Ukrainian army. So this tells you that the surveillance and post-battle damage assessment was not being done by an Orion or four-post drone, which haven't treated significantly compared to Orlan 10s or Orlan 30s, if you look at it that way. it was the observation was being done by an Iranian drone. The second anecdote that you can observe is the difference between the targets of Iranian suicide drones and Russian suicide drones. So Russian suicide drones, Zola, Lancet, these usually attack high-value targets in the front line. At least if you get a statistical distribution from the videos that they've put out, they usually attack high-value targets at the front line, like radars, command posts, electronic warfare system, that sort of thing. Iranian drones have distinctly different targets. Iranian drones have big, bulky, stationary strategic targets. Iranian drones are not well suited for those targets, right? They carry a 25 kilogram warhead. I think less than 70% of that is actual explosive mass, and that sort of warhead, as we have seen in the attack against Odessa HQ and one mechanized brigade HQ around Kiev after that, these are not very effective even against the old Soviet wooden roof buildings, right? They usually just collapse the first and second stories, and we have seen minimal loss of life in those attacks against stationary military targets. There was one report, and it was just one report without evidence, just a claim of a Ukrainian officer that these drones in the beginning phases of their deployment in Russia, they were used against artillery units in East, in Kharkiv and Donetsk, if I'm not mistaken. That claim of Shaheds destroying 152 millimeter artillery pieces is supported by seeing remnants of Shahed drones in Kupiansk for the first time at the beginning of the war, right? So perhaps there was a transition. Perhaps they were first deployed against frontline targets and then moved to strategic targets. But what we see right now is that they are mainly deployed against mainland targets, which is a bit odd if you think about it. Russia still has a lot of Sykes missiles, right? And if a SOM-8, an SA-8 or a book system can shut down a Shahed drone, that Shahed drone doesn't have any difference with Sykes. Beside its range, it doesn't have any difference with its Sykes or kitchen missile, except its lower speed and lighter warhead. So you put all of these pieces of information together, and it points to a picture of Iranian units being given information about a target and being assigned a target and then just attacking that target. This way, they do not need to be integrated into Russian units in order to get live data about activity of air defense units, the precise location of mobile units, and that sort of thing. And they still have a target. There might be a political agenda behind this, dragging Iran into this conflict due to stupidity, sheer stupidity of its leader. You have no idea about how these guys think as the heads of Iranian state. So the picture that you get is that these guys, the policy here is to drag Iran in and have a military ally that is deep into this thing with you, rather than use these drones for a military effect. Could I provide an answer to this kind of why Iranian units and if Iranian units? I think that's the kind of the picture, for me at least.
So in short, you would suggest they have to be operators just because of the GUI. There's no way they would have translated to Russian. What I meant earlier is I bet there's a good number of Farsi speakers in the Russian military, right? Because Tajiks speak Farsi, but right, they've been switched to Cyrillic script 4 generations ago. So that's where I mean they're unlikely to be able to read it well. Because the poor sods that are in Russia, they're not exactly they're not exactly typically the most educated types, right?
Yes.
You see where I'm going. Not to put too fine a point on it. One little question. What do you know? Actually, 2 questions in one. What do you know about the reliability of them? That is to say, how often do they just kind of fail? Because a lot of Russian things seem to be failing quite a lot, although that seems to be a consequence of age sometimes. Like cruise missiles just like not launching off of planes properly, just falling down. And the other one is how well can they be controlled in a swarm type, right? To say controlled by a Mohajer. Is it Mohajer? You can help me out with the pronunciation. I like to get pronunciations right.
Don't sweat it. Pronunciations are beautiful in different dialects and accents. Don't worry.
Okay, so how controllable are they as a swarm, and how likely is the rate of failure, and what's sort of the weak point? Is it the comms system is the weak point for that then, or something else?
So they're not controllable at all. Shahid uses 4 GPS receivers, not only antennas, but receivers, and it averages the signal. It's a very standard technique. It averages the position output of those signals to reduce the ambient noise and inherent inaccuracies in a GPS signal. Because it is those 4 antennas that you have seen on Shahid go directly into a receiver and separately into a receiver rather than getting integrated and being processed on the differences of the signals on each of them. At least with what we have seen, me and friends, other Iranian friends on Twitter, we have concluded that this is a simple averaging to reduce the accuracy. That gives you a measure of how computationally competent these systems are. The main weakness in these systems are the computational power. Computational power is not just computational power, is not just having a awesome chip to compute on. It's more importantly, it's about the power, the electrical power. And you being able to supply the power required for imagine an RTX graphical card for 1.5 hours of flight of this thing. It's gonna take a lot of batteries and a lot of weight. So if you look at the process, the disassembled processing units, they have inputs for 4 GPS antennas. Each of those 4 inputs go to separate processors, and then probably there's a main processor that integrates them together. And there are other things. A major hurdle with a flying wing is the stability. So a lot of computational power is dedicated to stability and flight characteristic units. I should mention something else here. In the pictures of the internal processing unit and the navigation unit that Ukrainian military put out in that PDF file in the Telegram, you see ports for DGNSS, which is differential GNSS, or AGNSS, assisted GNSS. These are differential GNSS would give you the ability to suppress a jammer based on identifying the location of that the signal emitted by that jammer and then neglecting that direction with your specific antennas. We haven't seen any such antennas on Shahed. The system that they opened up, and that port is not actually connected in Shahed. So that was kind of
so no swarming
reflection
behavior
on
as
that.
far as you're concerned. No
No,
serious swarming
no,
behavior. Mohajer
no
6 can't be used as a
complicated
control pod.
things. Yes, and
Pre-program,
they
let it go.
certainly can communicate with each other. So GPS comes in, and if GPS is shut down, they just retain a heading. Nothing else. They don't have as far as I have seen, they don't have even the ability. It's definitely not swarm type of weapons. These are not communicating drones or anything complicated like that. Those things would require a lot of processing power, a good situational awareness of where is the next drone, where is the previous drone, and where is my command center, and most importantly, flexible flight characteristics. Shahed is not a drone that has been designed to operate optimally at a vast range of different speeds and different attack angles and tilting angles. It's a delta wing. It's aerodynamically that delta wings are very limited and very restrictive, and it has a rudimentary wooden propeller that can't adapt itself to different speeds. So if it flies in lower speeds, it might as well stall itself, because if the propeller rotates way faster than the actual speed of the aircraft, you might get a separation of the airflow on the propeller. So definitely not a sophisticated weapon, and that goes with the cost, right?
How easy is it for them to make them? How easy is it for them to just crank out many more of these? What are the supply chain issues they encounter?
This is interesting. If you look at the CENTCOM reports from Yemen, one of the things that CENTCOM notes is that the shared components between different Iranian drones used in Yemen. So you had Shahed 136 with different names. I don't remember the names in operating in Yemen, and that drone, another drone called Samad, Mohajer itself, another version of Shahed 123, and a loitering anti-air missile, a nasty piece of work called another Project 136, Project 356. They all use the same gyroscopes, for example, or precise servos. I think German precise servos to control the flight surfaces. With that, you can get a picture of, if you are using the same servos, the same flight control system in all of these units, and then 6 months later, you observe another servo, another processor, or another board, again, in all of these units, like produced after 2017, it means that you are getting shipment of electronic parts smuggled to Iran, in June 2016, and everything between 2016 and 2018 is produced with those parts, with those electronic parts. This is definitely a choke point, something that could be encountered if that's their policy, I don't know if they want to encounter that, because if you know how they buy things, you can meddle with the things that they have bought. This happened in Iran's nuclear program, actually. But one of those important choke points are electronic and electromechanical subsystems. Engines are mostly produced in Iran. Iran doesn't have a huge amount of problems producing rudimentary and basic engines, because they have had a rather competent car industry remnant of the previous regime, the American-supported regime. So mechanical infrastructure for building these drones are in place from before the regime came up, but electromechanical systems are actually, I think, based on CENTCOM reports and what we have seen, are choke points.
Azim, I've got a quick question. Sorry if we've covered this already. My audio is an absolute nightmare this morning. The Iranian drones in general, are they, speaking particularly of the Shahid 136, are they do they have a predictable enough flight characteristics to navigate by dead reckoning? Or are they completely dependent on GPS guidance?
So this actually, Ukrainian military, I don't know if that report was from Ukrainian military itself or a bunch of cool engineers somewhere in the Dnipro. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that pronunciation, but they actually decompiled the code on the processors, and they found out that these drones, after the GPS cuts out, these drones don't maneuver, don't correct for anything, don't get inputs in their flight algorithms. They just try to retain the same heading and speed. So trying to correct yourself is a double-edged sword, right? If you want to have what they call a closed loop feedback control system, you need to have a signal, you need to denoise that signal, you need to ascertain whether or not that signal is jammed or interfered with, do all of this processing stuff, and then get to a complicated control system which should be fast enough to use that error correction signal. For example, if you want to have a wind direction signal, I have seen the pipette tubes on these drones, but I think that's more to maintain a specific altitude rather than direction. At least that report tells us that if the GPS is cut out, they just retain the heading and they don't do fancy correction stuff.
So if effectively it would have to be a kind of manual intervention. So say the drone is, trundling along, loses GPS, it maintains its heading and speed automatically. So the point at which it drops, in the absence of GPS positioning, would have to be a manual intervention by the operator.
You can just do better stuff. If you can completely spoof the GPS in a way that it can't understand where it is going and what it is doing, it wouldn't revert to its constant heading mode. It would just hit something that is not its target, right? It may cause unfortunate casualties and harm, which is totally responsibility of the person which fired them. Let there be no mistake in that. But if you can spoof that GPS signal, you have a situation that the drone has failed. The operator of the drone doesn't know what caused the failure, so it can't adopt, and you have reached your military goal of protecting an infrastructure such as a power station near Kiev, right? So the solutions against these and what we have seen from Ukraine, extremely creative and competent Ukrainian military, might be way different than what we think in terms of hard intervention against these targets, right?
I was thinking more from the perspective of the firer of the drone, right? So if if the GPS guidance fails for whatever reason, can the drone still be kind of vaguely targeted? Can it be dead reckoned onto target? So, for example, I need this drone to land. I need this drone to land at roughly this coordinate, or
Yes.
at this GPS coordinate. However, I've no way of navigating to that because the GPS has gone. Can I just tell it to drop 236 miles away, or whatever it is?
Yes, so it has accelerometers inside. Those accelerometers would calculate the displacement of the drone moment to moment, and if the displacement is deviates from the planned route or the heading that was defined for the drone, to be more precise, it would correct its way until it reaches its dive point and it would dive toward the target. That is not a very precise way of hitting your target because of multiple reasons. But yes, there is that option, at least according to that Ukrainian report.
Thank you, Azim. Now, I have one more question, but I see Abdullah has his hand up. A very, very general question. What was the strategic or tactical imperative that made Iran go down this suicide drone route? Like, what was the thing that spurred the development of these weapon systems?
So you have a very deep collaboration between Iran, Russia, Syria, and a couple of other small states, Armenia, on a military level. Even before the Syrian uprising started, one of the first things, one of the first military installations that was captured in Deir south of Syria, which is bordering Israel, was a joint intelligence gathering post, electronic intelligence gathering post called Center S. This was prior to 2011. So, Oryx actually has a very nice blog post from back in the day, if you want to Google and read about it. And when the revolutionaries go into this post, they observe all sorts of interesting memorabilia and stuff, pictures of Russian officers coming to the base, operating them. So that's military cooperation and alliance is very, very deep. What makes it what made Iran get involved in this whole thing is the dire economical situation that the regime has. So winter is coming. Iran, because of inefficiency of its agricultural system, has a lot of grain problems. Like it can't produce the grain that it needs for the livestock, or even simple things like providing the bread for the country. Internally, it needs to import them. At the same time, it has this little thing called the nuclear file that is looming over its head, and the regime doesn't want to give up on its nuclear ambitions. Because basically, having seen what happened to Russia and to Armenian army, it is one of the last viable military options that it has for protecting itself. So you put all of these elements together, you see that Iranian regime is in desperate need to have allies which can export grain, and something that probably the general population doesn't know. This is public, and it gets rarely the internal troubles gets rarely publicized inside the regime. But the regime has confessed that it has a serious deficit in the natural gas reserves for this winter. 230 million cubic meters of natural gas that they need to survive this winter. So there are those sort of benefits. There is Russia being involved deeper and deeper in protecting Iran against a possible Western attack. A couple of days ago, someone replied to me with a picture, and I retweeted it, of a new shipment of Repellent 1 jammers that were observed in Iran in a training center. So shipments are coming in, stuff are coming in, military aid. There is a fundamental need for the regime to have that alliance with Russia because of way broader prospects than just sowing fear in the population with showcasing its weapons. Yep.
Thank you, Azim.
We've got more questions, but I'm going to let Abdullah go ahead, and then if you have time, we've got stuff to talk to you about.
Thank you, Doman. Thank you, Azim. Good discussion on the Iranian terror drones. You answered many of the questions I was thinking of. But if I may ask, yesterday there were reports that an Iranian drone facility in Syria was struck and destroyed by the Israelis. I don't know if you can confirm this for us. And also, do we know how many production facilities the regime has outside Iran? Thanks, Azim.
Hey, thanks for the question. I don't know how many or where precisely, but you can track Israeli airstrikes, and you would see hotspots. There is this facility north of Damascus called Masyaf. There are facilities in Tartus, Latakia, south of Damascus itself. There is the T4 air base, and between the T4 airspace and Anbar province in Iraq, which is this part of eastern Syria, southeastern Syria, and western Iraq, there is basically a lawless desert in which you can, even by satellite, you can see Iranian drone facilities. There was a drone attack against a U.S. base there in the Green Village. United States CENTCOM, Central Command, showed a fierce response against that drone attack by targeting high-level Iranian military officers there. So you see these hotspots of activity and production and storage. If you go and see the wreckage footage and what remains of the installations that they strike, sometimes you can see a mixer, an odd mixer in the middle of the wreckage. So these might be solid fuel or explosive mixers, or like, I don't know how do you call it in English, but a specific equipment for threading fiber carbon together and making sheets out of them. these are production facilities which are basically akin to a shed in which you build a toy, rather sophisticatedly designed toy, but still a toy. So not complex facilities, not high-tech systems. Saudi intelligence services actually a couple of years ago published this video of Hezbollah operatives in Yemen assembling suicide drones in a workshop. I encourage you to go and see it, and it is just an ordinary living room, and they were meddling with some electronic components on a table. Sometimes it is that complicated. But hotspots, Western Syria and Eastern Syria between Al Mayadin, T4 airspace, and even Deir ez-Zor city itself. Yep.
So back to the things, what are they most likely to run out of, right? Is it gonna be engines and electronics?
What we have seen that they are importing are mostly electronics, and electronics are not just processors. Sure, they have a deficit in processors. They don't have that much of production capacity and production diversity. What we have seen in these drones that fall off or hit the target or hit somewhere near the target is that they are using Western components. Western electrical engines for controlling flight control systems, aerodynamic control system, Western processors, Western receivers for GPS signals. Even if you look at the pictures and the footage taken from this recently inaugurated underground drone city that they call in Western Iran, you would see, and we have identified this, you would see very distinct out of the shelf Garmin GPS receivers and processing modules on these Arash drones, which they claim have been sent to Ukraine, but we are doubtful, at least until we get the evidence for it. So yeah, definitely electronic components more than the mechanical components.
Okay, now for a big question for you. And just by the way, we're here 24/7. We've been here 24/7 for many months, ever since Russia invaded Ukraine, and we will be on here 24/7 until Russia leaves Ukraine. So anytime you want to come for a chat, come find the MriyaReport. It's always the same.
Thank you very much. I actually have 5 more minutes before I need to go to my office.
one question for you then, if that's okay.
No, absolutely, please.
Russia seems to be looking at Iran and saying, they're going to sanction us, but look at what all Iran managed to do while under sanction basically for 40 years, right?
Yes.
Look at these drones, look at their ballistic missile program, look at all the other stuff. My question for you is, how very much is Russia mistaken in this? Because Russia kept working with Iran throughout this time. Russia helped Iran a lot. A lot of their Iranian ballistic missile components come from Russia. Iranian air defenses, a lot of it is made very much in collaboration with Russia. So let's say a situation where the current resistance in Iran isn't successful, and I really hope it is, right? Because the world is more normal countries. Let's imagine a situation like that, and then Russia is sanctioned for a long time the way it is. How much did Russia help Iran in making all of these, technological weapons-wise, especially catch-ups? And how much do you think would Russia be able to without a helping hand like Russia was for Iran, if Russia is sanctioned heavily, as it will be?
So to answer the first part of the question, you just need to go back and read the testaments around Trump's decision to attack Iran or not when IRGC, Iranian Guard Corps, shut down that RQ-4. It wasn't an RQ-4, but that Global Hawk thing over the near the Arab Sea, right? There was a decision being made to attack Iran or not, and one of the factors playing a role in that was presence of Russian officers in military bases in southern Iran. So we have that gives you an indication that what's happening in Iran is basically what was happening in Syria and what we saw in the Center S example that I was talking about. At least listening and intelligence posts, maybe more than that, even anti-aircraft batteries or anti-ship batteries, involvement of Russian officers there. So the collaboration is very deep, but the quality is this strange thing. So in Iran, you have a very strong ideological factors. So back in 90s, when Iran was rebuilding its military after Iran-Iraq war, one of the greatest fear was SR-71 flights over Iran during the war. This is well documented, and MiG-25 bombing grounds against Iranian cities. They basically didn't have any protection against this. The plan was, okay, go buy S-200Vs, S-200 Vega systems from Russia. They went and tried to buy, and they actually bought systems from Russia. But if you read the memoirs of General Satari, the then Commander-in-Chief of Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force, IRIAF, he says, we brought this in, but we thought with our revolutionary minds and our dedication and our good souls and our good intentions, we should be able to do what Russians do. So we didn't follow up on the contract, and we installed the system ourselves. And if you go and look at the Google Earth footage and compare Iranian S-200 sites with their Libyan counterparts or Syrian counterparts, you see that Iranian S-200 sites are like two isolated launchers and one radar stations, while in Libya or Syria, you would see like 16 launchers supporting each other, multiple radar stations, and electronic systems to support that system. So now, have that anecdote in mind. Let's remember what happened in Armenia. Armenia wasn't a big army. It had repellent system. It had 10 or 12 counter-drone jamming system and massive upgrades to their OZA anti-aircraft batteries. I have a Twitter thread in Farsi, unfortunately, on these, but they worked on that, and Russians helped massively in developing that air defense system. How did that fare against a third-rate NATO standard of operation in a war? So is it going to be fruitful? I seriously doubt. Is it deep? Yes, because they have nothing else. They are basically holding each other's disgusting and ugly hands, facing decency of the free world. Okay, I'm gonna probably get bad stares and looks at my office. So
you need to go. Azim, follow me back. Follow the MriyaReport. Let's be in touch. Okay.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Azim. No, it was great, and this is what we get here all the time. We get people with a very specific subject matter expertise talking about stuff that nobody else knows about. Thank you, Azim. Tim, that was enlightening, wasn't it?
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Azim, and please do get in touch with us, and don't be a stranger on space, because that was really, really good, really enlightening.
Right, Tim. Shall we talk about Shoigu going about? And I mean, I'm being told, everything is happening in Kherson right now. And there's some excellent footage of HIMARS strikes on Nova Kakhovka, it seems, according to Artwire, where you can actually see the Gimlers, falling down basically vertically, perfectly vertically. Anyway, so Tim, shall we briefly speak about Shoigu's grand tour around various other defense ministers' telephones?
Okay, let's do that.
So Shoigu realized that as defense minister of Russia, he gets to make people talk to him sometimes. So he called up, I kid you not, he called up Ben Wallace, he called up whoever the French defense minister is, and he called up, and he called up Lloyd Austin twice, I understand. So they had a nice chat, and by nice chat, oh, and the Romanian defense minister just resigned. Okay, Romanians jump up because I know it's noon there. Tell us about Dinsu resigning. Or Dinku. Well, you can tell me what it is. And then France, the US, and the UK issued a joint statement telling Shoigu basically to pack up and go. And why is he calling them? And that it's all nonsense. So I shall read the American version, because why not? We, the foreign ministers of France, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Oh, foreign ministers. Why are the Oh, I see. Okay, let's get to this. Foreign ministers of the three countries reiterate their steadfast support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity in the face of Russia's ongoing aggression. We remain committed to continue supporting Ukraine's efforts to defend its territory for as long as it takes. Earlier today, the defense minister, and this is published late yesterday, the defense ministers of each of our countries spoke to Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu at his request. Our countries made clear that we all reject Russia's transparently false allegations that Ukraine is preparing to use a dirty bomb on its own territory. The world would see through any attempt to use this allegation as a pretext for escalation. We further reject any pretext for escalation by Russia. The foreign ministers also discussed their shared determination to continue supporting Ukraine and the Ukrainian people with security, economic, and humanitarian assistance in the face of President Putin's brutal war of aggression. End quote. Which is a correct response, telling them to go pound sand, and nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to believe them in their nonsense threats and implied projection. And it was literally the same thing published by France Diplomacy, which is the French Foreign Ministry Twitter account, and many others, which is good. It's good to see the three Western nuclear powers with permanent UNSC seats all on the same page, telling Shoigu that they can smell his what, Tim?
You see, when you said that, when you introduced the topic, I thought you were going to say that we're expecting an emergency landing on the Duke of Hamilton's lawn or something. I'm slightly disappointed now.
He's a real estate mogul. I don't think he's qualified to fly himself.
Well. I'm just in a lift, so I might cut out. Well, that's certainly interesting. Hello, mic check.
Tim, you said it's very interesting, and then you cut out.
Yeah, sorry, I was just in a lift.
We know.
So beyond beyond the alleged dirty bomb bullshit, do we know anything else about the content of that conversation?
My understanding is they're basically threatening implicitly, and I've explained my thoughts on the matter yesterday. I think that they might cause a small, limited radiological incident in order to scare people further, but it won't be an actual dirty bomb type thing. It will just be something detectable, and then they'll say, look, Ukrainians are doing something to further scare people, but it won't be anything that will actually be particularly. It will be a localized ecological matter as opposed to a major thing of some sorts. There you go. That's just my thoughts. I think it will be connected with the dam and Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and something.
So the plan could be cause a limited a limited radiological incident, as you say. Blame it on the Ukrainians
and scare the Germans.
Right. Okay. So
notably, Shoigu didn't call Christine Lambrecht. Just note. It's just I don't know if this is important, but I think it should be noted. Decoding. Did they throw him back well?
Yeah. So I think these two phone calls from Shoigu operate first as he spoke to Austin,
UK, US, and France.
Yeah, but
you mean two to America? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in the last 2 days, which are out of the normal. So I think first these are a signal that Shoigu will manage the retreat. So he managed the invasion, and he will manage the retreat, and this is a signal, an internal signal. I think second, this is a signal to America and the other two permanent Security Council members, and presumably he also spoke to China, but we haven't heard about that conversation. I think this is the admission of defeat. I think this is what I've been looking for. Again, as I've been, the drum I've been banging is Muscovy's retreat will be, there'll be a meta version of the retreat you might imagine of three gunslingers in an old American Western leaving the bar. There will be lots of glory and bullets, and it may involve the explosion of Zaporozhye Dam or Novokhovka Dam, but this is the Iraq-like 1991 Iraq-like no surrender, which I expect we will see, and the process playing out over the coming months. I mean, most of us in this space understand the micro of the amount of losses which Muscovy has had in the Kherson pocket. I understand the mythological significance of the retreat from the right bank, from the west bank of the Dnieper in 1721. Muscovy took right bank Ukraine and declared itself an empire. The significance of a retreat from Kherson, the citadel where Potemkin himself, who conquered all of these primordial Russian lands as Putin sees them, the city of Kherson, the taking of the statues, they will take Potemkin's empty coffin, no doubt. So that I understand the mythology. This isn't just the mere retreat from the only regional capital in modern Ukraine that it took. This is a highly significant retreat, and you're going to need a lot of gunslingers shooting into the saloon as you're leaving Kherson to disguise this, and it may be a Novokhovka dam-sized retreat. If they do blow up, so that's the second element in this. So the statement from France, Germany, from France, England, and America is wholly appropriate. They're entering into the troll, but underneath it, clearly, there's cleverer people than me around who understand the meaning of these two unusual phone calls to America, and the repetition that they will continue providing arms to Ukraine is very significant, because as I understand it, the Western response, or the United States' response with France and, well, definitely with England anyway, response to the nuclear threat is twin track. One, provide Ukraine with as much weapons as it needs, and two, signal very strongly every time it's brought up that they will eliminate the Russian army inside Ukraine and possibly elsewhere if there is any, with conventional weapons, if there is any use of nuclear weapons. They've already signaled months ago that privately and almost in public, as I highlighted at the time, that if Lukashenko, because Muscovy's plan was to put nuclear weapons in Belarus and, have them blow up and then blame Lukashenko, and it was signaled to them, look, any use of nuclear weapons, we will blame it on you. And so again, this is wholly appropriate in their public statements that the Permanent Security Council members emphasize that they will continue providing Ukraine with material to prosecute their war, because of course the meta game here is that nuclear threats of use of nuclear weapons are empty. You cannot use these anymore to capture Crimea or Luhansk or Donetsk. We will not tolerate these threats, because we will respond with all-consuming conventional weapons, but in a way that directly impacts, literally and figuratively, the people at the top of the regime. So that would be my interpretation of this. So yeah, the Novokakhovka Dam, if that is blown up, that is evidence that Muscovy has given up on Crimea. I believe they have given up on Crimea, but that will be concrete material evidence that they've totally given up on Crimea, because as many of us in this space understand, one of the main reasons for this war was lack of fresh water in Crimea. And by blowing up the Novokakhovka Dam, as President Zelensky said the other day, there'll be 6 or 7 years before they can fix the canal and get fresh water to Crimea. So this is a mega version of them taking away the gas pipes which they had recently planted in Melitopol. It's a mega version of them not fixing the heating system in Donetsk city or Lugansk city, and all of these little signals where I'm picking up indicators that Muscovy is recalibrating this as a raid, in the sense of the kind of Copper Age 4,000 years ago, the Yamnaya raids onto territory and then a retreat with a few washing machines and a couple statues and Bob's your uncle. And that's actually all we ever wanted to do, was protect Russia's heritage from the Ukrainians who don't appreciate all that we've done in the world. And they would have broken up our statues and our Potomkin grave and all of that with their decommunization. Whether or not that will work with the Russia's public, I don't know, but that's what I'm reading into this. Shoigu's phone call, and Prigozhin and co are put in their place, because Shoigu is dealing with, the Americans and the British, and thankfully this statement comes on the day Sunak, who I don't trust in any sense of the word. I think his only loyalty is to private equity, but happily this statement ties him and entrenches the UK into continuing its support for Ukraine and Western liberal democracy.
Thank you, Decoding. Tim, do you want to comment on anything, or do you want to hear about what's going on with the Romanian defense?
I'd like to do Romania, please.
Christian. Well, I'll come back to you, Decoding, I swear. I want to talk about this more.
Thank you. Thank you, Doman. Well, basically, Daniel called it about a week ago. So basically, he resigned by himself, but we all know that he was kicked out. And his reason, his official reason, and an official statement is that he can no longer collaborate with President Iohannis. So that's a load of manure. I don't know who will replace him, but for the time being, until a replacement will be found, our Prime Minister, our general, ex-general, Prime Minister will take his place, which he already did in the past, but it's all right. I won't make speculations on who comes next, but this is a good sign that Romania is steadfast on its support for Ukraine and will not allow any other rhetoric or propaganda to change this hard, in my opinion, a hard-fought stance.
Can you remind us what he said that actually started all of this a week or two ago?
Yeah. So basically, he said that they should negotiate, but even worse, he said, if I remember correctly, he said that the U.S. and the French and the Germans and whoever have to negotiate with the Russians to stop this war and bring peace. The problem is he spoke from his own mind on this, because Romania's position is really, really clear on this. And Romania issued a statement about a month ago that it will stay by Ukraine's side until total victory. So this is, of course, not the position of the Romanian government and the Romanian nation. So he was speaking on his own accord, which he has done. I think this is the second or third mistake he has done. First mistake was when he said that an Ukrainian sea mine was found and decommissioned into our national waters, which was false, because it was a Russian mine. So he has a habit of speaking without thinking too much on what he's saying. I myself have a couple of people in mind, but I won't speculate too much. I don't know what the games are right now, the political games, of course. Who's best positioned to take over the Ministry of Defense?
But it's worth remembering that the current Prime Minister of Romania, who will also be the interim defense minister, he was not previously just the defense minister. He was also previously the highest ranking soldier, right? He was the chief of the general staff.
Yeah, and he actually did some tours in Iraq, if I remember correctly, in Afghanistan as well. He was a tank commander, tank general.
I think that's worth noting. And actually, on that point, has he made any particular statements with regard to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Ukrainians fighting back? Any more militarily minded statements as opposed to political ones?
Not if I recollect as well. He just stayed on the political course. He doesn't really emit military opinions, because his role is not that right now, and he's really, really disciplined, in my opinion.
Got it. Well, thank you very much, Christian, for the update. Daniel was right. Very good. Do you have any thoughts on Shoigu's calling about?
Well, I think he just wanted to. He was tasked, in my opinion, by Putin to test the waters to see where these guys stand, because in their minds, these are the ones that have the best standing with the Ukrainians. So I think he's just testing the waters. He was tasked by this, and if I read correctly, I think Mr. Austin was really adamant on his speech, but unfortunately, we don't have much to go on because usually these talks are behind closed curtains, and they don't really let much out. Just maybe the redacted feeling of the whole conversation.
But I think you agree that the response from the three nations,
yeah, it was
the
unified,
collective
yeah.
response was the correct response, right? I don't
Yeah,
know
sure.
if you would have worded it any differently, but I think that was a pretty good
No,
option there.
Like it
Very
showed
good.
unity, it showed our resolve, and it's what we want to, or everybody wants to express right now. So this is a good signal, in my opinion, going forward.
Exactly. And Decoding, I think you're minded to agree as well, right? It's a good, as you noted, show of unity. It also ties whatever changes the next British Prime Minister might want to introduce, which I don't think he'd really want to, because I don't think Sunak's the guy for foreign policy. You're just gonna be like, okay, well, fine, we're stuck with this. We're just kind of gonna carry on. Don't really have a choice now, especially not after this statement. Especially not after this statement that combines both foreign and defense policy nicely into one. And I do quite like that it was the foreign ministries speaking on behalf and together with the relevant defense ministers, so that it isn't something that has been going on for a while in the West, in the broader West, was a split between foreign policy and security policy. And here, I think it's important to recognize that they are one thing, especially when it comes to Russia, especially when it comes to Ukraine. Foreign policy and security policy are the same policy. And having that unified between the three Western permanent UN Security Council members, I think is very important here. Would you be minded to agree, Decoding?
Absolutely, and I also agree with that interpretation that it was a testing of the waters, but from Muscovy, and I did parse the French statement and think it didn't go far enough. But on reflection, that was just my my recently acquired, holding France to account for any minor infraction of support for Ukraine, but the statement itself, the joint statement, I couldn't find any issue with that, or any anything that would give succour to Muscovy that the three permanent Security Council members are lessening their support for Ukraine.
Exactly, and at this time, this is crucial. I think it is Russia realizing they're losing. Even at higher levels, right? No, let's see what they let us get away with. Can we actually sway them this way? Can we, right? Can we maybe be like, maybe they'll let us keep Crimea. Maybe we can negotiate with others. No? And with Romania getting rid of its defense minister, who indicated erroneously, right? Otherwise, and with the three nuclear powers saying, no, you're not going to succeed this way. No way. This isn't an avenue that you can go down. I think that's really good and really meaningful. And yeah, of course, same statements came from all sides. The Brits yesterday, Ben Wallace and Ministry of Defense specifically said, and I'll read this out because I think Tim is in a noisy area, and then we'll go to Mitek, very similar thing on his own, and then very in line with the joint statement. I think the joint statement was already prepared by the time this came out yesterday afternoon. At the request of the Russian Ministry of Defense, the Secretary of State for Defense, Ben Wallace, spoke with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Shoigu, this afternoon. Minister Shoigu alleged that Ukraine was planning actions facilitated by Western countries, including the UK, to escalate the conflict in Ukraine. The Defense Secretary refuted these claims and cautioned that such allegations should not be used as a pretext for greater escalation. The Defense Secretary also reiterated UK and wider international support for Ukraine and desire to de-escalate this conflict. It is for Ukraine and Russia to seek resolution to the war, and the UK stands ready to assist. The Secretary of State observed that both ministers were professional and respectful on the call, which is basically the Ben Wallace saying that Shoigu was surprisingly, what should we say, tame, perhaps timid. Rightly so, because his second army of the world is now being relegated to being the fourth biggest army in Ukraine. Certainly the fourth strongest. Excellent. Let's go to Mitek. Good morning, Mitek.
Good morning, Doman. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to hear the news that's coming out, but bits and pieces of it, the things that we should be talking about are kind of being left to the side of the road. I have my heart in my mouth every time I watch the news off Twitter, because I'm certainly not getting it off the telly, am I? And it's about this. It's the evacuations, the so-called evacuations. On the one hand, having lived personally through a situation where you're looking at people that, why didn't you leave when the rest of the occupying troops left? You shouldn't be here. You're a collaborator. You're a piece of what brown stuff. I don't want to swear because I spent too many years working on radio, so I just assume every mic is live and that we're not allowed to swear, so I don't. So we have these pieces of crap walking around in places, and you don't want them there, but you're living in a so-called just society and you do nothing about it. However, having said that, if evacuation means collaborators and colonists are leaving, that's fine. My problem now is that with the avowed glorious repositioning of Soviet troops in Ukraine, they're taking children, they're taking families, they're emptying areas, and I understand the reason why they're doing that. But if I take the example of what happened to Belarusians, Poles, and Ukrainians after 1942 in what's the Polish lost territories, shall we say, something you have a geographic area, of 1.2 million that were deported, kidnapped, taken away, fewer than 100,000 managed to get out of the Soviet Union. So what are we doing now, publicly, openly, or through the back channels, to A, stop this, and B, have as many of these people returned? I'm not even going to talk about the tortures and the depravities. I just want to have these people returned. I assume the Ukrainian state is doing something about this in as much as it can do anything, but the West surely has to have some sort of position on this. I don't expect the Red Cross or Amnesty International, also gutless wonders, to do anything, but I would certainly hope that the European Union Council of Human Rights or something like that would have something to say.
I think they have a lot to say about that, except it's kind of an order of operations situation, right? I would say kicking Russians out of Ukraine is in the parentheses, and then the other stuff is outside of it, outside of them, simply because, how can I put this well? You can try to get people back afterwards. You can't win the war off the back of it. I think that makes sense. So it absolutely is. But
Well, surely, but Doman, one way that we surely could. Let's look at Kherson as a specific example, because why not? This is a place where there's an actual evacuation, a de facto open, spoken evacuation happening. So we have two sides of the front in what we'll call the island of Russian occupation. The eastern side and the western side. The western side, closer to Mikhailov, is
Mykolaiv.
much, yeah, thank you, is much closer to Kherson, and there's no reason why the Ukrainian military couldn't negotiate a corridor for Khersonians to choose to leave the battlefield through Ukrainian lines. I don't see this happening. I don't see it being proposed. In the meantime, it actually means that, notwithstanding fifth columnists inside Kherson protecting as much as possible, and we haven't talked about the fifth columnists, but apparently it's happening. But, you know, what is the situation? If I'm in Kherson and I'm told you must leave, I say, no, I don't want to. Then what happens?
You're talking about negotiating with Russians. How's that going to go?
Well, it went really well with wheat. It went really well in other areas.
Really well?
Well, it went well enough that something happened. The point is that you can negotiate with them when they choose to negotiate. Russian logic is not normal logic, and normal logic would dictate certain things, but Russian logic means that if you don't try, you never know whether you might have got away with it.
A, you don't know.
They're insane.
We take A, you don't know they didn't try. B, you know what Russian motivations here are.
Yes.
They're not going to give up on it. They had positive motivations to do the grain deal. Be they from Turkey, be they from countries in, you know, God knows where, Middle East, Africa, wherever, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had motivations for it because it benefited them somehow. This does not benefit them. This makes them, this benefits them in their eyes. That's why they're not interested in that. Remember how the evacuations from Mariupol went. Remember the filtration processes, you know, so-called brutal filtration processes that those that managed to get out had to go through. Remember how many were diverted. And that was in a situation where, you know, Russia held, you know, a different set of cards even than this. It's not possible because it's Russia. I think that's really it. Decoding, I think you're minded to back me up on this, and then we're going to go to Daniel for a victory lap.
Yeah, I hear your pain and I feel it. I do agree with Doman about the order of operations here. It's worth noting partisans have also asked, and this has been a message for the past 4 months from the Ukrainian government, is get the hell out of there. And at this point, the instructions are get out of there any way you can.
Or hide in a basement with water, etc. Right?
Well, it has. I mean, the message has been clear: get out of there for 4 months. And Muscovy's motivation in this is, I believe, it's for TV, it's for media, it's the same media-driven, internal propaganda-driven motivation that's run this entire war, and we saw it in Donetsk city on, you know, around the 20th of February, before the full invasion, and you remember those pictures of the people rounding up, and I knew people who were there at the time and witnessed it. This is all part of the troll which Berlusconi fell for, as we see in these intercepts the other day, that that Putin is the rescuer and the savior. These people are And so if I can project into the minds of the Kherson residents, and obviously the collaborators are, and there's a spectrum of collaboration, are one thing, but I think most of us are pretty clear that most of the people aren't collaborating. They're just trying to get through this and stay alive. If I can project into their minds, they are being forced. I mean, it's quite Daniel Saba in The Guardian today. He has an article where he talks about it. In these kind of, the idea I've come up with is stealth genocide, because I realize all my time in Eastern Ukraine, I was a first-hand witness to a stealth genocide, and I never realized it. I was watching it in real time, as we have all been watching this in real time. Now at least we have the label for it, but we didn't have it. And each genocide is different. But if the wording in Daniel Saba's article in The Guardian today about the deportations, and I don't fault him in any way, because he's very much, he's on the side of international law, where the Russists are instructing, so they're ordering the residents of Kherson to leave with money, with their documents, and such like. And this really gets me, because if I just read this to you, so this is in 1941, a couple of days after the Germans occupied Krashatik in central Kyiv, the buildings blew up where the Soviets predicted that they would occupy as their headquarters. And the very next morning, again, it is even suggested the Soviets understood that the Jewish community would be scapegoated. These notices went up around Kyiv, said all Jews of the city of Kyiv and the surroundings are ordered to gather on Monday, September 29th at 8 a.m. and says the address, and all over in central Dnipro, in Odessa, I've seen these tiny little ignored plaques of the gathering places, which happened a few days later. Everyone should take with them valuable documents, as well as warm clothes, money, underwear, and other things. And when I read the Daniel Saba thing this morning, I'm like, oh my God, this is just the fucking Russians. They've got like Genocide 101 handbook, and someone's using Google translation from the German into Russian, and they're just following the exact playbook.
Well, this is exactly the playbook they used when my family was taken out of our piece of Poland at the time, which is no more. We had less than 12 hours to gather the most important things and get the hell out if we wanted to save our skins. And this is why every single I feel like a guitar being plucked from 1,000 miles away every time I see one of these things. Even one little story, it plays at me and everyone else who's gone through this. There's a group on Facebook called the Polish Kresy, and it's full of Belarusians and Ukrainians and Poles who had their families deported. We live all across the world except there, because we can't go back, because all of the reasons why we no longer have a place that we can call home. We were scattered for generations. Now, maybe, we got children, our grandchildren can look at going back if they really wanted to. Do they even belong? I don't want these people to be gone any longer than they absolutely have to. And I want them back home as quickly as possible so they don't have to go through what we did. I don't want them sitting in a sitting room in Newcastle 70 years on, wondering whether their grandchildren will ever see Kyiv again.
Okay, but they won't, but that's a different question. And the question here is, can you negotiate with Russians to get a green corridor, or whatever you want to call it out? And you can't, not really, because right now that would decidedly disbenefit Russians in Kherson. They are stupid and cruel, but they're more cruel than they're stupid. I think that's the easiest summary. Daniel, Victory Lab.
No need, because we have a word in Romanian. About dead men, here a political dead man, only good things you talk. So I want to add you a new layer about Foreign Ministry, Defense Ministry of France, Britain, and United States. Also, what is happening now. We must not forget this. At this moment, the megawatt of energy obtained from natural gas is traded with 98 euros after 260 when they blow up Nord Streams. If I remember well, in United States, they sell with $85, but probably they use the imperial system, not metric. Not important. But they still flow the gas and they exploit a lot of gas. I will add to that was the anniversary for invasion of Budapest, and 80,000 Hungarians go on the streets to say, Orban, you need to quit, and Russians go home. Hungary is for Hungarians. And another layer, in Tbilisi, Georgia, Russians protest against a Russian government with white, blue, white flags, calling Putin criminal and stop the war. And if you don't understand what is the meaning of this, imagine Russians who are military age, who run from conscription in Georgia, where Georgians don't open their arms and say, welcome. They feel morally obligated to condemn their government, their country, because I think it's a moral pressure. I think it's something like, we know we lost and we are free to do this, and also not want to become hostile with the country who opened the borders for us. And we are not dead in Ukraine now. And this signals energy. So the weapon of energy, I understand, European Commissioner for Trade said Europe is independent from energy and doesn't from they start using Russian gas, they didn't use anything from Russia. So this also helped to understand Giorgia Meloni in that stance, and the slapping on the face on, you know who, Bunga Bunga. So I can say there are layers, 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 and everything screams, Russia, go home. You already lost, and you lost badly. So, thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Actually, I need to check your gas prices. I think this is it. I think this is my right. Oh my God, yeah. Nice. So basically, spot gas now is at the same levels it was all spring. It's barely above the levels. It's barely above pre-invasion level prices. That is. In other words,
let me explain why it's important, Doman. Because now Ukraine needs import of gas and energy, and they have some places: Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Republic of Moldova. And we need to support Ukraine because it will not be easy, not at all easy for them to manage this necessity to use gas and electricity. They lost the biggest power plant in Zaporizhia. They lost the control. They lost the possibility to use the power all the winter when they need it. So is the time words like solidarity in European Union to apply. And I want to see what Budapest will do with all the cheap gas buy from Russia. They will help Hungarians because I saw pictures with Hungarian soldiers, ethnic from Ukraine, fighting in army of Ukraine with Hungarian flags and saying victory for Ukraine. I hope Mr. Orban understands what the Hungarian minority in Ukraine believes and fight for. Thank you.
Exactly the other thing I wanted to note on Daniel. Check out in the nest. I put up one of my tweets yesterday about Hungary. Below that, you can see both an image from the protests in Budapest, kindly translated by a loyal Hungarian listener. You can see the images of the Hungarian minority in Ukraine fighting for a free Ukraine against Russia. Saying we keep the spirit of 1956 with the then Hungarian flag of rebellion, where the coat of arms, the communist coat of arms that was placed in the middle of it, cut out with a hole in the middle of the flag. Some people might remember the 1956 Melbourne Summer Olympics, where the Hungarian water polo team all bailed, basically, all defected. Just noting. And the blood in the water game, right? Against the
Let's remember another thing, Doman, about flags and holes. That Romanian flag in revolution was the similar because they cut the communist symbol. But again, Hungary was the transit country for Democratic Republic of Germany when people start to run in Western Germany, Hungary, Austria. Yes. And Hungary at that point was very revolutionary, very close to Polish idea of cutting the ties with Russia. And look at Orban. He's a shame for Hungarian people.
And he himself switched entirely. And I think this is one of the more
From
fascinating political
Soros
stories.
scholar to anti-Soros political leader. Because open society is a society for democracy. I know there are conservative people who hate Soros, but Soros made a lot of good stuff in Eastern Europe, democratizing the society and helping institutions to become democratic countries. Very, very important. Tolerance to minorities, respect the law. And that is the enemy of Orban. That is the figure which they use to target practice. Them and Arabic speaking people which never come to Hungary because everybody wants to live in a better place than Hungary.
And then just remember, right, when you say Soros, he got a Soros scholarship in the late 80s to go to Oxford, study at Pembroke College, study under Zbigniew Pławczyński, at that, right, a Polish diaspora philosopher. He came back, stood there, kind of honoring the memory of Nagy Imre and honoring the memory of the 1956 revolution against the Soviet influence in Hungary. How far has he come?
Imagine from the Hungarian hanged on the street lamps, from the people firing rifles in Budapest against T-55 tanks, to go to European sanctions are bonds for us, even if we voted. Europe is bad for us, even if they pay us billions to make this country much better than it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. That is the problem which Hungarians must understand. If they choose other way than Europe, than NATO, there is no future for Hungary.
Thank you, Daniel. Love it. This is one of my my favorite things to be talking about right now. Actually, between this and the gas prices tumbling, and Shoigu trying to feel if he can actually threaten the West, but he can't. Getting a wet slap in the face with a fish from the collection of foreign and defense ministers, the three UNSC permanent members, UK, US, and France. Well done. Okay, Antti, then Denjon, then decoding. Antti, what went wrong with your brethren over in Hungary?
I suppose that would require a bit of fine
Not enough
tuning to.
saunas, I bet.
Yeah, I mean, I had a relative here who once built a sauna to the Finnish embassy in Budapest, but I guess you know, that wasn't enough. Actually, I was wondering, is Christian still up?
Christian?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. So I was reading up on the leopards for not the animals, but the other animals that need to be free, and I saw a small inkling, or rather a hint, that back in 2019 there was some consideration in Romania to procure leopard 2s. Is that correct? And I mean, you mentioned already earlier on that military procurement tends to be a long and tedious process. Well, it is so in Finland as well, but also in Romania. So is this something that just hasn't developed further, or anything you can enlighten
Yeah.
on the topic?
So yes, it's true. We were looking at Leopard 2s, of course. Yeah. We were looking at Abrams, but so let me just put it this way: there are two halves of the military. One half says we don't need main battle tanks. The other half says we do need main battle tanks. Another half from that half says we need Leopard 2s. The others say we need Abrams. So it's basically really complicated.
First half must be shut up.
Yeah, sure. In my opinion as well, we can't stay around with the TR-85 anymore. I mean, from what I gather, because I'm not a military expert, they are now they have a role which is more suitable as infantry support vehicle than main battle tanks. So basically, this has to be looked at, in my opinion, which is not a military one, but from what I gather, this has to be addressed. But the main discussion was the following: what do we need now, like right now? So when I came up, they were already talking about HIMARS, and I participated to some conferences that were presenting the HIMARS and other systems, and we went with HIMARS in the end. And they were talking about HIMARS, they were talking about Patriot, they were talking about F-16s, and why not maybe later F-35s. And basically, they just made a short list of weapons. For example, anti-naval systems, and the tank didn't make the list. So this is why basically we still don't have I don't know it, but I don't think we even have a project to buy tanks right now.
Right. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Romania went with, why use a tank if you can just attack them? Ahead of the curve. Right, then John.
Yeah, thank you. Really short because I have a meeting in a couple of minutes, but just to trail on the energy price. It's actually here. The price of electricity is now on the same levels as, or less than the same period last year.
Okay, but what's the split, north and south?
No, this is south. I mean, this is in region 4, which is the most expensive region, and it's lower here.
No, I know that. I'm just asking. You know, what's the ratio now between region 1 and region 4?
Oh, well, that's a Google away.
I know you're comparing region 4 and region 4 last year and this year, but I'm curious about region 1 now and region 4 now.
Do you know the answer? Or should I check it?
No, I'm curious, but I know you know the answer, or you know where to look up the answer. I don't. So
no, I didn't look up. I can check.
In the meantime, I will fill the air by explaining to people Sweden is split into 4 regions for electricity network. Region 1 and 2 are up north, where there are no people and lots of cheap electricity because mountains and water. And regions 3 and 4 are down south, where it's all the people but not that much electricity. There's a slight problem that the interconnection between the north and the south is undersized. That therefore the south tends to pay way higher prices for electricity, whereas the north has cheap electricity, but there's no one to talk to, and it's really empty and gets super cold in the winter. Then, John, was that enough time?
Almost. No, I can't find it now because I'm on the.
Okay, DM me when you can. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I am possibly the only one in this room curious about that. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I will check it out. And also, just to add, I mean, there's things happening to mitigate the situation as well. I mean, one of our reactors has now got the permission to basically take out more power from it, the equivalent of 200,000 apartments worth of electricity. So things are moving along, and I think that's happening all over Europe, most likely, to mitigate.
Oh, so, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I need to jump into a meeting. Sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I can hear that you're being cold. Excellent. Thank you. And this combined with what Daniel was saying about the gas prices having steadily tanked for the last couple of months in Europe. All excellent news. Who would ever have predicted that? I mean, who was here in August saying no, those are headlines, those are short-term things. Don't believe the headlines. It's not all going to be that awful. Who was saying that every political advisor in Europe should now be saying, no, we'll sort it out. We will make sure to assure everyone that all will be fine and prices aren't going to go through the roof. It'd be one of the cheapest, most popular policies ever, and almost nobody ended up doing it because people should be listening to us, shouldn't they? Decoding, shoot.
Yeah, I just want to say that
talk about Hungary.
Soros's his scholarship for your man wasn't completely wasted, and in fact, this moment in recent European history perhaps justifies the entire cost of his 2 or 3 years at Pembroke, or maybe it was only 1 year. So there was a moment that Brexit nerds might remember. It was around the 7th of April, 2018. And traitors to Englishness and English traitors like Kaczynski in the English Tory party were writing to their Polish parliament, and also others, English traitors, were writing to Vaduz and trying to persuade the European Union to boot England out and Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland out of the European Union. And there was a great account in the FT, I think it was at the time, of this European Council meeting. So there was this, as ever with Brexit, there was loads of hype and all this rubbish about how Poland and Hungary would side with these Tory traitors and pull the rug under the whatever the English metaphor is. So you have this European Council meeting, and according to this account in the FT, at the end, so after they did their tour de table, the Hungarian guy, he was the great hope left because Poland didn't demur from the decision to give another extension, as we kept on getting these Brexit extensions, much to the chagrin of these traitors. But and it came to the Hungarian guy, and he told a nice little anecdote about his time in England, and how the one thing he learned while in England was that you can never trust the Tories. And I remember mentally noting that at the time as being, perhaps had Soros not given him the scholarship, he wouldn't have understood that little key element, which all Irish people understand, and I think most English people now understand. So I think that scholarship was money well spent.
Oh my! Thank you, Decoding. We shall swing away from British politics, but at least I think everyone can agree that that was certainly an amusing anecdote. I recall something of the sort as well. Yes, so you get my backing that this did indeed occur. Subject to different interpretations. Decoding, seeing these protests in Budapest on the anniversary of the Hungarian Revolution yesterday, I quite liked the quote. We used to say, "Russians get out." Now, for some, they prefer the flavor that a certain Russian president can afford. I'll leave it at that. Keep it nice and PG-13 here. It's while all the while Orban is giving a speech on the other end of the country, literally as far away from Budapest as he possibly could be. Because remember, the Hungarian Revolution was exceptionally Budapest-centric, right? It wasn't like in Czechoslovakia in 1968. It's called Prague. It's kind of a misnomer, right? It's called the Prague Spring and the Hungarian Revolution. But it was almost exactly the opposite. It was much more a Budapestian revolution and the Czechoslovak Spring in a historical sense. Because the Hungarian one was just so much more capital-centric, whereas in Czechoslovakia it seemed to be far more broad and broadly committed to across much of the country. Just a little historical note there. Or maybe that is meaningful somehow. Maybe that is meaningful somehow, that they're both effectively misnomers, and maybe that is why it is deeply ingrained in the national spirit of one, but only to a much lesser degree, despite there being placards around on what do you call that? Help an intermediate level English language student out, please. All you here. The sidings, are they sidings? The thing that you surround the construction site with? The sort of things to obscure the view and
yes, sidings, barriers,
thank you.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yes, right. So the placards on the sidings up on the Buda Castle, as it's being partially renovated, should tell the tale of the Hungarian Revolution. It's all about Budapest, all of it, to serve perhaps as a reminder to some, but few, not many. Chris.
You always catch me out, Damon. I'm just have to like restart the phone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly, Chris.
Okay, cool. So sorry,
this is a good mic distance.
Okay, cool. It's about a foot or so. Not. So I just heard. I didn't quite get it. I heard somebody mentioning like a list of tanks and things like that somebody thinks they want. Where did that list come from?
Anti-Daniel Christian.
Sorry?
One of you please answer, Chris. Anti-Daniel and Christian, one of you please tell Chris what that is
so
about.
Basically, there was a list not necessarily a list. You know, it was a short list for equipment that Romania needed for resilience and defense, and to invest in its army. And the tanks didn't cut the list.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it was a Romanian list, not a Ukrainian list, then. Or...
No, Romanian.
Okay, thank you.
What year was this?
Oh, I think it was even before I was there. Maybe in 2017. It was talked about in 2018, 2019, of course. 2020 is still being talked about, in my opinion, from what I hear. So, to be honest, I think what is being talked about right now, I'm not into. I don't have a current. I don't really have a current really reliable source, but I think their rhetoric has changed a lot, and we'll see in the near future what they will announce, because I think that this will change a bit.
Yeah, that would be interesting. So so for the moment, with the Screaming Eagles, we've got the Leclerc tanks. Andrew was saying that they've just arrived in Romania, right?
So that's a separate thing, right? The Screaming Eagles are the American ones. There's also a French contingent, and they're the ones with the Leclercs, obviously. I mean, would the Americans dare operate something constructed by the French? I don't think so.
Okay, noted.
I mean, would the Brits, Chris? I doubt it.
Look, regarding to this, this is, I have to congratulate the whole process that went through with the French to see Romania and France collaborating really well on this. And I don't know if Romania did support France. I think so, to take over, but it's really good. But I've been worried since Macron sold that bit of rhetoric that France will not respond to use of nuclear weapons, and it made me think a bit, and it made me appreciate more the general illustrious strategy that we've had in partnership with the US. And it really, in my opinion, it really goes to show, and I will always be a US supporter for friendship between our countries. There's no better ally that Romania has had in the past 30 years. So I'll keep I'll keep that in mind whatever I do and wherever I go.
At some point, I think the priorities, isn't it? And, at some point, priorities become sufficiently clear, especially when Russians seem to be attempting a more concerted effort to find a weak point in the armor of democracy. A concerted response is the only thing that can really stand up to that appropriately. I'm very glad that indeed what happened in the end.
Sure.
Is it just me, or Doman, is your audio a bit glitchy?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, it's not only me.
Is it better now?
It glitched.
Yes, it glitched.
Oh God.
Again.
There's no reason for it per se, so
I don't know what you are doing, but
I think Tim is having glitches. I think I'll have to do as Tim did and drop off and come back. But only once we have Tim back. Mr. M, why are the gas prices dropping so much? Have you discovered a new well up there off the coast of the Netherlands?
no, there is a well, a known well at the top of the Netherlands, but I
But
don't know
you
why
didn't open a new one
I-
over the last days.
I didn't open a new one. I would if I had one, but I don't have a piece of land, and I don't like to grill.
Well, that's a shame. That's a shame. Joanna, now we have a trinity of Romanians. Excellent. Go ahead, Joanna.
Those Romanians, what can you do about it? So I don't really know why the gas prices are dropping down. It's a combined effect, I believe. First of all, the storage facilities are almost full. Second, there is a line of gas tankers in around Spain that are waiting for delivery. So there is gas waiting for delivery. Also, there are these talks about putting cap on prices in the European Union that even if they are convoluted, they will lead to some kind of agreement, even if Hungary is not on the same ship. So there are many things to take into account. Anyway, it's spectacular, this drop. So it's really spectacular. I believe it's almost to the same level as before the conflict, which is really good. But I wanted to take advantage of the fact that there are too many hands. I had some problems these last days, and I didn't keep track with everything that happened. And I have two questions, if I may.
You may.
So the first one, yeah, the first one is about the cables. Did the Russian brought in the Edward Scissorhands or something? Because I'm seeing news about this under water cables that are cut all over the place. In Great Britain, near Marseille, and also I've heard something about the transatlantic cable being cut. So if somebody can bring some details about this, it would be amazing. And the second, as always, something about what's happening in Ukraine, because we are seeing very little, but apparently there was a breakthrough in Bakhmut and also in Kherson. I'm seeing conflicting things, like some say that the Russians are retreating, some others say it is a feint, they are not retreating, they are bringing in equipment. So I'm a bit confused. So I don't know if it's for everyone, but if you can touch.
Happy to.
Sorry?
I'm saying I will be happy to touch.
Oh, please. Thank you.
Okay, so how's my audio now? Can someone tell me if it's
perfect?
I know it's more.
It's okay now. It's very
okay.
good now,
Thank you.
Roman.
Excellent. So it's gonna be echoey, but at least you're gonna hear all of the words, which is a good improvement. Cables. Russians have subcontracted Edward Scissorhand, as Joanna noted. It's very dispiriting, but such it is.
Sorry, fat finger.
No, that's all right. I was sneezing in between.
Okay, I was scrolling and came on the.
Yeah. No worries. So they did employ him apparently. So first he went and commanded a ship somewhere in the North Sea. Goodness. And first took out about a week and a half ago the undersea cable between the Shetlands and the Faroe Islands, so Føroyar. And then a week later, earlier this past week, took out. So not earlier this past week, as in today is Monday, so it must have been early on Monday now. But you know, less than a week ago. Apparently, they also gave me a sneezing fit somehow. So well done, Edward Scissorhand. I shall continue saying these things in about 15 seconds, so I don't deafen all of you. Gee.
This is a new case of Twitterbox.
Yes, I guess.
Joanna, do you know what a computer virus is?
I'm not sure. It's a virus with who's computing.
Yeah, exactly. It's a virus that's good at maths.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
So, sorry. Then, John, did you want to interject? I can continue on about the cables after that.
Oh my God.
Then, John?
No. Yeah, I just came back for the electricity prices, but finish what you were doing.
Oh, no. Tell me about the electricity prices.
Okay. So now we have, in the 4 regions, we have very similar prices. And if you look back at 2021, in October 2021, region 4, which is the most expensive, is a bit lower than October last year. Region 3, which is the second most expensive, is a little bit higher, but not much. Region 1 and 2 are higher, but the thing is that it's now equal. I mean, the similar price all over the country, which is the goal anyway. So it's it's looking quite good.
So, what's the current price, roughly?
It's let me see, 0.79 Swedish. So that's what's that? 0.08 euro.
Yeah. Okay. And when we were looking at these a couple of months ago, it was like
it was almost
half of
not,
it was a third of that
times.
in the. It was the third of that in the north, and it was 5 times that in the south, or something, right?
More than 5 times, 6-7 times. It was up to 5 SEK, which is 50 cents or something. Yeah, it was quite bad.
Okay. Well, thank you, then, John, for the update. I think my sneezing fit has taken a break.
Yeah, I think you helped with the production here. All the windmills, they spun a little bit more.
I would believe that, actually. Okay, sorry. Apologies, Joanna, for the intermission, but such is life. Okay, so about a week and a half ago, the cable between the Shetlands and the Faroe Islands got broken, the undersea cable. That happens occasionally. So, no big deal. They were going to go and fix it. And then a week after that, the cable between the Shetlands and the Scottish mainland got broken. Now, one is a trivial event. Both at the same time is not a coincidence. The last time either of these cables was broken, according to a chap who works on Scottish Telecoms, was 2014. Not that both were broken, but one of them was broken. Last time was 2014. So basically a decade ago was the last time any of these cables were broken. So for two to then get broken within a week, both that connect the Shetlands to the world, is more than just a little bit suspicious, right? It was apparently evident that it was fishing vessels that did it. I have some tweets somewhere in my timeline that talk about this from people who actually are familiar with this. So I can look for it, or you can look at it. You can look for it on my timeline, Joanna. I made it into a little thread at some point. So that's what happened there. Now, in France, yesterday it was misreported, I think, that it was the under-Atlantic cables that got hit. I don't believe they did. I think that was misreporting. What did happen was the cables that go out of Marseille got cut. And they go underwater out of Marseille to Spain and Italy, right? But, and in Corsica as well. But those weren't cut underwater. That was on land. So it wasn't the same It wasn't the same mechanism. And they might have gotten some local hooligans to go and cut the cables. I don't know. Maybe that is actually a coincidence, plausibly, maybe just about. But apparently it's not particularly big news in France, if I understood Ben correctly. Maybe I misunderstood Ben. But that apparently happens semi-regularly. I guess it's kind of like the signaling cables on British Railways. Occasionally, somebody goes and tries to steal them or something, and they're no longer there. But yeah, so that's the situation with the cables. Shetlands do have a wireless redundancy. However, the wireless redundancy simply doesn't have the bandwidth of the wired main, right? And therefore they were asked to, only make calls in case of emergency and don't go on the internet, the like, because that'd be a bad idea. So I think that kind of explains that. Did you want to talk more about cables, or shall we go to Bakhmut?
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, because that's all I know. So, no, that's all I can remember at this juncture. Bakhmut, you're right. There has been a pushback by Ukrainians. So the Russians have undertaken a true Sisyphean effort, pushing ever closer to Bakhmut over the past 3 months or so, inching ever closer to the actual city limits, taking over some bits of an industrial zone on the outskirts. And then over the past sort of 2 days, they got pushed back to where they were 3+ months ago. So, yeah, what Bakhmut doing is not currently being invaded by Russians, even more than 2 days ago, which is good. In Kherson, my understanding is that they are actually bringing people in as well. There has been speculation that they're trying to replace the troops with some amount of training and some combat experience with basically a very large suicide squad of freshly mobilized, completely untrained, completely incapable troops. That is the Russians, and completely under-equipped. Additionally, even much more so than the other ones. So the speculation is they're trying to get out the expensive equipment. They're trying to get out the people with some degree of military experience, and they will replace them with literal cannon fodder. Now, it might be something else, but that seems the most believable speculation on the basis of an aggregation of sources I had read over the last day and a half. They are also evacuating from Kherson the statue of Suvorov and the remains of Potyomkin. And they're also robbing all the banks and the libraries and the museums and the galleries and the Philharmonic after they had executed the director of the Philharmonic, or head conductor. I forget what his position exactly was. Joanna?
Yes, I've seen the reports about the looting. So it's really they even took the firefighters' trucks and the ambulances and so many things. Well, yeah, I don't know what to make of this situation in Kherson, while they are passing from right to left and left to right in the same time. So I guess we'll wait and see. And I guess they are not really ready to surrender the city. And my last thing, I don't like to go nuclear, but this threat about the dirty bomb. I was here, I was listening yesterday, but couldn't speak. When somebody asked if we can identify the source of the nuclear like material that can be used in a dirty bomb. And well, my father was a geologist, and from what I know in physics, yes, we can. So first of all, the minerals have a very specific signature according to the place where they were exploited. So you can if you do the right analysis, you can know from what part of the world this combustible, this uranium or plutonium is taken. Also, in the process of an enrichment, which is necessary for making nuclear fuel, there are very specific things that can be done, and the count of the different isotopes in the specific materials can give you a hint on where it was done, the enrichment, because they use different technologies, different types of enrichment. So you can know this. Now, how can somebody make a dirty bomb? The easiest way is to take some used bars of nuclear combustible and insert them into a bomb. And I wanted to know, when the Russians were in Chernobyl, for example, did they stole a lot of things, but I don't know. I really don't want to go
I see what you're
the,
thinking.
Yeah.
So my hypothesis of what they're wanting to do is the following. I think that at some point they're quite likely to blow up the dam. However, remember, and if you need me to put the pictures back up, were they to blow up the dam, it wouldn't be anything as bad as Russian Telegram suggests it would be with regards to flooding. The vast majority of the flooding would go where there are basically no people, where there are floodplains. Yes, it would be very bad if it does happen. No, it wouldn't be nearly as bad as the Russian scarogram suggests it would be. There has been a simulation done of what the worst case scenario would be by some Swedish hydrologists who aren't in the business of going around scaring people. And if you just compare that with the Russian scarogram animation, it would be, way less bad, even under the perfect storm of absolutely the worst conditions. So that's what I want to note there. Give me a second. I'm almost there. I will put it
And
up.
why
There
are
we
we not
go.
surprised?
Of course. I mean that's the
and
point
also
of
it's
sharing.
not. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say that it's very difficult to really blow a dam. It's really very difficult because it will require an immense quantity of explosive, and it has to be done way under the water level, and there is where the dam is the thickest, if we can say so. So it would require really a high amount of explosives and some knowledge about the engineering of the dam in order for this to work. So my guess is that they will try to blow something on the upper side to destroy the road and the railroad that is there, but it's quite improbable they could really destroy the dam, like totally destroy the dam.
Do you know what? That's exactly what I was about to say. Well, okay, it's about 80%
Sorry.
of what I was about to say. No, but it's perfect, which is great because I really like hearing my opinions voiced by others because it makes me feel better about myself. So I think that they're going to go a little bit beyond that. So I completely agree that they're very likely to go and destroy the surface, the bit of the dam that's pointing towards the sky. I don't know how to correctly describe that, but exactly what you said. The place where there's the roadway, where there's likely to be, the bit that can be used as a roadway if overbridged.
The top of the
slightly,
dam.
the top of the dam. Exactly, right? And if they make that look like a lunar landscape and make it very difficult for Ukrainians to repair, Ukrainians can't chase after them over the dam. Makes sense, right? But I concur that they're unlikely to blow it completely. Now, even if they blow it completely, I think this is where the whole dirty bomb story comes into play, because I think Russians at this point realize very well, and I think they have realized for a long time, that nuclear threats are a lot better at scaring people than what they can actually do with anything, and that they have a lot less consequences, a lot less in terms of adverse consequences for Russia at the same time, if they just stay as threats instead of actions, right? I think we can all get behind that. So in that context, I think what they're possibly likely to do, and this is what this whole dirty bomb signaling is about, let's say they blow the dam. The nuclear power plant itself, as Axel has said many times, gets water from a much lower level. It's fine. They can't actually prevent the nuclear power plant from getting cooling. However, the situation with the spent fuel is a little bit more ambiguous, and that ambiguity, I think, would play into their messaging. They would say Ukrainians blew the dam, and look at this, some minor radiological event corresponding to a dirty bomb somewhere else. They're trying to mask their use of a nuclear dirty bomb or some other nonsense that can only grow in the head of a Kalantarian or a Shoigu, with the instability around the nuclear power plant. We told you we should have been allowed to keep it, and whatever, right? That sort of nonsense. And at the same time, there would be a minor radiological event somewhere, which would basically be tantamount to, I don't know, temporary ecological pollution of a few square kilometers, right? Nothing major, nothing really significant or serious. But that would go at the same time a long way to scaring people who find the nuclear things scary, because it would get massively reported on front pages, even though it wouldn't be meaningful in itself from a environmental, from a human health perspective. Really, it would get massive over attention in tabloid type media all across Europe, especially in countries like Germany and the Netherlands and elsewhere, right? And I think that's what they might be going for, especially with building up the groundwork for this whole dirty bomb discussion. That, and also legitimization in front of various vatniks about, because they're already starting to come out with Kiev shouldn't be allowed to have nuclear weapons kind of statements. Kiev doesn't have nuclear weapons. It gave them all up in the 90s in exchange for a promise by Russia not to attack them, which, guess who broke that one? So I think that's where the story is. I think they're building up a relatively complex narrative. I think they are trying to achieve something with it, and it's not entirely clear what they're trying to achieve with it, other than material for fear mongering and material for
muddying the waters. They're trying to muddle up Western media. They've already managed to muddle up Western media with this. The narrative of this so-called dirty bomb has been seeping into Western media for now about 28 hours. It's the same thing they do every day. I think I said it very early this morning. We have to take the fact that they like to portray Ukraine as vile and terrible all the time, that they like to spread narratives of different sorts every single day and see what sticks, try to weave a net of discord and dissent and lack of shall we say lack of trust all the time. That is their modus operandi. They need that. They need to do it, because otherwise they have no weapon left. So every single day you will see new narratives come out. Some of them are reactive to events, which they couldn't shape any further, because, for example, Novakhovka, it became evident a long time ago that at some point in time they will be forced into a strategically difficult situation where they can't hold the bank, and therefore they also can't hold the area. But projecting fear in order to extract either concessions from the West or seed discord is one notable, sensible approach by them. And it easily connects, as Doman just said, to the nuclear scare. It easily reconnects to the previously mounted offensive against, say, Western support in view of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And therefore, they continue to weave that net. And we should just not fall for it. It is so simple to look through it.
I think, Axel, for the first time of all of these narratives by Russia, we have been truly ahead of it thoroughly throughout on this one. And by ahead of it, I mean, even before it started permeating into any media, we preempted it with all the answers specifically to exactly what was then being launched by Russians, as opposed to previously when we were sort of at the same time, immediate response. This was a very good preventative set of discussions we've held over the recent days.
No, I agree with you, but are you telling us now that essentially we come to the point that we can already sense what kind of narrative is coming?
Yeah, that's how you know they're done for.
Yeah, exactly. That's also how you know that you're really bored with the marionettes and puppet masters on the other side. Please bring on something cool.
Joanna?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's really strange because if you really want to use such a thing, you would keep it secret in a way, and it's like they are wearing a sign on their foreheads. We are going to do this because every time they are accusing the Ukrainians of doing what they are doing, so we know this by now, and it's like shouting, "We are going to do something very, very bad," which is kind of bizarre in this moment of the conflict. And also, I had a question: did they leave the Zaporizhia nuclear plant? I don't know. This is the last one, and I'll be
unclear to me. Maybe Axel knows, but my understanding of the situation is that Russians have left much of the city of Enerhodar, basically removed the occupation troops and send them to the front line to the north, possibly. But I think they still have occupation troops in the power plant together with Rosatom people.
Okay, thank you. I go down.
And it
did I get it right,
for
Axel?
them it makes it's correct. And for them it makes sufficient sense because they need the troops somewhere else. As Ukrainian troops are obviously advancing and about to pierce through the veil in the southeastern front, but at the same time they can still exert sufficient amount of raw power and hold the power plant hostage for the time being with whatever small contingent they have there. I mean, essentially 2 battalions are completely sufficient to hold all that for the moment, up until the point in time when it becomes tricky for them.
Precisely. Thank you, Axel. We have had a build-up of hands while we were talking with the excellent point Joanna was raising. I would just briefly note that Ukraine will now be importing electricity due to the massive strikes on Ukrainian electricity infrastructure, both generation and transmission. And Ukrenergo has already figured out going from a net electricity exporter to the European Union to now going to an importer. This was announced earlier today. Abdallah. Abdallah?
Abdullah, can you hear us?
I think maybe Edward Scissorhand paid him a visit as well. George, morning.
Good morning, everyone, or good day for those in across the pond. How you doing today, Doman?
I know. How does it sound like I'm doing?
You're doing okay. Axel, good morning, Axel.
And a good hello to you.
It was nice. We had a nice event yesterday, so that was good. It was good to hear some of the things coming out of Ukraine, and just the backstories on some of the difficulties in the beginning getting things into Ukraine, and the different NGOs, and how they've had to slog through red tape and things of that nature to get supplies on the ground in Ukraine. So that was pretty good. Thank you, Axel, for helping set that up.
But you arranged everything on site. I mean, kudos to you.
No, thank you. I know, but you initiated the initial contact, right? So I got to give you your props.
It's my pleasure and privilege, and thank you for doing this.
No, thank you. Vielen Dank. What I was gonna say is, yeah, with this dirty bomb stuff and all this like nonsense and people, peeing in their underpants in the West. Some of these journalists, just completely, and they're reporting on it, and they don't even know what the hell the particulars are. They just hear dirty bomb, and it's Chicken Little. The sky is falling. But let's take the other side of the coin. Let's say they were stupid enough, which we can't underestimate their stupidity. Let's say the Russians were stupid enough to do that. What do you think the West's response? And I'm not talking about the Western media. I'm talking to people that actually matter in this calculation. The United States Secretary of Defense, right? Austin and Ben Wallace. What do you think their response to that would be?
I think they decide that Russia needs more submarines.
Yeah, I think the whole Black Sea fleet would probably be gone in about 6 hours, that was coming from, what was it, the commander of the U.S. Air Force? She said that about a month ago, right? That would be the contingency plan. Am I not correct on that?
I think it was General Petraeus, who's obviously retired, right? Who said it? Maybe some others. Why am I?
Ben Hodges in the interview said it, and then that's where it came from.
And then General Petraeus said it on TV a few days later.
Yeah. Yes.
But when you hear the same thing from first General Hodges then General Petraeus, they're really being serious about it, and not just that, but that this is a sort of consistent, concerted decision, not just speculation, but that this is what would actually happen. I think that's a good note.
Considering the commands that both those generals held, right? Then you would, obviously glean from that would be the contingency plan on the books if Russia were to use a tactical nuclear weapon or a dirty bomb. Yeah, so at least that would get rid of the Caliber cruise missiles and all the other nonsense that they fire from the Black Sea, right?
Yeah, apart from the complete and utter total isolation Russia would then face. This would probably even give rise to Russia losing its permanent seat on the Security Council. So, yet again, it is a no-go for them. And just because Shoigu projects them that Ukraine were to do what they constantly say that and threaten that they are doing or would be doing, it's just hilarious if you think about it. Which is why the statement, the public statement by the MOD was so nice.
Yes, as the one Twitter account that says Darth Putin, he remains a master strategist. Every time he's done something to escalate, the fear or the terrorism in Ukraine, it's literally blackfired on him, right? We wouldn't have NASAMS and IRIS-T and all these other systems coming in, Crotal and the Italian system, ASPID. They wouldn't be coming in if it wasn't for that, that terror bombing that they did between the 10th and the 12th of October, right?
I think you're right. They would not have come in such a speed. The ASPID and the Hotel, definitely not. The IRIS-Ts were planned, but the accelerated rollout is definitely due to this. And you're right. He remains a master strategist.
Yes. So the biggest thing I think now for Ukraine, and we actually discussed it yesterday, was to get people, to understand that, the fear mongering, to tamper that down, and to explain to people that this isn't a two sides or whatever nonsense or what about isms. You know, this is a genocidal war that's been unleashed by Russia, not only Putin, by the Russian government and pretty much the Russian people. I mean, guess who's sabotaging things in Europe now that we're hearing about? It's not Putin isn't walking down from the Kremlin and getting on his bike and taking trips to different cities in Europe. You know, it's Russians. They're full in. They've bought this whole Russia, we're number one, imperialist ideals. They've bought into it wholesale. And I keep repeating this, that I live in Philadelphia. We have Russian immigrants here, people that now hold American citizenship, but yeah, they're pro-Putin 100%, and that's after 30 years of living in the West. It's literally ironic how they hate the West but love our luxury items.
Then John.
Sorry, did you call me?
Yes.
Yeah, Dan John, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So now when, sorry, change the topic, but when Axel is here, the great air asset we have. So would you have any idea why the Swedish Air Force is patrolling the Finnish border, land border? It happened last week and actually it's happening today again.
Because you have excellent planes and you fly joint air cap now. It's bold air cap.
That far north, on the Finnish-Swedish land border, up in the high north.
Yes, you fly air cap in those zones where technically people could cross over, and where there
With a
might be
spy
risk.
plane.
What do you mean, a spy plane?
Well, it's not a
Spy
fighter
plane, my
jet.
bugger. It's you fly air cap with intelligence planes. This is part of it. It's an integrated effort. What? I don't know what the problem is now.
No, it's not the problem. It's not the problem. Well, maybe I was a little bit concerned that the Finns were coming actually, but they're saying that's probably not the case.
No, what I'm saying while standing here at the car is that essentially this is completely fine. This is exactly what should happen. If there is a different threat scenario, you're out and about. And you do this both in order to deter and interdict as well as to supervise and gain intelligence.
Yeah. I mean that's fine. There's no concern from my side. It's just that they're actually patrolling that border. Why not the one further to the east?
I'm just waiting for Pauli to connect. Pauli, with all of those Swedish intelligence gathering planes, has that truly scuttled your intentions and possibilities for your smuggling of surströmming business across the land border? And how will you adjust?
We will try to adjust. That business is huge, but we'll try to adjust. My 2 cents is that they're actually like training, and just like Axel says, they are doing things, doing active things, and giving like real posture in the surveillance. And I guess Swedish planes should be flying in that region. They can also do the maintenance there. So I guess that's the region they should go to. And they fly in like 12 kilometers or higher. So
43,000 feet.
Wow. Yeah, that's good altitude. at that altitude, I think it's almost as cold as it gets in Finland during winter time, like -50. Yeah, but yeah, that's good training, and like it hasn't showed up in any news in Finland. So how would I say, hasn't really well, our blood pressure and heartbeat is quite the same, so still 30. Nothing to report, but good thing that they are training. Over and out. Thank you.
That's a high pulse, Paulie. I'm walking fast and I'm averaging 25.
Yeah.
See, Pauli's is higher because he's stressed, because he's not sure how he's going to get his surströmming supply anymore.
Exactly, Domen. But if I can continue a bit, we just shipped the 10th package from our military. So it was confirmed, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, and I think the 11th will be shipped soon again. Unfortunately, we don't know the contents, but I'm 100% sure that our military personnel, similar guys like Pekka Toveri, they will know what to ship, and they will not be shipping tent sticks or just like something non-lethal. I'm confident it will be lethal and very lethal against our Ruski neighbors. So that's a good thing.
That's always reassuring.
Honestly, we are quite happy and lucky to have a neighbor like that. Honestly.
Yeah, the thing is that they don't really want to disclose the material like quantities, because that's of course important intelligence for Russians, so they could somehow estimate how our stocks look like, and we have already ramped up our national production in certain material. So it's also for us it's really important to keep the Ruskies guessing, and yeah, I will be really intrigued to, after the war is over and Ukraine's won, I will be really intrigued to hear what they have actually shipped.
I think we'll all be surprised in a good way. Antti?
Yeah, thanks, Pauli, for that update. I actually, if you want to continue on this topic, if you have something else you want to mention, Pauli, please go ahead, because I have a different theme in mind.
No, I'm done. That was like a brief update, and I'm just wishing good start of the week for everyone. And if you have any cents or any dollars or euros left in your pocket, remember to donate to MriyaReport and also to similar good causes. Keep the donations running and the wheels running. It's important.
Thank you, Pauli. Anybody who wants to help Ukraine right away, check out MriyaReport.org up in the title of the space. And it's a fantastic non-profit organization helping Ukrainian defenders get what they need to more easily survive and more effectively fight off the Russian invaders. Everything from non-lethal aid like medical aid, tourniquets, and the like, all the way to some fantastic novel reconnaissance drones in collaboration with a US defense supplier, let's say. That are very good at not falling out of the sky, and very good at looking at Russian positions without putting Ukrainian recce units into harm's way. So check MriyaReport.org up above, as spelled in the title of the space. Antti,
Yeah, I was wondering now that both George and Axel are still here. I was wondering if
You
first
just
George.
chased Axel away.
Oh, of course we did. Well then, George, are you still there?
I'm here.
Excellent. So, do we know which variant of the M113 the States has been shipping to Ukraine?
That I'm not sure of right now. I know that there was Norway sent them.
You're breaking up, George.
Yeah, I'm in a bad spot, guys.
Okay.
Hear that.
Damn it. Antti, your leopard threads have gone down a storm, haven't they? And when I say threads, I don't mean clothes, because that's apparently what some people nowadays, young people, saying. Well, I got some new threads,
yeah.
and I got some new clothing. No, I mean your Twitter threads. You know, with leopard, it could be confused because maybe people might think, why did Antti invest heavily into leopard print clothing? You didn't, not to my knowledge anyway. Maybe you have. No judgment here. But your threads on leopard tanks, your Twitter threads on leopard tanks have gone down a right storm, haven't they, Antti? I think people really were very interested in a comprehensive, pointed, detailed yet concise resource.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that people have found those useful. And regarding the leopard clothing, I mean, due to OPSEC, I'm not going to comment on that. But yeah, I mean, I felt that because we were bringing up the leopards all the time and on the space, and even though the various aspects of them had been discussed many times, but some of the information on them you can find out just by Googling. Other stuff requires a bit more digging, so I just wanted to try and collect the sort of general pertinent data together and present them in a way that people could take in at a brief glance. And happily, I was able to do so with only a couple of errors, and because there is luckily I have many contacts who are much more experienced with these MPTs than I am personally, though I have some limited grasp of them from personal experience as well. But mostly it's just stuff I've researched and studied.
Thank you, Antti. George, better spot.
Yes, better spot. It's really quick. For Antti for that question. Yeah, I'm not sure what variant they sent. Like I was saying, the Norwegians sent a nice updated variant to them. I was hearing certain things that the United States might be sending some of the M113s that had the tow turret, the tow missile turret on top of them, and that would be great.
Right.
But I don't know any details right now off the top of my head. I can't remember which version it was, but most of the American ones had like at least the 50 cal on them. So I'll get back to you. I'll DM you with that once I pull it up.
Yeah, thank you so much, because I would think that as far as I know, the last big sort of protection upgrade at least was already made in 1987. So I would think that any APCs still in storage would have the most basic armored upgrades, because there's a difference between being protected from just rifle caliber rounds and shrapnel as opposed to 14.5 protection.
Yes, because the Americans are not going to be they're not going to be going to the Vietnam war displays and sending those M113s.
Yeah.
Unlike the Russians, look like they're ransacking all their World War II museums and sending that equipment.
Yeah, because there was someone yesterday who was on who had apparently quite a lot of personal experience with them, and I was a bit surprised when he mentioned that a heavy machine gun could penetrate the armor. But I would think that because one big user still is the Israeli armed forces, so I would think that that it's just like you said, that Ukraine wouldn't be sent museum pieces with the most unupgraded characteristics. I think George went into another bad spot.
I think also I can't hit. Now you were clear, George.
You were clear, yeah, for a
I
moment.
think I think George needs to go. I think that's what he was trying to
Yeah,
say.
probably. Yeah, that's a not so subtle hint, maybe.